Just considering the amount of people that were on Bourbon Street. They did have those metal gates that they were able to move back and forth. I don't know if they were down just for the Uber drivers and Lyft drivers to get through, but I don't remember seeing them up.
And Dan, were you able to see any law enforcement response after the vehicle passed you?
Yes, there was a lot of, I believe they're state troopers here. They're in green uniforms rushing down the street. The police did push us back. They pushed us back as far as the Hyatt Hotel. So there was a large police presence there. And all through the night, there was a large police presence.
Dan, how are you now? And the friend you were with?
I believe we're all right. Fortunately, we had some, bumps and bruises and scrapes, but other than that, no serious injuries. I haven't been in contact with the people we were with that night. We met that New Year's. We were having a good time, and I believe everybody was discharged from the hospital early this morning with a clear bill of health.
And Dan, having witnessed this attack and knowing now, obviously, the massive investigation underway, what questions do you want answered?
To be honest, I guess it's a long-reaching question. Is why do people have to do this? It's not doing any good. It's not helping any cause. It's frustrating, to see, copycats out there, and they look at, other fanatics, and they just want to, cause destruction, and they don't understand that, that minuscule impact they have on society that has a huge impact on individuals and families, and it's just nonsense.
And Dan, were you able to see the driver at all throughout this attack? You say the car was heading straight for you. Did he say anything? Did he do anything? Any facial expression you noticed?
No, all I could remember is, and it's just replaying in my head, is just seeing the front end of the car coming at us. So, or truck. That's really all. I didn't have time to look in through the windows at all. It was just a focus on the vehicle and getting out of the way.
Well, I'm glad you reacted the way that you did. It sounds like that quick reaction saved your life. Dan McPhee, we appreciate your time today. I'm sure this is difficult to talk about. We appreciate you sharing your story with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I want to go to ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett for more on that. Brad, when you listen to these eyewitness accounts, what sticks out to you in terms of, that's something investigators are going to need to look into?
So, I mean, even starting with, let's just go back a little bit to these bollards that they have in the ground that were down. I mean, that's a huge security breach based on the threat level currently worldwide. That's going to be a starting point for that. But setting that aside, you still have to look at the small things, or appear to be small, but drill down into them with specificity. In other words, the firearm, the truck, the IEDs, and the background of the suspect. It's the small things like, can they link, for example, that this suspect ordered the components of the IED? In those communications, I assume that they're into at this point, did he talk to anybody else? What is the trail of the weapons? Because you're looking again for tentacles. You're looking for other people that may have no direct involvement in this, but help facilitate him either unknowingly or knowingly. His background will also give you some of that. So if you pull all of those things together, and then you also look at his sophistication. Now, obviously, you don't have to be super organized to ram a car and run it into people. But I'm suggesting, how much coverage did he take in reference to renting the vehicle? Did he use his real name? Did he use another name? Also with a firearm, assuming he purchased it. It gives you, I guess, pre-planning that he's trying to cover his tracks as much as possible. Now, only based on history, many of these attacks like this usually end in the suspect killing himself or forcing law enforcement to kill him. Now, based on what we know, law enforcement, and clearly rightly so, killed him because he was firing at them. If you take all of those things together, it gives you sort of A, sophistication, B, pre-planning, and perhaps motive. And you're looking for all of those things. The first three in particular, because that helps you sort of deal with the immediacy of the situation. You're always looking for connections to these people. Granted, most of the time they are alone. They've self-radicalized themselves, perhaps. We'll see if he or she fits that profile. But all that's important.
It sure is, and I know a lot of those questions still left to be answered, and investigators will be staying on top of it, as will we. Aaron Katursky, Dan McPhee, Richard Frankel, and Brad Garrett, thank you. I'm Diane Macedo. The news never stops, and neither do we. We will be following that investigation into that deadly attack in New Orleans throughout the day. Much more after the break. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Credit Karmaverse, a place where financial progress can happen at the speed of delight. Here we help you achieve your money goals fast, like improving your credit scores in a matter of days fast, so you don't have to wait around to see your hard work pay off. Oh, well done. Simply scan your screen to experience Intuit Credit Karma for yourself.
You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
You're watching ABC News Live. Special coverage of that breaking news in New Orleans. A man has driven a pickup truck through a crowd on Bourbon Street. 10 people are dead, at least 35 others injured. Local officials also say the driver then came out of the truck and opened fire on officers, injuring 2. The suspect was then shot and killed, and they say improvised devices were discovered in and around the scene of the attack. Those, at least one, is being called viable. The White House says the president has been briefed on the attack and has been in touch with the mayor of New Orleans. And I want to bring in our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, with the latest on this timeline. And of course, Aaron, the big question is, how does this even happen? How does a pickup truck even manage to get on to Bourbon Street with what you would assume would be layers of security and protection?
There was still a crowd going at 3 o'clock in the morning local time, and the police said that the driver of the truck was able to somehow get around the barriers, but there are questions whether the barriers were even there, because there's reporting in New Orleans that they were being replaced. The bollards that should have been there or that will be there may not have been fully in place, at least at this location where the vehicle ramming began. But at any rate, the vehicle was able to speed up very, very quickly and mow down a crowd, a mix, police said, of tourists and local residents who were still partying into the new year of 2025. As soon as the suspect exited the vehicle, Police said he fired on responding officers. 2 of the officers were struck by gunfire. They're in stable condition at the hospital. And then the authorities said they began to find improvised devices. At least 1, possibly 2 of those devices were believed to be viable IEDs, and there have been a number of controlled detonations. The suspect is dead. They're running down a background. They do have a name they're working with, thanks to the license plate and other information. They're looking to see whether he may have crossed into the country recently, whether the flag that's seen on the back pole of the truck represents ISIS. They're trying to run down all of those things right now, Diane.
And Pierre, local law enforcement almost immediately called this an act of terror. Now the FBI is saying they are investigating it as an act of terror. What does that tell you about this investigation?
Well, the FBI and the National Security Division of the Justice Department taking the lead on this case. And what that means is that they're going to use every available resource to see if the suspect is tied to domestic terrorism, international terrorism. There's some tea leaves that they're looking at early in the investigation. It's very early. Obviously, that black cloth potential flag on the vehicle. They have a name, according to a source that they are looking at, which is giving them some indication of what this may be about. But again, it's very early in the investigation. But the key right now is to dig into, first, identify the suspect, look at what sort of social media footprint, what other information that would yield any kind of information about the motivation here. The FBI, again, leading the investigation, ATF is going to do a search on the gun to see if they can create a trail of ownership. Again, as Aaron mentioned, the vehicle is being traced as well in terms of who owned it, was it stolen? There are many different things that have to be done, but the fact that they have a suspect who is dead with some level of information about him that would give them a name that they can work with. I'm told it's a very common name, so they're being super careful about saying that they identified the very specific person. Again, with this incident coming on the heels of the vehicle attack in Germany around Christmas time and the 2 attempted assassination attempts on former President Trump, this is a time of super heightened vigilance and concern by federal law enforcement. And I can only imagine with the inauguration coming up that law enforcement around the country will be looking for additional information from the federal government about what they need to do to secure large-scale events and also any event or any kind of place where large numbers of people gather.
And I want to bring in ABC News contributor, former FBI agent Brad Garrett, for a little bit more on that. Brad, how do you go about putting together all the pieces to this puzzle, given how complex this attack was? This wasn't just a vehicle ramming, so much more to this.
That's where coordination and previous training, Diane, come together. There'll be a command post that's probably been set up since the early morning hours after this event, and you feed the information, at least initially, into that. But you have to do all these things simultaneously. That's why they have to be coordinated at one location. Specifically, having people do backgrounds on the on this alleged suspect, on the vehicle, on the gun, all the social media stuff, but it all has to come together because I've worked these high-profile violent events, and all the information had to come to me and 2 other people on a regular basis to figure out exactly what you do have, because the clock still is ticking a little bit until they can put a lid on this. Yes, did he act alone? My guess is probably, only based on the history of people that do car rammings, but we'll have to see. But all that stuff really has to be put to rest quickly to make sure that it's contained. While you're doing that, obviously, you're doing all of these other things to draw every piece of information from other agencies, from background checks, from where the car came from, the ID that he used to get the car, to get a weapon, etc. All of that has to go so you have a comprehensive picture among a select few people, experienced people, as to what you really have. That's really the key.
And former NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Boyce is no stranger to this kind of investigation. Robert, you're also no stranger to having to secure a city for an event like New Year's Eve, having obviously worked in New York City for decades. Talk to me about that part of it. What goes into securing an event like this where you know there are going to be crowds of people, and how surprised are you to hear that this pickup truck was able to make it onto Bourbon Street?
So, Diana, let's start with your preparation. There's a three-dimensional preparation in New York City. There's an elevated threat. Okay, it could be either from drones or fixed positions, say a sniper from a window. That has to be looked at initially. That's what you're scheming for. You look at the subterranean, the subways. People get to that location by using mass transportation because everything is frozen, it's shut down. So you really have to concentrate with a lot of resources there. And also the on-street stuff. So you're doing bag searches, you're looking at people, you have both plain clothes and uniform officers out there. And now you're looking at the vehicle threat. So in New York City, there's sand trucks that we shut down entire areas. There's a grid we know everybody's going to be at. And there's choke points to get into that grid, and so they're also manned with things like a truck to stop someone from breaching that choke point. These are things you look at all the time, and you have to because there's multiple threats. This particular incident has all the tradecraft of ISIS. From what we know now, it's a threat, vehicle-borne. And then all of a sudden you have secondary devices. You have IEDs and you have a firearm. So you're gravitating towards that right now without any more information. And this happened in New York City, so I'm well familiar, and I helped investigate it with the FBI. It's the incident on the West Side Highway in 2017, where with this individual, Saipov, breached a pathway, a bicycle path, and killed 8 people. So, and he also had secondary weapons as well. And so this is what goes along the same exact venue as this right now. Again, it's preliminary. It's just where we're going right now. So you really don't know exactly what you have. But as the day goes on, the hours spent. Additionally, it's a very distinctive vehicle. You could follow that on camera canvases all over the city. I'm sure that the FBI and local police are looking to where that white 150 Ford truck was prior to that.
And Aaron, you're learning more about how the suspect obtained that truck.
It appears that the truck had been rented through the car-sharing app Turo. We're in touch with the app, and we have not heard back as yet, but we have also been in touch with the owner of the truck, who confirms to us that he does indeed rent it out through the Turo app. He says he is now talking with the FBI. He would not tell us to whom he rented the vehicle, but he is talking to federal authorities now, Diane, and that's undoubtedly a good lead for them to start figuring out who had control of the truck as they work to identify the suspect.
And President Biden is now issuing a statement on the attack. Elizabeth Chelsea's at the White House with more on that. Elizabeth, what are you hearing from the president?
Yeah, Diane, we're just getting this statement in from President Biden. He says he has been briefed all throughout the morning on what he is calling a horrific incident in New Orleans. The president says the FBI is taking the lead in this investigation, is investigating the incident as an act of terrorism, and he thanks the brave and swift response of local law enforcement. He says he's directed his team to ensure every resource is available, including federal, state, and local law enforcement, and that he will continue to get updates throughout the day. The president right now is at his home in Wilmington, Delaware, expected to travel to Camp David later today. He says he'll continue to update on any developments as he gets them. Dan, we also have a statement just in from President-elect Donald Trump, who calls this an act of pure evil. He says our hearts go out to the victims, including the police officers who quickly responded to this incident in New Orleans. Diane.
Elizabeth Chelsea at the White House for us. And I want to bring in New Orleans Parish District Attorney Jason Williams. He's the DA for the parish where this attack happened. Jason, what's the latest you can tell me on this investigation? And so many questions being raised about how this was even able to happen.
So FBI is leading, as you know already. They're pulling on every thread to figure out the pattern of life of this individual just prior to this incident, the night before, the day before, who he last spoke with. Of course, certainly checking his devices. And we will be going back and looking at camera footage to figure out every place that he went leading up to this. Right now, you can see NOPD and other law enforcement officers who are working a grid in the French Quarter, checking trash cans, checking abandoned bags to make sure there are not any other explosive devices that are out there. They're checking parked cars, license plates, to make sure that there's nothing else tied to this horrific incident on Bourbon Street.
Can you tell us more about where they have found devices so far?
I'm not at liberty to discuss that right now. I don't want to jeopardize this investigation, and if anyone else was involved, I don't want to tip the hand.
And Jason, any response to complaints from at least one witness we've spoken to that there wasn't much law enforcement presence on Bourbon Street? He said a massive one on Canal Street, but not much on Bourbon Street, and that the steel barricades that normally would be expected to be in place for an event like this were not.
Yeah, we're looking into the issue with the barricades. That barricade is typically always up at dusk. Those barricades come up. It was a piece that we put in place when I was on the city council a few years ago to make it a pedestrian-only area after certain hours. And so we'll be looking into that. There was a heavy police presence. State police, NOPD, and others, and that's apparent by how quickly they responded to neutralize this threat. Any person hell-bent on causing harm who's willing to drive a vehicle into a crowd and then open fire on that crowd and on officers, and with the foresight to or the strategic planning of having explosive device as well to also cause more harm, that person was hell-bent on doing what they were going to do, and we certainly can't read their mind. Law enforcement can't, but they responded very quickly.
All right, Jason Williams, Aaron Katursky, Pierre Thomas, Brad Garrett, Bob Boyce, and Elizabeth Chelsea, thank you all. And we will have much more on this attack in New Orleans coming up right after the break. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Credit Karmaverse, a place where financial progress can happen at the speed of delight. Here we help you achieve your money goals fast, like improving your credit scores in a matter of days fast, so you don't have to wait around to see your hard work pay off. Oh, well done. Simply scan your screen to experience Intuit Credit Karma for yourself.
Mystery, shocking, sex, betrayal, lies, a bombshell, the greatest true crime stories.
2020, Friday nights at 9.
I'm Diane Macedo. You're watching ABC News Live special coverage of this breaking news in New Orleans. 10 people are dead and dozens injured after a man drove a pickup truck through a crowd on Bourbon Street. Police say the driver then came out of the truck and opened fire on officers, injuring 2 before he was then shot and killed. The FBI says improvised devices were also found in and around the scene of the attack, and at least one of those devices is being called viable. I want to bring in our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, for the latest on this. And Aaron, obviously the big concern now is there still a threat to public safety? And are there more devices out there in the area?
And to determine the answer to that question, Diane, the officers of the New Orleans Police Department are currently conducting a grid search. They are on foot, going block by block through the French Quarter. They are looking in trash cans and parked cars, every nook and cranny along the sidewalk, to see if they can find any suspicious items or possible additional explosive devices. At least 1, possibly 2, have been deemed viable. There have been a number of controlled detonations. We know that officers were also scanning the area from above using drones and security cameras that are in place in the French Quarter. That is one urgent priority. Another is to determine whether there was any potential help for the driver of the vehicle that mowed down that crowd and then opened fire on officers.
And I want to bring ABC News contributor, former FBI special agent in charge, Richard Frankel, for more on the investigation now. Because, Richard, so many questions. This isn't just the car ramming, right? There are at least 3 different parts to this attack. So how do you go piecing together how and why this happened?
Yeah, so they're going to be looking, as you said, this is a 3-pronged attack by one individual. So first they're going to be looking who inspired this? Is it ISIS inspired? Did this guy use an ISIS inspired playbook? You know, there's stuff throughout the internet that you can go on through the dark web, through the gray web, and get information that maybe he utilized in this attack. They're going to be looking at anyone he's had contact with over the years. You know, is there somebody who's assisting him? Is there somebody who taught him how to make these IEDs that are being found? Where did he train to shoot? Has he shot with other people? Is there anyone that not only did he know and work with and talk with, but that may be part of this terrorist attack? Is there anyone who's going to take that forward step and take it to the next level and maybe do something in the next day or so? Is it only in the New Orleans area, or is this something that is more widespread? Right now, we just don't know. But this is what the FBI is going to be looking at. Is this a lone terrorist who acted on his own and taught himself this, or were there others who assisted him in these attacks? They're going to be looking, you know, throughout his entire life, his social media and everything, to really dig down and find out more about this guy. They're also going to be, as Aaron said, they're going to be looking at the truck. You know, they understand that they know where he rented it, but, you know, was anyone with him when he rented it? Where did the truck come from? As Chief Boyce said, they're going to be looking at videos. They're going to be following any videos that they can to go backwards and see where this truck came from. And maybe they're going to be able to identify the originating location where this subject started his attack from.
And witness Dan McPhee was on Bourbon Street when the attack happened, says he witnessed it. I want to bring Dan on to talk a little bit more about that. And Dan, first of all, I'm so sorry to you that you had to see this and that this is how you're starting off your new year. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened and what you saw?
Yeah, you know, we were wrapping up the night, and we were leaving my hotel room because we needed to get an Uber for some of the people we were with that night or early this morning. So we walked out to Canal Street, and we were waiting there for the Uber, and there was a white F-150 at a stoplight, and while we were waiting, I heard tires screeching, and that drew my attention to the white pickup, and it made a right-hand turn onto Bourbon, and it was heading directly towards me and the female friend I had with me, and basically wrapped my arms around her and threw ourselves to the right in the vehicle. I don't remember exactly if it hit me or if some debris, but we were flown into the air and came down on the sidewalk. And then the vehicle did hit a gentleman that I was standing beside. And while we were down on the ground, it appeared that he was breathing, and then the woman behind him didn't appear to be breathing, and the vehicle continued down the road. The police immediately started to push us back away from the people so that they could attend to him. And it seemed like a short time passed, and then we heard the gunshots rung out, and we were sat on the sidewalk basically while we waited for medical attention.
Dan, police are saying the vehicle got around police barricades. Were you able to see how?
My recollection is that they do have barriers. I believe they can raise and lower. I don't believe they were up. I didn't see any that were up. I was kind of surprised that the vehicle was able to get as far as it did. Just considering the amount of people that were on Bourbon Street, they did have those metal gates that they were able to move back and forth. I don't know if they were down just for the Uber drivers and Lyft drivers to get through, but I don't remember seeing them up.
And Dan, were you able to see any law enforcement response after the vehicle passed you?
Yes, there was a lot of, I believe they're state troopers here. They're in green uniforms rushing down the street. The police did push us back. They pushed us back as far as the Hyatt Hotel. So there was a large police presence there. And all through the night, there was a large police presence.
Dan, how are you now? And the friend you were with?
I believe we're all right. Fortunately, we had some, bumps and bruises and scrapes, but other than that, no serious injuries. I haven't been in contact with the people we were with that night. We met that New Year's. We were having a good time, and I believe everybody was discharged from the hospital early this morning with a clear bill of health.
And Dan, having witnessed this attack and knowing now, obviously, the massive investigation underway, what questions do you want answered?
To be honest, I guess it's a long-reaching question. Is why do people have to do this? It's not doing any good. It's not helping any cause. It's frustrating, to see, copycats out there, and they look at, other fanatics, and they just want to, cause destruction, and they don't understand that, that minuscule impact they have on society that has a huge impact on individuals and families, and it's just nonsense.
And Dan, were you able to see the driver at all throughout this attack? You say the car was heading straight for you. Did he say anything? Did he do anything? Any facial expression you noticed?
No, all I could remember is, and it's just replaying in my head, is just seeing the front end of the car coming at us. So, or truck. That's really all. I didn't have time to look in through the windows at all. It was just a focus on the vehicle and getting out of the way.
Well, I'm glad you reacted the way that you did. It sounds like that quick reaction saved your life. Dan McPhee, we appreciate your time today. I'm sure this is difficult to talk about. We appreciate you sharing your story with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I want to go to ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett for more on that. Brad, when you listen to these eyewitness accounts, what sticks out to you in terms of, that's something investigators are going to need to look into?
So, I mean, even starting with, let's just go back a little bit to these bollards that they have in the ground that were down. I mean, that's a huge security breach based on the threat level currently worldwide. That's going to be a starting point for that. But setting that aside, you still have to look at the small things, or appear to be small, but drill down into them with specificity. In other words, the firearm, the truck, the IEDs, and the background of the suspect. It's the small things like, can they link, for example, that this suspect ordered the components of the IED? In those communications, I assume that they're into at this point, did he talk to anybody else? What is the trail of the weapons? Because you're looking again for tentacles. You're looking for other people that may have no direct involvement in this, but help facilitate him either unknowingly or knowingly. his background will also give you some of that. So if you pull all of those things together, and then you also look at his sophistication. Now, obviously, you don't have to be super organized to ram a car and run it into people. But I'm suggesting, how much coverage did he take in reference to renting the vehicle? Did he use his real name? Did he use another name? Also with a firearm, assuming he purchased it. It gives you, I guess, pre-planning that he's trying to cover his tracks as much as possible. Now, only based on history, many of these attacks like this usually end in the suspect killing himself or forcing law enforcement to kill him. Now, based on what we know, law enforcement, and clearly rightly so, killed him because he was firing at them. If you take all of those things together, it gives you sort of A, sophistication, B, pre-planning, and perhaps motive. And you're looking for all of those things. The first three in particular, because that helps you sort of deal with the immediacy of the situation. You're always looking for connections to these people. Granted, most of the time they are alone. They've self-radicalized themselves, perhaps. We'll see if he or she fits that profile. But all that's important.
It sure is, and I know a lot of those questions still left to be answered, and investigators will be staying on top of it, as will we. Aaron Katursky, Dan McPhee, Richard Frankel, and Brad Garrett, thank you. I'm Diane Macedo. The news never stops, and neither do we. We will be following that investigation into that deadly attack in New Orleans throughout the day. Much more after the break. Stay with us.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Money. Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
It's always a good time. That's what the show's about.
That's good.
Really good. Very good.
Coming in hot. Jimmy, coming in hot.
It's far from elementary.
Oh. Good morning, America. I'm not going to try to strut like Michael or anything.
I have known George a long, long time.
Have you ever gotten him to dance?
Look at that face.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in. I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'm in. That tells you something when Snoop Dogg's in. Michael, George, Lara, Ginger.
The news never stops. We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
Hurricane Helene screaming across the state, and that's why ABC News Live never stops.
Taking you to the center of the story. As news breaks live.
ABC News Live is there for you all morning live. Right there. As events unfold across the day, breaking down the day's top stories. ABC News Live Prime going there, wherever the story is. And ABC News Live lighting up the weekend. ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that live.
New Year's Eve celebrations, they're calling him Samsud Din Jabbar. Authorities are now working to determine whether he had any ties to ISIS. He's accused of ramming a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street, killing at least 10 people and injuring dozens very early this morning. Authorities say he then opened fire on responding police, injuring 2 officers before he was shot and killed. The FBI says improvised explosive devices were also found in and around the scene, with at least one of those devices deemed viable so far. Hotels in the area have been evacuated, and investigators are now doing a grid search for more potential devices. I want to bring in our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, who's following the investigation very closely. Aaron, what's the latest on this suspect and a potential motive here?
The suspect has been identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar, and authorities are now working to determine his citizenship, his military history, whether he has ties to New Orleans. A local congressman has told us that it appeared he was carrying identification that indicates he at least knew his way around New Orleans. We're trying to dig in as to what exactly that means, and authorities are now going through his background to determine why he carried out this attack on Bourbon Street at 3:15 a.m. local time, when authorities said he drove a rented pickup truck through a crowd, managed to get around any barriers that were in place, and not all of them, it seemed, that were supposed to be there were, then opened fire on law enforcement, also seemed to have managed to plant some kind of explosive devices, a number of which were deemed to be viable.
And I want to talk about that more with our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, because, Pierre, obviously people want to know who this guy was, why he did this, but it seems the even more pressing issue right now is, are there more devices out there?
Well, they're looking into that. Obviously, when they found these devices in or around his vehicle, they wanted to determine if they were viable. Again, our early reporting, and again, all of this is early, is that at least one of the devices was deemed viable. Right now, as Aaron said, the key is, who is Shamsuddin Jabbar? They want to know that, and I'm being told there's an urgent investigation underway to make sure they have exactly the right name in terms of who this person is. They're trying to determine if this person is a U.S. citizen or not, and that is the heavy focus. They want to have that tied down, if they can, before this 2 o'clock Eastern press conference, so they can begin to give people a sense of what this person's background and motive would be. Obviously, the fact that this was a multi-tiered attack involving the vehicle, as Aaron pointed out and you pointed out, a rifle of some sort involved in the attack on the officers, 2 of whom were injured. Also, the fact that this person clearly had some kind of planning involved, a multi-level attack, has law enforcement in a state of heightened concern across the country. We have the Sugar Bowl being played tonight. There are questions about that in terms of security. My sources are telling me that law enforcement officials around the country are asking questions of the FBI, trying to get more information to make sure this is a contained event to the city of New Orleans and not something that they need to be concerned about spreading. And I also am being told that there's great concern today, great concern about the potential for copycat sort of incidents. This comes just days after that incident in Germany, in which there was a vehicle attack against a crowd there. So obviously this is the concern going forward. But right now, heavy emphasis on determining who Mr. Jabbar is and everything that they can say about him to the public coming up shortly.
And I want to bring in Elizabeth Schulze at the White House. Elizabeth, the president has now issued a statement on this, as well as President-elect Trump. What are you hearing from them?
Biden says he has been briefed throughout the day from federal law enforcement and his Homeland Security team. He says in that statement his heart goes out to the victims and their families. He did briefly, Diane, speak with reporters. The president traveling today from his home in Wilmington, Delaware to Camp David. Here's what he said in his initial reaction to this incident.
You've all got my statement. I'll have more to say in the next hour or so following what's going on in New Orleans. And I'll be happy to do that.
Do you understand if the person crossed the border?
I'm not going to comment on any specific yet at all. I've contacted every agency in the federal government as well as the state. They're all coordinating to get to the bare facts. We know what the facts are.
Can you say if he was a foreigner or if he was a domestic?
I'm not going to say anything until I get all the facts in front of me.
Has the suspect been identified? Has the suspect been identified?
Again, I'm not going to comment until I speak to the group later. I've spoken to every member of the agency, from the CIA to our national security team, to our FBI, NSC, and we're gathering all the, and I spent a lot of time with the government, with the mayor.
What was your reaction when you heard what happened?
Well, the reaction was one of anger and frustration. Thanks.
You could hear Dan, the president there not commenting on the suspect, saying he expects he will have more to say later today. We did also get a statement from President-elect Donald Trump calling this an act of pure evil. He says our hearts are with all the innocent victims and their loved ones, and he is there to support the New Orleans Police Department, Diane.
And I want to bring in retired FBI agent, ABC News contributor Richard Frankel in as well. Richard, now that the FBI is saying that they are investigating this as an act of terror, they're now IDing the suspect here. What does that tell you about the direction this investigation is moving in?
So it's going to be exactly what I assume was happening from the beginning, is that they're going to continue going down to determine who this guy is and who he's associated with. Really, the main interest is this a lone wolf? Was it a one-time deal, or is he part of a group or some type of conspiracy that this is going to happen in other areas or other parts of New Orleans or continue on? If it's a lone wolf, it's a terrible act, but it's been contained, and now they'll investigate after the fact. If he's part of a large conspiracy, if he was inspired by ISIS or another group, and there were other people who were also so inspired to do something at the same time, that is of grave concern to the FBI and to other law enforcement. So they're going to be looking into that. Right now, we have no indications that that is in fact the case, but you want to get ahead of that. You want to make sure that if there is anything that could happen, that the FBI is getting in front of it proactively and doing what they can to stop it. They're going to continue on until they've got it fully covered as to who this guy is, where he came from, why he did it, and if there's going to be anything else.
And we're looking at video now of the truck. We also have video of the aftermath. I do want to warn viewers, this is graphic and maybe difficult to watch, but this is what witnesses are describing when they're talking about seeing the aftermath of this attack. And I want to bring in the Orleans Parish District Attorney, Jason Williams, for a little bit more on the investigation there, because, Jason, what we've heard from at least 2 eyewitnesses now, not only what they saw and how impactful that was, but also that they did not see those steel barricades that they expected to be in place to prevent an attack like this. I know they were in the process, New Orleans is in the process of replacing some of that, enforcement and some of those bollards. So what happened there? Why was this pickup truck even able to make it onto Bourbon Street during New Year's celebrations when you know it's going to be packed?
Yeah, so back in 2017, 2018, when I was on the city council before I was DA, this was soon after there had been a driving attack in Europe. We moved to put those metal automatic ballards up. It appears that there was some issue with debris being in them, and they were in the process of being replaced. It seems as the city council and some others had some questions about how quickly that was being done. They were not inoperable. They were inoperable at the time, and that appears to be how he was able to get there. There were police cars in place to block that area, but it does appear that they were inoperable at the time, based on my early investigation.
And any more explanation of that part of this? Here in New York City, we often see things like dump trucks used in place if there can't be a more permanent structure there to prevent exactly this kind of attack, which law enforcement had been warned to be on alert for. So any more on that?
All those questions are being asked. I was just in a briefing in which we were asking those exact same questions, and we're trying to get those answers now. There are RTA buses, garbage trucks that are being mobilized now to make sure that any other areas are protected as well.
And I want to bring in our ABC News contributor, former NYPD Chief of Detectives, Robert Boyce, no stranger to investigations like this or to trying to secure an area for New Year's Eve, having worked obviously in New York City for quite some time. Robert, what's your reaction to the fact that this attack was even able to happen and to where the investigation stands now?
Sure. So right now, as Rich said before, we have an identified perpetrator. We need to know if he's a lone actor a lone wolf actor, or is he part of a bigger something? That's really important. We have a couple things going on today. We have the Sugar Bowl, we have the Peach Bowl and Rose Bowl. All these gatherings here to watch football games. That's a nationwide threat right now. Going back to shutting down streets and perimeters, using sand trucks, whatever you have available. If those bollards were removed for any reason or inoperable, you could put cement dividers there, cement lines, trucks, slabs, whatever you can, to prevent people from coming into that area. Remember, there was no traffic on Bourbon Street. It was just too many people, so you shut it down. Therefore, you have to create a perimeter that's impenetrable by any kind of vehicle-borne attack. And so that'll be the after-action report when going forward here, and why it wasn't done. It's just because these protocols are across the nation. We all do this in urban environments to ensure civilian safety. So that's all part of it as well.
And Jason, I want to talk more about those events because this is a busy time in New Orleans. Not only, obviously, is New Year's Eve huge there. You have the Sugar Bowl there tonight, the Super Bowl coming up next month. How is the city going about guaranteeing safety at those events if it couldn't prevent a pickup truck on Bourbon Street on New Year's morning?
You know, I've been having some conversations with city leaders about whether or not the game goes forward, and that determination still has to be made, whether that will happen today or whether it'll be pushed back. This was clearly an act of terror, and I think we all need to be very circumspect because this investigation is still very fluid to find out who else may have been involved. I think it would be prudent for other cities who are hosting large events, bowl games and the like, to take notice of what we're dealing with right now in this very volatile scene, to make sure that they are putting everything in place that needs to be in place to protect large crowds.
How confident are you that you can either get that together in time for the Sugar Bowl tonight, or at the very least in time for the Super Bowl next month?
Well, I can tell you they're about everybody from on the national, state, and local level has been in a room since early this morning talking about this open and fluid investigation, about the events that are coming up later on today or this evening potentially, and the events that are coming up later on in the year. New Orleans has been punching above its weight for a very long time, hosting large events. We host more large events than any other city our size, and you can rest assured that there's a lot of tough questions being asked in these rooms that I'm in right now. One, determining what happened here, and determining who's involved here, and determining what other steps need to be taken to make sure that there's no other loss of life or injury.
And I want to bring in our chief investigative correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre, I understand you have some new info on the suspect now?
I do, and I want to be very precise, Diane. I'm just going to read this new statement from the FBI. This is the most update and detailed information we have from an official source. It says, quote, today at approximately 3:15 a.m., an individual drove a pickup truck into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing at least 10 and injuring dozens of others. After hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire and the suspect was pronounced dead at the scene. 2 law enforcement officials were injured and transported to the hospital. Now we have new information on the suspect. The suspect has been identified as 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, a U.S. citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to have been rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came in possession of the vehicle. Now, this is a key new detail. An ISIS flag was located in the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the suspect's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. It also goes on to talk about weapons and a potential ID located inside the subject's vehicle as well. So this is the latest information the FBI has on the situation. They're continuing, as they say, to look at these devices to see if they're viable. They make it clear again that the FBI is the lead investigation, but clearly this new information identifying the suspect, giving his age as 42, a U.S. citizen from the state of Texas, and they also believe that he had an ISIS flag in the vehicle, which raises all kinds of concerns about, was he inspired by the organization online or somehow directly connected to that particular terrorism organization.
And let's bring that question to ABC News contributor, former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Brad, how do you go about figuring that part out now? If this guy, assuming that flag signifies what we think it does, right? How do you figure out if this is just someone who was kind of a fan of ISIS and inspired by them, or someone officially working with the organization?
So you can start with history, and history tells us that these tend to be lone actors, yes, inspired by ISIS, but online, but acting alone. So we'll see if he fits that. Whether he fits it or not, Diane, you still have to figure out who helped him directly or indirectly. For example, did he know how to build IEDs? Probably not. Did ISIS teach him through videos that you can go online to their sites and actually learn how to build IEDs? All of that becomes important, because is there maybe not there with him at the scene, but who facilitated him to end up doing what he did this morning? So that's going to be, in my view, the real key is the other players may be indirect, because that also can take you to other potential leads. Not necessarily maybe in reference to him, but maybe identifying other people that are in the process of being radicalized because they're dealing with the same recruiter or a person in ISIS that spends his or her day trying to talk people into doing what happened this morning.
And Aaron, how much more do we know about the logistics here? How he got that car, how he got the gun, how he got these devices, and so on?
Authorities are working to determine all of that, but it appears the truck was rented from through an app, the Turo app, which is a car-sharing app in Texas, and the authorities have been in touch with the person who rented the suspect the vehicle. We also were able to reach that person's family. They're obviously quite distraught that this rented truck was involved in something like this. The authorities are scheduled to brief about, 40 minutes from now, Diane. They may have more to say about all of these things if they were able to trace the firearm, if they were able to get more information from the vehicle. But that vehicle was initially a trove of information. They have the license plate. They were able to trace right away who they were looking at. They also had, as you see in the photo there, the pole sticking out from the back of the cab and back of the flatbed part of the truck with what the FBI now confirms was an ISIS flag. They knew right away what this appeared to be.
So, Robert, walk us through what happens now when you have a scene like this. A three-pronged attack here. First, obviously, ramming that crowd with the truck, then opening fire, then investigators finding these devices in and around the scene. How do you go about now piecing this together when you're working on the ground?
So, Diane, eerily similar to the Sepulveda attack in New York City in 2017. We saw the secondary weapons involved both times. We saw the flags within the car both times. And we don't know if he's radicalized. A U.S. citizen, did he get radicalized online, or did he go to the camps? Because we have another individual, Conor Rahimi, who was from New Jersey, a U.S. citizen, and went to camps to get radicalized and created a terrorist attack in September of 2016. So that's what they have to look at right now. Who was he talking to? Who did he speak with? Is there anybody else here involved that we should know about immediately? And therein lies the threat right now. The crime scene is the crime scene. It's closed-ended. The perpetrator's dead. So now we have to look at everybody he's attached to in his life, where he became radicalized, and what teachings was he looking at. And anybody he could have been talking to, self-radicalized with. That's important.
And earlier I spoke to eyewitness Jimmy Cawthorn, who was there on Bourbon Street when the attack unfolded. Here's his account of what he saw this morning. Jimmy, I know this is really difficult to talk about, so we thank you for sharing your story with us. Can you tell me how this all started and what you saw?
Just a regular night. A friend of mine had never experienced New Year's on Bourbon, so I decided to take him. I was the designated driver, so I was sober, remember everything. Everything was fairly normal for a New Year's in New Orleans. We were heading back towards Canal, when it looked like just a large commotion or something was going on up there. We weren't really wanting to fight through that. We just figured it was just some nonsense. So we ducked off into a nightclub, and within 2 minutes of being in there, 4 or 5 frantic females run in, duck under tables, get out from under the tables, run some more. So figuring New Orleans for New Orleans, we thought it was a shooting or something going on that was going to follow into this club. We ran upstairs to the balcony, knowing there was a balcony up there and it would be our better spot. And once we got out there, what we seen wasn't anything I wish anyone else to see. Just a melee of movie prop looking bodies, mangled for both directions. The beginning, we were closest to Iberville, so pretty much right where it started. And it's what I would think is its worst, because those people had no heads up, and the footage you're showing there, that is some of the footage that we did not want to share on Facebook, but that is a mother. She had a wedding ring on her finger. Just the body's positioning, the terrible. And the gentleman down there, he had tire marks on his stomach when they rolled him over to check on him. He also had tire marks on his back. He was completely crushed. I mean, there was an easy 6 instantly visibly deceased, just based on body position and blood and more graphic details. And they wouldn't let us. I mean, it was minutes, several minutes after witnessing this, they wouldn't let us outside. And I'm trained in CPR, personal response, and all of that due to the nature of my job, and they wouldn't let anyone go help. And I understand. And also at that time, you had the green military-style officers on foot, probably 10 of them running down Bourbon towards the direction the truck went with M16s. They basically kept us where we were for about an hour and a half or so while they secured the scene. And yeah, we were just left in there with our thoughts and visions.
Jimmy, you say that after you went up, you saw police following this truck on foot with their guns out. Can you talk to me about what you saw from that point?
Those green officers there, several like them, I can't say if it's those exact ones, but at least 10 of those were coming from Canal on foot, M16s, ready position, down Bourbon. But the truck was completely out of sight.
And you said you initially thought it might be a drunk driver. What's your reaction now to hearing law enforcement say this not only was an intentional act, but they're investigating it as an act of terror?
Well, watching my local news and hearing that they've already detonated a couple of IEDs, I feel a lot more lucky than I did 6 hours ago, because this guy at any point could have threw those out the window. He could have shot us, at us. I mean, it's hard to contemplate all the what ifs when all you see are these bodies. And you can't imagine someone would want to do this on purpose. I mean, all these people were somebody's special people. And this morning, they're not going to be there.
And again, that was witness Jimmy Cothran, who was on Bourbon Street when the attack happened. That's his account of what he saw. And I want to bring in Congressman Troy Carter of Louisiana's 2nd Congressional District. Congressman Carter, thank you for joining us. So many questions now, including part of what Jimmy told me earlier also was that the normal steel, he called them barricades, that are normally up during an event like this, he says weren't up. Another eyewitness who was there told me the same thing. He used the word bollards, but said that the bollards that are normally up were not, that he didn't see any kind of barricade there. Can you talk to me about that and what your reaction is to this attack and what you're hearing about it so far?
Well, obviously, the attack was a horrific act of terrorism, of cowardice, of someone who chose to take a number of lives. And we are employing every single resource from the federal government, from Homeland Security, from FBI, state police, local authorities in the area, NOPD and sheriffs and surrounding areas to make sure that we're securing the area, bringing resources to bear to identify if there were additional actors and to bring them to justice. It's an ongoing investigation, so I'm limited on how much I can share, but I will tell you this, that as it relates to those bollards, we're still trying to determine what was the case. It appears that the bollards may not have been in fully operation mode, but there was a police vehicle that was there to deter any vehicles from getting onto Bourbon Street. My understanding is that they may have gone around the police vehicle and gone through the sidewalk, and that's how they gained entry. That information is still being gathered. I was on the city council many years ago when we had these security bollards to do just that, to protect the community from ongoing traffic during high trafficked areas like the Super Bowl, Sugar Bowl, Mardi Gras, Essence Festival, New Year's Eve, or any other time when we have literally thousands of people on Bourbon Street. I have been in communication with Secretary Mayorkas, with the FBI, with the White House, with the Chief of Police, the Superintendent of State Police, the Governor's Office of Homeland Security, and others. There's a lot of questions that are still being answered. The public needs to know this, that every possible resource from the federal government on down is being used to secure the area, secure our community, and to bring these villains, if they're plural, because we know that the suspect was taken down by law enforcement. We are determining if there are others that may have been a part of this, and using every resource we can. Now we need the public to step back and allow the law enforcement to do their job. This is not a time to sightsee. This is not a time to come around to look and see. If you don't have any reason to be in or around the French Quarter, please, please stay in your hotel rooms, stay away, stay home, do safety checks on the rest of your relatives and friends, and let law enforcement do what they do. Louisiana and New Orleans is no stranger to high-profile events. We've had multiple Super Bowls. We have Sugar Bowl every year. We have Mardi Gras every year. We have Jazz Festival, and we know how to control these crowds. Of course, acts of terrorism is a different issue. The FBI is on the ground, and they are in charge of this investigation and doing everything possible to secure the area and secure our residents and our visitors alike.
And Congressman, we now have the suspect's name from law enforcement. Anything more you can tell us about him, and any updates on the death toll?
It looks like the death toll is at 15, with 25 that are injured or in local hospitals now. Some have been released with broken arms and broken bones. We have 2 police officers that are in that mix. One was struck by a firearm and other was apparently pinned by the vehicle and may have a broken shoulder. No fatalities among law enforcement. Unfortunately, we appear to have lost some 15 individuals, and our hearts and prayers go out to the family members and survivors of those individuals. Obviously, we aren't releasing any names at this time. The individual that was taken down appears to be someone that came in to Louisiana via a rented vehicle, and we have that individual's name, as you mentioned, and we are expeditiously investigating his social media, investigating any leave-behinds in the way of manifestos or any clues that may have been left as to who else may have been a part of this. And again, as I stated earlier, every resource will be used to identify them and bring them to justice. We will not in any way cower to or bow down to terrorist acts. We're Americans, and this is America, and we will fight to protect all of our people.
And Congressman, you mentioned that New Orleans has been home to many events before, including the Super Bowl. The city's getting ready to host the Super Bowl again in February. What are you hearing in terms of the Sugar Bowl, though? Because there have been many conversations saying that, well, some at least saying that it should not go forward today.
Well, listen, number one is public safety, bar none. Number one is public safety. Every measure will be taken in that accord. Listen, this is not our first rodeo. We have a very strong history of being able to protect and manage these high-profile events. However, there are a lot of moving parts in this case. There are a lot of investigations that are going on. And while no decision has been made if the game will be played tonight or not, you can rest assured that we are doing everything in our power to make sure that we have the safest event for our visitors and our citizens. If, in fact, the game goes on, it is because we are secure in the fact that we have arrested this situation and can provide top-notch security to all of our citizens. New Orleans has done it consistently. We are a convention town, and we have the expertise with our local and federal partners to protect its citizens. Right now, we are securing everything to make sure that we have left no stone unturned as it relates to keeping the public safe.
And Congressman, do you feel that same level of confidence with the Super Bowl coming on February 9th?
I absolutely do. I think that this is an opportunity for us to redouble our efforts to make sure that people who will come to New Orleans, as they have for many, many years, feel safe and secure and know that every resource that's available anywhere else in our country will be available in the city of New Orleans to make sure that the Super Bowl and tonight, the Sugar Bowl, goes on with the utmost level of safety and security.
All right, Congressman Troy Carter of Louisiana, we appreciate your time today, Congressman. Thank you. And Aaron, in terms of the Sugar Bowl, I know this has been up in the air all day. Any more on that?
Well, the city of New Orleans has not confirmed, but we are starting to hear the possibility that the Sugar Bowl will be postponed, not outright canceled, but postponed. We're still waiting for official word from the city and from the organizers, but we know law enforcement is still, as we speak, searching the nearby French Quarter for explosive devices potentially, and law enforcement is quite distracted. So as the congressman reflects, the need for public safety appears to take precedence over college football at the moment.
And I want to bring in Pierre Thomas, because Pierre, we heard Congressman Troy Carter there saying to the public, if you have no need to be in the French Quarter, please stay out of the way, let law enforcement do their job. But law enforcement is also asking for the public's help if they do have any information that could be helpful. Can you talk a little bit more about that angle and what people who were there last night or maybe know someone who was could do right now to help?
I do. We have a specific request from the FBI, similar to what you saw the NYPD do when we had that CEO killed recently in New York. They're asking directly for the public to help them in the investigation. The FBI is asking that the public reach out to a digital tip line that they've set up, and it's at www.fbi.gov/Bourbon Street Attack. And they're also asking people to call in to 1-800-CALL-FBI. The other thing I want to point out, Diane, is in this moment, just to give you a sense of how dangerous the situation remains, they are meticulously going through the French Quarter because the FBI in their statements did point out that other potential IEDs were located in the French Quarter. So beyond the weapons and the IED, potential IED found in the vehicle, they did in fact find other potential IEDs in the French Quarter. So noting that they found some already, clearly there's an urgent effort to see if there's anything else that they have not yet uncovered. So that crime scene is still very active and potentially dangerous.
And Rich, we heard the term grid search before for how they're going about trying to ensure that they've found all the explosive and potential explosive devices. Talk to me about that process. How meticulous is it? How do you do it? And how careful does law enforcement have to be here that they are sure that they've covered the ground needed before they can open this area up again?
Yeah, so they're going to be doing a grid search going across the entire Bourbon Street area and probably out a little bit further, especially if they found other potential IEDs in the French Quarter. So they're going to be going. It's agents, task force members basically spread out and walking along the entire area, making sure that there's no area that has not been looked at. And as they go along, if they find something that might be an issue, then they call in the experts and they'll come and look at that that bag or that package or whatever it is and determine whether it's a potential IED or if it's just something that might have been left behind because everyone ran away last night and may have dropped it after the initial attack by the terrorists. So this is going to be very meticulous, and it's going to take a while because, again, they're going to want to make sure that nothing is hidden. If they go into a corner, they're going to make sure that there's nothing hidden in the corner. Under the bushes, it's going to take a while for them to do it. And again, they're doing it very safely because if they do find an IED, somebody doesn't want to kick it by accident or do something that might cause it to go off. So it will take a while, but I believe by the time they're done, when they call it safe, it will be safe for everyone to go back and for the general public not to have to worry about any IEDs in the area.
And again, for anyone just joining us, we are now hearing at least 15 people dead in New Orleans after a driver rammed a pickup truck through a crowd on Bourbon Street. Police say that suspect then opened fire on officers. 2 officers are injured. The suspect was shot and killed. And now we're learning more of the suspect's name and more on the investigation. Brad, when you look at an attack like this, right, it's not just about the vehicle ramming. You're talking about a 3-pronged attack. First, obviously, with the truck, but then to get the gun to execute the shootout part of this, the device is found in and around the scene that law enforcement is still searching for right now. What does that tell you about the kind of suspect you're dealing with and the potential associations or affiliations?
So that it was planned well in advance. He didn't pull together X number of IEDs, a handgun, and a rented truck in a day. This is something that he's probably scoped out before. It'll be interesting to see, Diane, if he has any history in New Orleans. He apparently came from Texas, supposedly. I think that's where his history is, but we'll see. But it really tells you also, because these are sort of textbook 3 variables, ramming, firearms, explosives, that ISIS does teach people. If it's ISIS that's has some involvement in that maybe radicalizing him. But it tells me that they're clearly on the right track here, that this is a guy probably, maybe, acted alone, but had some help, or at least facilitated him to do whatever he did. And it is important to figure that out. But it is something that's just didn't happen. It was planned, and he was determined. And like so many people that go to these mass casualty events, they're also suicide missions. And obviously that's what this turned into. He forced the police, and rightly so, to kill him because he's shooting at them. But, another sad reality of perhaps online recruiting.
And Jason, obviously a lot of questions about why this happened, the motive, how it happened. But the biggest concern now is public safety. Not only keeping people out of the French Quarter while law enforcement conduct these searches, but also when it comes to the Sugar Bowl. A lot of debate this morning over whether or not the Sugar Bowl should go forward. What's the latest on those talks? What can you tell us?
So the game has been officially moved from tonight to tomorrow night at the same time. And I think that was done out of an abundance of caution. No matter whether or not this person whether or not this was a homegrown attack or not, this was terrorism. This was an attack on an American city. This was an attack on our country and our way of life. and we have to respond. And the game is going to move forward tomorrow. As of right now, it's only being postponed one day, and the investigation is active and will remain active.
How big is this undertaking right now, given the broad scope of this investigation now and how quickly it's escalated in just a few hours?
This is as big as it gets. This is federal, state, local partners in law enforcement working nonstop in coordination to, one, continue to investigate this very large crime scene that is currently being preserved. The deceased are still present on Bourbon Street. This is a frightful morning and a frightful scene. Investigators are still looking for other explosive devices. In addition to making sure that all these folks that have come into town can continue to be safe and making determinations about how and when the game will go forward.
And Jason, we heard Pierre talking earlier about how the public can help people who are there with perhaps videos, images. Do you have an appeal out to the public, letting them know, asking them for any information they might have?
Absolutely. I mean, the public, they're the best players on the field when it comes to solving crime and figuring out how things happen. And we do that very often with crimes that aren't associated with terrorism. And they are the ones who give us the clues that we need to get closer to who all potentially was involved in this thing. And that appeal will continue to go out. And that's not just in the city of New Orleans. This person drove into the city. This person rented a car from outside of the city and drove into it. So if there's any information in any city that he might have passed through, any information they can provide about who he was with or who he met with, all of that is extremely valuable to the work that we're trying to do right now.
And what is the latest on what law enforcement has uncovered so far? He was from Texas. What more can you tell us?
He's from Texas. It appears that he was radicalized. I don't want to get into any of the other information that we know now, as it could jeopardize and molest going after anyone else that was potentially involved or associated with him. I just want to be prudent at this time.
Do you have any indication that that he had some kind of assistance in this?
You know, the last expert who was talking was absolutely right when he described this was strategic. These explosive devices, we don't know whether or not he had experience in making them, which might mean someone else helped him make these devices before he came into the city of New Orleans. We just don't have all of that information right now, and that is what we're desperately trying to find out, because that tells us how safe the public is moving forward.
And Pierre, there wasn't a law enforcement alert that went out ahead of the holidays warning law enforcement about potential vehicle attacks like this one, but this has taken on another level with a three-pronged attack here. What do you make of that?
Well, law enforcement has been concerned, and we have seen them in recent years put out these kind of warnings, and they've really been animated about this since the October 2023 attack in Israel, that we're in this heightened threat environment, perhaps the most dangerous threat environment since 9/11. And I recently had a conversation with a senior law enforcement official, very senior law enforcement official, and this person expressed great concern that in between administrations, as you transition from one administration to the next, that potential bad actors would view this as a vulnerable period of time. And it's just very sad to say that this person's thoughts and concerns we've seen play out over the last few hours.
So, Brad, where do you go from here with an investigation this large? How do you decide which avenue to pursue first?
So as you're pursuing all of this, Diane, simultaneously, the weapons, the IED, the recruitment, his background, the vehicle, it all has to come into, as I mentioned earlier, a centralized command post. And they make the decisions because they are the knowledge base. They are seeing the pieces of information on the firearm, on the vehicle, etc., the background of this suspect. And then they prioritize it based on that. Now, clearly, you prioritize based on safety to start with. In other words, are they getting any information that would suggest this guy is associated to other people that might be planning a version of the same thing, you're going to act on that as quickly as you can. And so that's what drives the priority. But also information can be difficult to follow up on if you wait too long. People leave. People decide not to talk to you. They destroy documents. They wipe out their social media sites, whatever it might be. So that's sort of the key, and that's how you prioritize.
And Richard, we talked about the public's help, also people who knew this suspect. How much does even small pieces of information help in trying to piece together things like how he was radicalized and what motivated him to do this?
Yeah, anything that you know about this individual, if you know something about it, is important to law enforcement. It's going to build that picture of who this person is. It's going to possibly indicate why he was radicalized. It may indicate how he was radicalized. It may indicate that there were other people who were being radicalized with him. And that's as important as anything at this point, because we want to know if this is a conspiracy or if this is something where he was lone inspired by ISIS. We're really not sure at this point as to why he did it or if he did it with anyone. But every little piece is going to help. You're building, you're building a puzzle with 15,000 pieces, and each piece, while by itself may not indicate anything, when you put it all together, you're going to have that picture. So if, as NYPD has said, as the FBI has said, if you see something or if you know something, you should let law enforcement know, because it could be that one little piece that helps expose more of the picture.
And Robert, in terms of the investigators on the ground now, what goes into this stage of the operation? Trying to, for example, secure the area and make sure there are no explosive devices.
As someone said earlier that people drop bags and they run. That's understandable. They have to be rendered safe at that point. So it's an arduous test. Going on operationally, before the FBI released his name, I will guarantee you they've breached his residence wherever he lives and have secured that residence and is going to his computers right now. So that's where we are. Probably this happened earlier this morning, because these things happen very fast with a lot of resources poured into this thing. So that data is all being examined to see if this was a lone wolf, and that's the big issue, or was it a series of other people involved as well? And can we expect more violence? So that's what you're looking at right now. That this location on Bourbon Street will be down for a couple of days, to be perfectly honest with you. You have to look at every little aspect of the thing and see where he was. Did he stay in the city that night? Did he speak with anybody? His phone? All those things are being processed right now. Where was he? Did he drive into the city today? Or did he stay in the outskirts or just come right in for this event? Those things, a timeline is important to develop, and it's being done right now. And I guarantee you a large part of that timeline has already been determined.
And Aaron, it looks like they're already trying to look into those aspects of the suspect here.
It does. We are getting some reports that there are authorities at a location nearby that may be associated with the suspect, but as Chief Boyce rightly points out, they will be running down any known location, including his hometown, any known family members. They're going to look online, any kind of social media profile. But already that work is underway as they work to determine a motive. Look, they had a pretty good indication from the ISIS flag that the FBI says was flying in the back of the truck that this was an act of terrorism and that the suspect may have taken some inspiration from ISIS. Now they'd like to flesh that out a little more.
And I want to bring in Council Member Oliver Thomas from the City Council there, part of this parish. He's also the chair of the Criminal Justice Division. Councilman, thank you for joining us. First, just your reaction, how you found out about this attack and your reaction when you did.
Well, I was coming from a family celebration. Here in New Orleans, we celebrate New Year's also. It's not just about the Sugar Bowl or the game or the tourist event of the national football game. So I was at a family event. I had lost my mom a little over a year ago, and we were celebrating lost ones and loved ones in our family. And my mom's birthday was just last month around Thanksgiving. So we went from there, uplifting the memories of our loved ones, celebrating, bringing in the new year, to trying to get what we thought was some sleep, to getting a message about people being taken to the emergency room. And I went to the emergency room, about 6 o'clock, 6:15, and spent 3 or 4 hours there with the victims, family members, and the medical professionals who were, we're not giving them enough credit at University Hospital and the hospitals in this community, many who came back to work, as well as I got a chance to talk to the family members and the two New Orleans police officers who were there having their wounds and their injuries taken care of.
Councilman, what are they telling you in terms of what they saw happen at around 3 a.m. this morning?
Yeah, great question. It was an individual who actually went around the barricades, went around police officers, and was intent on harm and destruction, taking people's lives and causing as much damage as humanly possible. So I don't know what could have been done with someone who their mission was to kill, harm, and cause a level of destruction probably beyond. One of the big discussions at the hospital was the two officers who were there having their injuries taken care of. Had they not, with the other two who weren't injured, had they not neutralized or stopped this perpetrator, this evil perpetrator, thousands more people could have been killed or hurt. So they were heroic in what they did and risking their lives to stop potentially from more people being killed or injured.
And I wanted to get your reaction to the questions being asked now about security and the barriers there. We've now had 2 eyewitnesses say that there was no significant barrier up, that they didn't see the normal bollards or the steel barriers that they expect to see. A lot of questions are being raised at just simply how a pickup truck made it onto Bourbon Street on a night like New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. What's your response to that, and what are you pushing for now?
Yeah. Well, my response is the response that the police chief gave when she said, and I'm sure she'll address it again, this person drove around the barricades on the sidewalk into the crowd. Bollards, Godzilla, King Kong wouldn't have stopped that. So we can second guess a lot of different things, but law enforcement agencies all over the country right now that are hosting events are meeting now to talk about how do we stop, neutralize, mitigate, or prevent these kinds of events. Though Bourbon Street is our street, it's one of the most iconic streets in the world, and though New Orleans is an international tourist site, this was really an attack on our freedom, just like 9/11 was. This was an attack on our way of life. And we're not only resilient here, we're going to continue to fight to make sure that maybe we can't prevent events like this, but to make sure that the public is as safe as possible. Look, let's not forget, there are many people who are questioning New Orleans law enforcement and security, but we train other people around the world on security and hosting events. We do Jazz Fest, Sugar Bowl, NCAA, Mardi Gras, French Quarter Fest, 900,000 people, Essence Fest, Bayou Classic. So, our officers were prepared, but how do you prepare for someone who's not only prepared, but hell-bent on taking lives and causing destruction? I'm going to let the law enforcement officials talk about what could have been, should have been, and how do we mitigate it moving forward. My concern now is for the confirmed victims, their families who've lost their lives, and the officers and the people who are recovering now.
All right, Councilmember Oliver Thomas, we appreciate your time today, sir. Thank you. And I want to go to ESPN reporter Laura Rutledge, who's been speaking to the teams. The Sugar Bowl has now been postponed. Laura, what are you hearing from the teams and the reaction to this game being moved?
Yeah, well, certainly a football game pales in comparison to the importance of the tragedy that we're talking about here. But it is an element of this conversation as we look to see what the next steps will be. And in speaking with Georgia team officials throughout the day, they have been waiting to gather more information. But while that's been going on, they have a shelter in place at their team hotel. They're on lockdown. Nobody is leaving. Nobody's coming in. They're making sure everyone is as safe as possible. And here in the stadium, they just opened it back up, the Superdome, recently, so we were able to get back into the stadium, but they had been sweeping it once again with dogs who can detect explosives. They had done that a couple days ago, and they felt the stadium was secure. They did it again just to make sure, but of course, taking every precaution possible. Georgia telling me they'll wait and see as they find out what's going to happen with this game going forward, but of course, they are paying attention to the victims that have dealt with this tragedy. And there is one Georgia student who is injured, was in critical condition. He is receiving medical treatment. They are keeping an eye on him as well. But we'll continue to gather information here as we look toward what will happen going forward for this Sugar Bowl.
And Laura, are you hearing any conversations about concerns about the Super Bowl that's also meant to be hosted in New Orleans early next month?
Well, certainly that's an aspect of this, right? And New Orleans is a city that has hosted many big events, as you were just talking about, and they're well prepared for that. There's been an influx of law enforcement here, the FBI. They've been meeting with college football playoff officials as well as Sugar Bowl officials, making sure that they're doing everything possible to ensure safety for everyone. So I believe that at this point, the focus is on this Sugar Bowl, this situation right now. They'll turn their attention to the Super Bowl, certainly, as they carry on. But there are so many people on the ground here to help with this that I imagine New Orleans will do everything possible to ensure that the Super Bowl is in good condition going forward.
All right, Laura Rutledge there on the field at the Sugar Bowl, the game which was supposed to be tonight, now postponed. Laura, thank you. And Senator Josh Hawley is now calling for public hearings with the Department of Homeland Security and FBI Director Christopher Wray over this attack in New Orleans. Our Elizabeth Schulze is at the White House. Elizabeth, what can you tell us about that?
You know, Diane, lawmakers from both sides of the political aisle are condemning this as a horrific attack, but we are starting to see more politics trickle into these statements. You heard Senator Josh Hawley, Republican from Missouri, say that he is asking the Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and the FBI Director Christopher Wray to publicly testify on exactly how this could have happened. And he wants those public hearings, Diane, to happen in the next 3 weeks before President Biden leaves office. Of course, inauguration set for January 20th. President Biden, for his part, says he has been updated on this all throughout the day. He did say he expects to be able to say more later today. We're still waiting for an update. He is at Camp David right now. But we did just get a statement in from Vice President Harris, who confirms, as we know, that the FBI is investigating this as an act of terrorism. She says any attack on our communities is reprehensible, Diane.
And again, for anyone just joining us, we are just getting the latest on this attack in New Orleans. It happened around a little past 3 a.m. As people were crowding the streets on Bourbon Street celebrating New Year's. Police say a white pickup truck drove onto Bourbon Street, ramming a crowd, killing 10 people. They say the driver then got out of the vehicle and opened fire, injuring 2 officers before the suspect was shot and killed. And police are now investigating as well devices that were found in and around the scene, as well as potential ties between that suspect and ISIS. Again, a lot of questions still left to be answered, and the investigation is still very much underway. I want to bring in our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky. Aaron, to reset a little bit, just walk us through the timeline of what happened here and the latest of what investigators have uncovered.
It was just after 3 a.m. local time. There were still crowds of people on Bourbon Street celebrating the new year when a white Ford pickup truck turned off of Canal Street, appears to have gone around a police car that was blocking the street up onto the sidewalk, and then sped down Bourbon Street, plowing into the crowd of people, killing now 15 people, according to the local district attorney, and injuring another 24 at least. The authorities say that as soon as that person exited the vehicle, he began firing at responding police officers. In fact, they had been responding to calls of shots fired, and 2 officers were struck by gunfire. They were taken to area hospitals in stable condition. Once the police shot and killed the suspect, they also discovered a number of IEDs. At least 1, 2, maybe more of them have been determined to be viable. And at this hour, the police are still conducting a search of the French Quarter, maybe even beyond, to see if there are any other devices that may have been planted. The suspect has been identified as Shamsud Din Jabbar, 42 years old. He's a U.S. citizen who had been living in Texas, but the authorities are also checking potential local ties to New Orleans. And in fact, there's some reporting that the police have been at a location where the suspect may have been staying, or at least that's associated with the suspect, as they continue to understand his potential affiliations. They do see that there was what the FBI is now calling an ISIS flag posted on the truck. So that gave them an early clue as to where inspiration for this attack may have come from.
And Pierre, they're also trying to secure that area now to ensure there aren't more explosive devices around. What's going into that part of this investigation and just trying to secure that scene?
Well, clearly these IEDs that were found in the vehicle and near the scene are the highest priority. They're checking to see if they're viable. We have been told by multiple sources at least one of them is viable. The other bit of information that we got from the FBI statement, which is the most detailed accounting we have so far, is that the ISIS flag was found inside the vehicle. They were very explicit in saying it was found inside the vehicle. Right now, there is an intensive investigation into the suspect, Jabbar's background. He is described as 42 years old. He apparently came in from Texas, rented this vehicle. There were multiple guns involved with this, a long gun, a rifle, we're told, and a handgun. And also, I'm being told that the devices will be potentially a wealth of information as well. Where were the parts bought? The gun, ATF is being brought in to trace the gun to find out when the gun was purchased, what was the chain of ownership of the weapon, also the vehicle, when was it rented, and they're doing a very detailed look at his social media footprint to see if there's any evidence of him being radicalized by ISIS. So many of these cases don't necessarily involve with people dealing directly with ISIS, the organization itself, but being inspired by ISIS. And also, they can even get instructions on how to, in terms of explosives. But clearly in this case, we will hopefully learn in this press conference whether they have any indication of whether the suspect was dealing directly with someone tied to ISIS. We had a recent case out of Oklahoma where they arrested a suspect who was communicating with an ISIS radical in Afghanistan. So nothing's being ruled out at this point other than the fact that the FBI is looking intensely at this person's background. Any residents associated with this individual will be checked. All friends, all associates will be interviewed as well. Again, this is a all hands on deck situation. We're coming with the inauguration upcoming. Law enforcement had already been in a very heightened state of concern. Sources telling me repeatedly, the FBI director and the Attorney General talking repeatedly about this is perhaps the most dangerous threat environment since 9/11, which raises the question, obviously, of why wasn't more done to make sure that that street could not be accessed by a vehicle that could pile into those, those citizens who were just trying to enjoy a New Year's holiday.
A press conference there. Officials in New Orleans are expected to update us really at any moment. You can see them getting set up there. And Pierre, you mentioned the big threat environment and the big events. Those include the Sugar Bowl that was supposed to happen tonight. That's now been postponed. New Orleans is also set to host the Super Bowl at the beginning of next month. So a lot of questions are now being raised, not only about this event, but can officials there provide enough security to ensure safety for those events to come? And again, we are just awaiting that presser, expecting to hear from officials in New Orleans. Aaron, while we wait quickly, we're hearing reports of a home in New Orleans blocked off now.
It's about 2 miles from downtown. The ATF has surrounded it. There's no smoke or anything visible, we're told, but there may have been a fire at the location. Neighbors are telling us it may have been used as an Airbnb, so perhaps a location the authorities want to check to see if the suspect may have stayed there prior to committing this attack, to see if any clues were left behind. But as the authorities gather, and you'll hear from the mayor here in a second, we may get some answers.
All right, and it looks like they are preparing. So let's listen in there to New Orleans officials updating us on this deadly attack.
All right, is everybody set? Everybody set? Is there more people coming? No.
Horrific attack. The FBI and our partners are working diligently to investigate and find.
Again, just waiting to hear from New Orleans officials here. The mayor giving us an update on this investigation into the attack on Bourbon Street early this morning. So far, we've heard 15 people killed. Of course, we will hear whether that number is confirmed now at this press conference. And also the latest, the Sugar Bowl has now been postponed. Let's listen in and see if we can hear that.
The FBI and our partners are working diligently to investigate and find answers on behalf of the victims, the citizens and residents of Louisiana, and everyone visiting the city. I'm going to provide you some facts and information about what we do know. I know that all of you will have questions, and we will try to provide some answers. But this is an ongoing investigation that's rapidly evolving. So there are some questions I will be unable to answer at this time. And fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire, and the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to local hospitals. The subject has been identified as 42-year-old Samsud Dim Jabbar, a U.S.-born citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to be rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came in possession of this vehicle. An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and potential improvised explosive devices
located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. As of now, 2 IEDs have been found and rendered safe. The FBI Special Agent bomb technicians, as well as our local law enforcement partners, have been working to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they'll work to render those devices safe. The FBI, we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. We're aggressively running down all of the leads to identify the possible subject's associates. We're working to ensure that there is no further threat. We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We're aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates. That's why we need the public's help. We are asking if anybody has any interactions with Samsud Dim Jabbar in the last 72 hours, that you contact us. The FBI is asking the public's help. We're asking anyone who has information, video, or pictures to provide it to the FBI. We have set up a digital tip line as well as our 1-800 number, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Please provide us with any information that can assist us in this investigation. Once again, thank you for your patience and assistance. For an updated statements or information, please check the FBI's website and our social media accounts. I will now turn over to Mayor Cantrell. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Agent Duncan, for your leadership and the full support of the FBI. First and foremost, I want to express my deepest condolences to the families and loved ones that were impacted by this tragedy on Bourbon Street and in the heart of the city of New Orleans. And I know that the entire New Orleans City Council grieves along right with me, no doubt about that, and our people and our families. My priority will continue to be to ensure that victims that remain on Bourbon Street now will be serviced and removed as soon as possible. But as stated, the FBI is in charge of this investigation and are doing everything necessary to make this happen. I also want to acknowledge hearing from President Biden, all of our federal partners, but most importantly, calling Governor Landry this morning, responded with haste. And we do say thank you. And of course, a demonstration of a unified support is right here in this room. That's how we collectively responded to this tragedy in the city of New Orleans. The mission now is to facilitate, support, and coordinate safety procedures to keep our residents and our visitors safe. I've gone to the hospital along with Chief Kirkpatrick to visit our police officers, and considering their injuries, they're doing well. As I mentioned, this investigation is ongoing, and the FBI remains the lead in the investigation. It is an active crime scene as well. We are committed, no doubt, to uncovering all details surrounding this tragedy. And we're taking every necessary step to put even more safety procedures in place, especially given the nature of the investigation. I'm going to ask people to do not go around our secured area if there is no essential need to do so. It matters, and again, it is an active crime scene. I also want you all to know that the Greater New Orleans Foundation has set up a fund to assist victims, and that information will be provided to you. Thank you, Ganoff. Again, I want to thank this unified team. We're leaning in. We will be relentless, and we will do everything that it takes to render real justice. This team will. I want to also just thank our citizens for your heartfelt prayers. New Orleans is a world-class city, and I can say that I've heard from world leaders all this morning and up until now, in addition to my brother and sister mayors across this country. They're calling, they're responding, and they're standing with the city of New Orleans. And what they always say and want me to reiterate, they understand the resilience of this community. And we're strong in that regard, and I will say second to none. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our governor, and as I mentioned, who has not wavered any in leaning in, providing the necessary support, and standing right here with me, and I say thank you, Governor. And I know the First Lady is standing with us as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Again, I want to thank the mayor. Since about 3:45 this morning, when she called me, we have all been working just around the clock to both secure the city and to solve this act. You know, again, I want to reiterate that our prayers go out with all of those who have been affected by this tragedy. I want to thank our law enforcement officers. I want to thank our medical personnel. I want to thank our first responders. And most importantly, I want to thank the two New Orleans police officers who not only laid their life on the line, but were able to eliminate the threat this morning. Let me say, we have made public safety a state priority from day one. And I think that if you look around me today, right now, and you look at the people who are standing around, that is their commitment as well. We intend to be transparent in assessing any defects that may have existed in the system so that we can address them. It's the only way to ensure that any mistakes that were made are corrected. Specifically, we have been trying and working very diligently to address security concerns in preparation for the Super Bowl since October. And it's interesting because, ironically, in preparation for the Super Bowl, I had intended to issue an emergency declaration tomorrow so that we could bring all of our federal, state, and local agencies to bear in preparation for the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. But because of the events today, I have amended that emergency declaration and issued it today. So again, that declaration will allow our federal, state, and local partners to bring all of the resources necessary to get this city safe. In light of that executive order, I have also ordered the mobilization of a military police company. I've asked General Freelou to mobilize a military police company to assist both New Orleans Police and LSP and the FBI. It is important for our citizens and guests of this state to know that we're doing everything we can to secure their safety in this city. We want to make it clear, the Superdome and the surrounding area is safe. But I've always said that the safety of this entire city is something that is always paramount to me. With that, I would like to turn it over to Jeff with the Super Bowl Commissioner. Jeff Dunley.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Obviously, we wish we weren't here for this reason today. The Sugar Bowl Committee has a 90-year history of being a good corporate citizen for the city of New Orleans, and that's why this tragedy hurts us as much as anybody right now. So our condolences, thoughts, and prayers go out to the victims and their families as we all work through this. Of course, anytime we have a major event in the city of New Orleans, public safety is paramount, and we have full faith and confidence in the governor and the mayor and all the assets, the federal, state, and local resources that they've applied to this event so that we can ultimately bring those responsible to justice and carry on with the major events that we have in front of us. Speaking of which, we were scheduled this evening to have a CFP quarterfinal played in the Superdome at 7:45. We have been in consultation with ESPN, with the College Football Playoff, with the Southeastern Conference, with the University of Georgia, with Notre Dame, all parties, and all agree that it's in the best interest of everybody and public safety that we postpone the game for 24 hours. Work is fast about to set up a safe and efficient and fun environment for tomorrow night. There'll be more details on that in the coming hours, but for now, that's the plan. We're going to move forward and play the game. And again, we reiterate our thanks to everyone up here for the important work they're doing. We live in the fun and games world with what we do, but we certainly recognize the importance of this, and we're going to support it 100%. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to bring up Senator Kennedy.
I wish I understood better why bad things happen to good people. If I make it to heaven, I'm going to ask. For those people who don't believe in objective evil, all you have to do is look at what happened in our city early this morning. I am, if this doesn't trigger the gag reflex of every American, every fair-minded American, I'll be very surprised. I'm here because these are my people. I'm here because these are my people's friends. I'm here because there are a lot of Louisianians that are scared tonight. I don't want them to be. There's a lot of information going around. Some of it is actually true. Some of it isn't. The federal government is now in charge of this investigation. By that, I mean the White House, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. I have not talked to the FBI. Maybe they've talked to my staff. I don't know. I did talk to the Secretary of Homeland Security a little while ago. And I told him that with all the respect I could muster, that we expect to put the full force and resources of the federal government behind this investigation. Our state troopers, our local police departments, our sheriffs, we've got many sheriffs here today, have been terrific so far. The federal government is cooperating with them. I hope that will continue. Here's what I want to ask from the federal government. Catch these people. Catch these people. And then tell the American people the truth. Now, I don't want you to tell us yet anything that's going to interfere with your investigation. And there are things that I've been told that I think are true that I'm not sharing with you today because it could interfere with their investigation. But after we get to the bottom of this, they need to tell the American people the truth, and the people of New Orleans the truth, and the people of America the truth. I think the mayor and the governor are very wise to postpone this ball game for 24 hours. There's just too much stuff we don't know, and it's just not worth it. But I guess my final point is, I will promise you this: I will, when it is appropriate and this investigation is complete, you will find out what happened and who was responsible. Or I will raise fresh hell. And I will chase those in the federal government who are responsible for telling us what happened, like they stole Christmas.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Congressman Carter, I think 12.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Thank you to all of our law enforcement agents for doing a yeoman's job, for stepping up at a time when we needed you most, for employing the resources of all of our partners. This is all hands on deck, from the White House all the way down. I've been in communication with the White House since early this morning, Secretary Mayorkas, leaders in all of our federal, local, and state agencies. The president has made it very clear that he intends to bring every resource to bear to not only tell the truth, but to provide the resources to bring these cowards to justice. I want to personally thank the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line to protect our citizens and our visitors, to our mayor and our governor for acting expeditiously and bringing us all together, to our sheriffs from the surrounding areas who have been Johnny on the spot, recognizing that if it happens in New Orleans, it can happen anywhere. We don't have the luxury of being myopic. In this community, we work together. We don't point fingers. We don't blame. We go after the bad guys. Let it be clear that the full faith and credit of the United States and every agency therein is on the ground, working. And for those who may have played a role in this horrific act of cowardice, we will find you. We will bring you to justice. New Orleans is a place that heralds its ability to protect its citizens, that heralds its ability to manage major events: Super Bowl, Sugar Bowls, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Festival. You name it, no one does it better than law enforcement in New Orleans and in the surrounding area. Kudos to those 2 officers who've been wounded. Our hearts go out to those who lost loved ones. Our hearts go out to those who are wounded and on the mend in the hospital. Citizens, now is the time to stay calm, to be vigilant. This is not a time to come out to sightsee. Listen to your federal, local, state officials. Be vigilant. If you saw something, say something. If you know something, tell someone. There are tip lines, there's information available. Please, all hands on deck. Rest assured that the decision that was made to postpone the game was not done lightly. It was done with one single thing in mind: public safety. Making sure that the citizens and visitors of this great city, not only for this event, but for every event you come to in Louisiana, that you will be safe. And we will use every resource possible, as the governor has said, as the mayor has said, and every law enforcement agent here has said. Our energy, our commitment will be to make sure that you are safe now and for every event in the future. God bless you, and let's stay strong.
Thank you, Congressman.
Attorney General.
I first want to extend my sincerest condolences to the families
of the victims. Parents got a phone call early this morning, that no parent ever wants to receive. And as a parent of children who come to New Orleans and spend time here, I know that that is just something that, you know, we hold our breath sometimes till they're home safe, and some people did not come home safe. And we also have some people who are fighting for their lives right now in the hospital. So I'd ask everyone to pray for them. They need our support and they need our prayers. This was a heinous act, a heinous, cowardly act, and we will find them and we will bring them to justice. My office will be providing both investigative and prosecutorial support to the City of New Orleans, to the District Attorney, Jason Williams in New Orleans, as I have done for months. We will continue to do that. We will provide the governor with whatever support that he needs, and the Governor's Office of Homeland Security, whatever support that they need. I'll be here to help. I will be here to stand with the City of New Orleans. We will bring them to justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor and Madam Mayor. For those who do not know me, my name is Ann Kirkpatrick. I'm the Chief of Police of New Orleans. My official title is Superintendent, but my role is as Chief of Police. You know, you've heard some of the details today, and over the last 24 hours, we had approximately 400 officers in the French Quarter. And as we know, this is not just an act of terrorism. This is evil. And when we face evil, we have a choice. We can run in fear, or we can indeed stand in strength. In a time of crisis, people are looking for leadership. You are looking at the leadership. And I promise you, as the Chief of Police of this city has been tried by fire before. But fire purifies. Fire makes things stronger. We have a plan. We know what to do. We are going to get these people. There is a path forward. Very pleased that we will be back to having a wonderful game tomorrow night. New Orleans police have proven their ability to make the city safer. Just 2 years ago, we were the murder capital of America. Today, from that time 2 years ago, we have driven our murder rate more than 50% down. So we have a track record. But this is different because it's terrorism. Now, I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners. You're fabulous, and we appreciate the partnership. But last night, 3 of our officers engaged this terrorist who shot at them. 3 of the officers returned fire. Those officers did not run in fear. I liked what the mayor said this morning. New Orleans police and all law enforcement is built. We are built for dealing with evil, with things that would cause others to be in fear, but instead our officers, and last night NOPD particular, stood strong. They did not run. They did kill the terrorist. We have 2 officers indeed who received gunfire. They will be okay. We have personally gone to see them. But this is leadership for you. And I promise, as the Chief of Police of this fantastic city, that I will be strong and firm and fearless. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. In wrapping it up, I want to just close with a couple of things. I want to thank Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter I want to thank again all of our law enforcement officers out there. I want the families of the victims to know that I will be issuing an executive order that tomorrow, when Notre Dame plays Georgia, every flag of every state building in the state is going to be at half-mast. In remembrance of them, but remembering something else. That fear in this state is a liar. And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served. And for the citizens out there that are saying, well, man, do I really want to go to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow? I tell you one thing, your governor's going to be there. That is proof, believe you me, that that facility in this city is safer today than it was yesterday. And as we come to additional events in this city, I know in speaking with Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter, and FBI, acting director, and the incoming administration, that they are going to ensure that this city has the resources necessary to protect our citizens and our guests. And so with that, we'll take some questions.
All right, if you could, we'll start over here with CBS. Katie, we'll work our way across the room. If I miss you, just give me a holler. I may not see you. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you, sir. Katie Weiss with CBS News. I mean, I think this has been a really tough day for a lot of people, but at this point, we're hearing that the death toll, according to some FBI sources, has gone up to 15. Is this true?
Who was the answer? Yeah.
I can speak to it, I guess, unless you have a final number. We do not have a final number. We know that we have confirmed 10, but we did have people who had been transported who were in critical condition. And so I do not know that, but I can confirm 10.
And one quick follow-up question, if I may. We know that there have been some local records in Texas about a misdemeanor background on this suspect. Any signs or warnings ahead of time about this person or their plans for what happened this morning?
Because that is the investigation part, I will give the FBI.
At this time, we cannot go into details about the subject's history. What I can tell you, the person was an Army veteran. We believe he was honorary discharge, but we're working through this process, figuring out all this information. The goal with the FBI is providing you with the most accurate and complete information. So once that information is confirmed, we'll make sure we push that out. Thank you.
Ariel.
At this time, do you know exactly, as far as the victims, how many are from here in Louisiana versus out of state and their ages maybe?
At this time, I can't go into details about all the victims. We want to make sure that first that the family is notified appropriately before we put any information out there. So once the families are all notified, then we'll go ahead and release a statement to everyone.
And I would ask the press, in relation to the victims and those that are in hospice, if we could just refrain from worrying about them so their loved ones can take care of them, and the medical personnel that are trying to get them out of the hospital can do so. And as information becomes available, but we want to respect the privacy of those who are still either fighting for their lives or being cared for. Thank you.
A follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead.
You guys mentioned accomplices. You don't think that the suspect acted alone. About how many more suspects are you guys looking into at this point?
It's a range of suspects. Right now with the FBI, we do not want to rule anything out. So that's why we're asking if anyone has had any interaction with the deceased subject Jabbar in the last 72 hours, provide us with this information. You can provide us that information through 1-800-CALL-FBI or our digital tips line, which is available on our social media website, as well as the big FBI website.
Can I say something right quick? Tell me who you're with.
WDSU.
WDSU. Okay, and CBS.
NBC's over here on the right.
Oh, that's an unusual position.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. Look, the FBI is not going to be able to answer those questions, okay? They will eventually, I promise you, okay? Once the FBI has a chance to investigate all this, along working with state police, working with Homeland Security, working with the city of New Orleans, they're going to tell you what happened. I can promise you that, or I'm going to raise fresh hell. But right now, they're in the process of trying to catch the other bad guys. and I want to give them the benefit of the doubt for a while.
26.
Yeah, I had a question about the victims. I know that there was obviously gunfire exchange, so I guess how many victims were shot and then how many were injured?
Look, again, let me reiterate both Special Agent Duncan and Senator Kennedy. There's a lot of information. I get that y'all want to know minute details. What we don't want to do is impede this investigation or spend any time talking about things that don't get us closer to hunting these folks down and securing the city. And so at a particular point in time, we will release as much information as we can. But at this time, in relation to the investigation, I would ask y'all to refrain from those.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if we were going to just have more of the same, as the governor just said, we're going to provide that information, but we're going to wrap the press conference now.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Let me finish. You weren't listening. If all of the questions are more of the same, what the governor just said in position, we won't be doing that to provide that information. And if you have a quick different question, then let's do that quickly and move on. Okay.
My question. You say there are multiple suspects. Hold on. Think who was next? We had over here.
Hi, Rachel Wolf from the Wall Street Journal. You said you were confident there are multiple suspects involved. What makes you confident in that?
Well, like, why would we tell you that? Again, we want to answer pertinent questions, but anything that would lead to impeding or endangering this investigation is not going to be said, okay? And we will, as information unfolds, this is a very fluid process. And remember something, too. We're doing two things. We're hunting some bad people down, and we're securing the city, too. We're getting ready for a Sugar Bowl tomorrow. So if y'all would, again, if you have questions regarding Sugar Bowl, the safety of the city, or something to that effect, we're happy to answer.
Over here.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alyssa.
Usually in parts of the French Quarter, specifically in parts of Bourbon Street, there are bollards. We're hearing that some of those may have been down because of repairs. Can you speak to that? And maybe was there any backup option of putting a truck there or an NOPD car there?
Well, let me tell you, one, I'm going to let the mayor answer. I want you to know that's one of the first things I thought of this morning when the mayor called me, okay? And I will tell you that whatever the problem was is going to be solved.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor, and thank you for the question. I do understand that it's been on your radar since this morning. As it relates to the bollards on Bourbon Street, over 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, the city of New Orleans implemented an infrastructure project placing bollards on Bourbon Street. Shortly thereafter, the malfunctions of those bollards ensued from Mardi Gras beads on down. But the New Orleans Police Department, of course, deemed them inefficient because they did not operate the way that they were intended to do. Because the city of New Orleans is hosting Super Bowl this year, it gave the city of New Orleans an opportunity to go further and deeper with infrastructure improvements, as we've been talking about. So as a result of that, we were able to build in bollard replacement into our Super Bowl infrastructure package. And because of that, the city of New Orleans has moved forward with that infrastructure that is nearing completion. Bollards were not up because they are near completion, with the expectation of being completed, of course, by Super Bowl, way before Super Bowl. But that is the reason. Now, the New Orleans Police Department and Chief, you can speak to the deployment to respond to our needs and existing conditions.
All right, so we have been aware of the bollard situation for a long time, and we did indeed harden those target areas where the bollards are. We have patrol cars out there as a hard target, as well as with barriers. Now, I want to share with y'all, if you did not know, that this particular terrorist drove around onto the sidewalk and got around the hard target, where he did have a car there. We had barriers there. We had officers there, and they still got around. Now, the wedges that you see out there as well, we knew that that had malfunction problems. And I want you to understand, let's say we put the wedge up and it got stuck. There is no way that ambulance could get in or out. People couldn't get in and out. So we knew that these were malfunction. So we did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it.
Yeah, let me just say this. We recognize we got a problem right here, right? We're going to fix it. It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl in Mardi Gras. And the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one. It's going to be placed into the standard operating procedure of having major events and securing that quarter.
A follow-up, if I may. Obviously, Super Bowl postponed till tomorrow, but I'm sure after that game, a lot of people are going to want to celebrate. Are there plans to keep Bourbon Street closed? What does that look like?
So right now, Bourbon Street is an active crime scene, and the FBI is in charge of it. When they clear it, and it does not become an active crime scene anymore, we're going to open it up.
Potentially.
Olivia Leon with Fox 8. Can we ask about this military police presence that you want to call it? Is this a private security like Blackwater? Also, would that be a first that a private security firm is mobilized to supplement local and state law enforcement?
No. We're not. This is our National Guard. Yep. These are our citizens that we bring it in. It's a military police company that we recognize we need some more resources. We need some more boots on the ground because, again, what we're doing now is twofold. We've got an active investigation and we've got enhanced security. Before this event, we were just enhancing and working on security. So we brought some additional resources.
Jesse Kirsch with NBC News. Thank you for holding this press review. I just want to clarify something first. You were just talking about bollards that are being repaired, talking about a lift gate that are replaced and then a lift gate that's not been working. Was there a vehicle in place of that lift gate last night? Were there things in place of those bollards which are being repaired?
Sure, the chief spoke to the plan in place, and that is yes.
That was indeed.
So anything that is currently in the midst of being repaired had a backup replacement?
It had vehicles and officers were there where all of those ballasts have been. We had that. We knew. So we did have it. And like I said, in this particular case, terrorists just went all the way around up onto the sidewalk.
And what about for the lift gate? Was there a vehicle like backing in and out to block that lift gate area, or was that just down and open? So that's what we heard from witness.
Chief, Captain. The reason I'm calling the captain, he's the captain over that district, and that is a question I'm going to let him address for you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Captain LaJean Roberts of the 8th District. Yes, we did have a vehicle strategically placed right in front of the wedge, preventing access onto the roadway.
And in terms of the framework of security that was already in place on Bourbon Street, I know this is an ongoing project of improvement, but with how that was all aligned, was someone getting up on a sidewalk considered impossible or nearly impossible, or was this not something you expected you would have to account for?
Of course, it wasn't something we expected to account for. The bollards they're actually wedges. They're strategically placed 5 locations throughout the French Quarter on the roadway. This particular terrorist drove onto the sidewalk behind the police car to gain access to the 100 block of Bourbon Street.
So if you're worried about someone ever driving down Bourbon Street, why weren't you worried about someone driving up the sidewalk in the same way, or at least bracing for you the same way?
Okay. All right, look. We could go on what ifs forever. This is evil. And that guy could have easily gone down the sidewalk of Canal Street, where there were a ton of pedestrians on there as well.
And there are.
That's right. No, right.
So that's,
right.
Hold on a second. We gotta move on.
Just want you to know, however, we recognize, I said earlier, that where there are defects in this system, we are going to be transparent, and we are going to address them with the city and make sure that we fill those gaps as best we can. Yeah.
Yeah, Chelsea Grazer with Axios. I have a question just about sort of ongoing public safety today. Special Agent mentioned 2 possible IEDs. Were those in the same location? Should residents in the French Quarter or elsewhere be concerned about potential other situations?
The 2 IEDs, they were in different locations, and what we've done in conjunction with our local and state partners, we've gone through and done a sweep to identify anything that we thought was suspicious, and we have not. However, as I said before, if the public sees something, please reach out to us so that way we can go through and verify that we did not miss anything. But we conducted initial sweeps, I think, starting shortly after our initial
Yes, I'm going to thank you, Agent. I do want to share that we have a plan, and we have been implementing that plan. One of those plans is that we have swept all of these areas. The word swept means we have put officers out there as a grid, walking down the streets, every street in the French Quarter, looking for suspicious packages, bags, ice chests, you name it. And they have been walking it as a grid. We've been doing the same thing on Poydras and all the accesses into the Superdome. Part of the safety plan is we have bomb dogs out there sweeping the Superdome and all the exterior area, and we're locking that down. That will be locked down through the game tomorrow. So that's a part of that safety plan, and we've already been implementing it.
Okay, thank you all for coming out.
Question back here for the governor on the MPs. How many MPs will be deployed to New Orleans?
Right now, there's I think it's a free little 100. 100. 100, yep. All right, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
What gives you the confidence tomorrow night it'll be safe? Right.
I'm going to be there.
Me too. Yeah, we're going to be there.
We've just been hearing there from New Orleans officials confirming the identity of the suspect in that deadly New Orleans attack on Bourbon Street, and also the FBI saying they don't believe he acted alone. The name of the suspect, they say, is Shamsu Din Jabbar, an Army veteran from Texas. And again, they are now looking into whether he had any ties to ISIS or was otherwise supported in this attack. He's accused of ramming a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street during those New Year's celebrations, killing at least 10 people and injuring dozens. Authorities say he then opened fire on responding police, injuring 2 officers before he was shot and killed. The FBI also says explosive devices were found in and around the scene, at least one of those devices deemed viable so far. And now law enforcement are asking for the public's help for any information about the incident and the suspect, especially anyone who's had contact with him in the last 72 hours. I want to bring in our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, for a little bit more. Aaron, a little unusual in the response to some questions here. For example, we did have one of the congressmen who spoke there at the press conference tell us on air that the death toll has now been raised to 15. We then heard the chief of police saying, oh, it's 10, but seeming uncertain. What do you make of that?
She allowed, though, that there were people in critical condition who may well have died of their injuries, and she simply said she did not know, but the local congressman told us that 15 people had been killed, and we'll certainly follow up with the authorities. But the most important thing in the briefing was the local FBI agent, special agent in charge, saying that we do not believe the suspect who is deceased was solely responsible for the vehicle attack. And she said they are looking at a range of suspects, and a number of the officials during that rather chaotic briefing spoke in the plural when it came to people who may be responsible for this. They would not say what made them suspicious that there were additional suspects. They did not say how many additional suspects they may be seeking, only to say that they do not believe that the deceased person, Shamsu Din Jabbar, was solely responsible.
Yeah, Pierre, we heard a lot of plurals. For example, Senator John Neely Kennedy saying, catch these people and then tell the American people the truth. What do you think he meant by that?
Well, clearly the FBI and the local authorities have some information that Jabbar had some level of support. Now, it's early in the investigation, but typically you do not hear federal law enforcement or local law enforcement official officials speak in this way. They're quick to try to say it's a lone wolf, the person acted alone, when they're able to say that. In this case, they cannot. And that creates an ongoing, dangerous environment where they're trying to track down these people that clearly have associations with Jabbar, the suspect, that they're concerned about. It raises concerns about the security for the game, which was postponed. I think one of the reasons why the game was postponed, in addition to all the forensic activity that's going on at the site, is there's concern about these other individuals that they may have been involved with this. Until they can rule that out, until they can get these people in custody, this investigation should be deemed ongoing and where the threat has not been mitigated. That is why they're encouraging people to stay at home, not come out and sightsee. But again, it's been some time since we've seen a press conference involving one of these mass casualty events in which authorities are openly saying that, quote, there are a range of suspects that are being looked at, and, quote, we need to find these people, quote, these people, and bring them to justice. Now, they've not been more specific. We hope to get some more details about that, but that is clearly the most important thing coming out of this press conference, other than the fact that we have the confirmed dead and injured. The fact that there are ongoing people that they're looking at is of deep concern.
I want to bring in former NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Boyce for another part of this conference that is raising some eyebrows. Let's talk about the bollards, Robert. Having worked in New York, having helped to secure Times Square for New Year's Eve, what do you make of that conversation? That the bollards were malfunctioning, that they are working on replacing them for Super Bowl, that they weren't ready yet, but a patrol car was there. Essentially, it all leads up to, but he drove around the sidewalk, and it almost seems like they're throwing their hands up. Is that an acceptable excuse, that he drove on the sidewalk and so this kind of thing can happen that easily?
It really is unacceptable, because this happened in New York City in 2017, May 18th of 2017. We had an individual pop a curb and hit 20 people, killing one. So immediately thereafter, there was no bollards out there. And we immediately directed that cement barriers be put up on the sidewalks until we could install bollards. It's not a simple process. It has to go a certain feet into the earth. But when you do that, so this is one thing I was a little surprised this came up at this point. There's a failure here. There's no question, it's a security failure. And so if he defeats that car and pops the sidewalk, why wasn't there some device there? And you could put a cement block there for that matter, temporarily until you get your bollards fixed. So I was surprised at that. That's a mistake. They admitted it. The chief admitted it. It was a mistake of the lapse of security, and it created this incident that could have been stopped. And why didn't the car pursue? There's a lot of incidents here.
Yeah, Pierre, where does the investigation go now, based on what you heard from that press conference?
Well, right now they're doing a detailed background investigation on the suspect. They know he's an Army veteran. They now have information on residences. There's a location that they're possibly looking at in New Orleans. But every known residence, every known associate, they will be searching. They will be talking to people that know this man. And again, in a situation like this, the most important thing is to find out who was he communicating with in the final hours and days before this took place. Were there online, chat rooms that he was using? I'm sure that there are search warrants that are being executed. The FBI now can get warrants to surveil all of his electronic devices, if he had any, all phone calls, if there were any private chat rooms, again, that he might have been using. Again, you have to understand, who was this person communicating with? Who did he have access to? Where did he get the money to buy the parts for the explosive devices? How did he obtain the firearm? All these are things that are now under active investigation. It is probably one of the most intense investigations I can recall in recent memory, in part because of all the different layers that they have to get to the bottom of.
Pierre, including whether or not there are any more devices still out there. We heard law enforcement talking about how they've done a sweep. And Aaron, you're learning more about some of the devices that they did find.
In fact, you heard the FBI say they found 2 IEDs, confirmed IEDs, in different locations. We're also told from law enforcement sources that in the vehicle, or right around the vehicle, they found homemade pipe bombs containing coils and nails. They also found at least one grenade, as our sources described it to us. All of these things were being tested for viability. All of these pipe bombs appeared to have been, homemade, prepared by someone who either had explosive insight, and that could be a result of military training. As Pierre says, they'll run down what exactly he did in the Army and what his circumstances were. But it also, I think, speaks to the insidiousness of the intentions here, because there were a number of these kinds of crude devices that had been located, according to our sources, in addition to the 2 confirmed IEDs as described by the FBI.
And Brad, when you're putting that together and you hear how complex, right, the 3 different pronged approach to this attack and more information that we're hearing now about these devices and so on, what does that tell you about what you're kind of a suspect you're dealing with? He is now dead, obviously, but they're trying to piece this together, who he was, what motivated him, how he put this together. What sticks out to you?
So you've got a suspect that's a little bit older than we typically see in these attacks. He's in his early 40s. The Army veteran part of this is pretty intriguing from the standpoint of, Aaron brought this up, what was he trained to do in the military? Does he have expertise of some sort in explosives? And when they say a range of suspects, does it maybe include people that he used to be in the Army with? I don't know. It's another area, obviously, you would look at anyway. But this is a pretty strategic attack. Again, I don't want to overemphasize. It's pretty simple. If you're willing to drive through a bunch of people, anybody could do that if they're willing. But the idea of now described as multiple types of explosives, from IEDs to hand grenades, potentially, to pipe bombs. Did he build that stuff himself? Did he learn it online? Or did somebody help him build them? Which clearly would go to the range of suspects. Now, take that with somewhat of a grain of salt. I'm not saying there aren't direct people involved that helped him do this, but it may be people that encourage these type of attacks. You can charge them too, potentially. But there's a lot of tentacles to this case that hopefully they've got their arms around. But we're going to have to see if, in fact, there is a range, a direct range of suspects. That is troubling, because if he talked to other people about doing this, if you're going to have a conversation with somebody about doing what he did, then you're a person that may also potentially go do something like he did. And so that's the key, and that's where the immediacy comes in these cases. What do they need to stop?
And police, obviously, and law enforcement in general, obviously concerned enough that they have now postponed the Sugar Bowl that was set to take place in New Orleans tonight. And again, police are now saying the suspect is identified as Samsud Din Jabbar. They did find an ISIS flag in the vehicle, and now they are exploring whether he had help in this event. Now, some of you may be leaving us for local programming, but our live coverage continues right now as we follow more on this deadly attack in New Orleans. I'm Diane Macedo. Many of you have been watching or continuing.
That encourage these type of attacks. You can charge them too, potentially. But there's a lot of tentacles to this case that hopefully they've got their arms around. But we're going to have to see if, in fact, there is a range, a direct range of suspects. That is troubling, because if he talked to other people about doing this, if you're going to have a conversation with somebody about doing what he did, then you're a person that may also potentially go do something like he did. And so that's the key, and that's where the immediacy comes in these cases. What do they need to stop?
And police, obviously, and law enforcement in general, obviously concerned enough that they have now postponed the Sugar Bowl that was set to take place in New Orleans tonight. And again, police are now saying the suspect is identified as Samsud Din Jabbar. They did find an ISIS flag in the vehicle, and now they are exploring whether he had help in this event. Now, some of you may be leaving us for local programming, but our live coverage continues right now as we follow more on this deadly attack in New Orleans. I'm Diane Macedo. Many of you have been watching our continuing coverage here of that deadly terrorist attack in New Orleans. Police have now identified that suspect in that truck ramming attack. The FBI says he may not have been working alone. The FBI special agent in charge confirms his name is Samsud-Din Jabbar, an Army veteran from Texas. Authorities say they're working to determine if he had any ties to ISIS. He's accused of ramming a white pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street amid the New Year's celebrations, killing at least 10 people, injuring dozens. Authorities say he then opened fire on responding police, injuring 2 officers before he was shot and killed. The FBI also says explosive devices were found in and around the scene, with at least one of those devices deemed viable so far. And now law enforcement are asking for the public's help for any information about the incident, the suspect, especially anyone who's had contact with the suspect in the last 72 hours. I want to bring in our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre, we just heard from officials there in New Orleans not long ago, and the big headline here is that they don't think this guy was working alone.
They do not. They kept using the words they, them. The FBI special agent in charge talked about a range of suspects that are being pursued. And with regard to the IEDs, I want to get to that as well. The fact that there were multiple IEDs found in multiple locations raises the specter that the suspect may have been there doing surveillance for some time before these incidents took place. And also, it raises the possibility that there may have been some help in planning these devices. So again, this is why law enforcement is at a fever tilt right now, pursuing this investigation. The notion that he may have had some kind of support. Now, was that just support encouraging him to do this act? Was it people who may have had knowledge? But there's clearly something very specific that is leading law enforcement officials to push the notion that there are other people that they're being pursued. One of the things that they want to do early on in these investigations, Diane, is tell the American public when they can that the person acted alone. In this case, they are not doing that. And that makes it unique from some of the recent cases that we've seen, like the 2 attempted assassination attempts against former President Trump. They were quick to say that the individual acted alone. They are not doing that in this case, which raises lots of implications and is probably one of the reasons why you're seeing the game, the Super Bowl, the Sugar Bowl being postponed at least 24 hours. And we'll have to see if they're in a position to let the game go forward tomorrow night.
And Aaron, you're learning some more about some of the explosive devices found in and around the scene here.
According to law enforcement sources, Diane, there were pipe bombs that appeared to have been homemade, crude-type devices stuffed with coils and nails. At least 1 grenade was found, according to our sources. All of these things are being tested to see if they were viable. And it does raise a concern, again, about the suspect's intentions, whether he had any help in constructing these devices, whether he had any specific training in explosives. You heard the FBI acknowledge he was an Army veteran in his early 40s. What did he do in the military? We've asked the Pentagon to pull the service record. But one of the most urgent questions is how many more might they find? The police have conducted a grid search. They've used drones and cameras to go through the French Quarter and beyond to determine how many of these things there may be, where they might have been found. At least 2 viable devices were in 2 different locations, according to the FBI. So they want to cast as wide a net as possible, Diane.
Brett, how much does it change things when you know that you have someone, a suspect with military experience, in this case, an Army veteran?
It's extremely important. I'd like to know exactly what he did in the Army. I'd like to know why he left the Army. Did it just end his enlistment, or was there some other reason? Has he been in combat overseas? And what did he do in that combat? I mean, all of these things go to maybe state of mind, maybe training. It's really hard to say, because people, Diane, who end up doing these sort of things obviously are influenced, probably in his case, by some sort of radicalization, but it may also play into his history in the Army to some extent. Who knows how much? So that's another piece of this puzzle that they're going to have to figure out. And it may also help them potentially lead to other associates or people even maybe directly involved in this in some form or fashion. I mean, with all of the explosives that he had, combined with what he had just committed on a sidewalk, was this supposed to be multiple devices set off? I assumed he would probably get killed or kill himself, presumably, because that's just how it goes. But he had other plans beyond that, setting off these IEDs, probably getting into shootouts, maybe shooting more people on the sidewalk. I mean, this could have gone on for several more minutes if police hadn't stopped him. So that's somewhat unusual based on what we've seen with lone actors. We've talked about attacks over the years of theaters in Europe and so forth where a lot of people were killed, but the bad guys went in with force, with multiple people, with automatic weapons. Well, this has these added factors to it that make it really troubling, which tell me that he really did plan this out. And I won't be surprised if at least there's other people involved, perhaps in the planning. I'm going to guess they weren't there, but clearly in the planning.
And earlier, I spoke with eyewitness Jimmy Cawthorn, who was there on Bourbon Street, saw the attack happen. Here's his account of what he saw unfold in front of him. Jimmy, I know this is really difficult to talk about, so we thank you for sharing your story with us. Can you tell me how this all started and what you saw?
Just a regular night. A friend of mine had never experienced New Year's on Bourbon, so I decided to take him. I was the designated driver, so I was sober, remember everything. Everything was fairly normal for a New Year's in New Orleans. We were heading back towards Canal when it looked like just a large commotion or something was going on up there. We weren't really wanting to fight through that. We just figured it was just some nonsense. So we ducked off into a nightclub, and within 2 minutes of being in there, 4 or 5 frantic females run in, duck under tables, get out from under the tables, run some more. So figuring New Orleans for New Orleans, we thought it was a shooting or something going on that was going to follow into this club. We ran upstairs to the balcony, knowing there was a balcony up there and it would be our better spot. And once we got out there, what we seen wasn't anything I wish anyone else to see. Just a melee of movie prop looking bodies, mangled for both directions. The beginning, we were closest to Iberville, so pretty much right where it started. That it's what I would think is its worst, because those people had no heads up, and the footage you're showing there, that is some of the footage that we did not want to share on Facebook, but that is a mother. She had a wedding ring on her finger. Just the body's positioning, terrible. And the gentleman down there, he had tire marks on his stomach when they rolled him over to check on him. He also had tire marks on his back. He was completely crushed. I mean, there was an easy 6 instantly visibly deceased, just based on body position and blood and more graphic details. And they wouldn't let us, I mean, it was minutes, several minutes after witnessing this, they wouldn't let us outside. And I'm trained in CPR, personal response, and all of that due to the nature of my job, and they wouldn't let anyone go help. And I understand. And also at that time, you had the green military-style officers on foot, probably 10 of them running down Bourbon towards the direction the truck went with M16s. They basically kept us where we were for about an hour and a half or so while they secured the scene. And yeah, we were just left in there with our thoughts and visions.
Jimmy, you say that after you went up, you saw police following this truck on foot with their guns out. Can you talk to me about what you saw from that point?
Those green officers there, several like them, I can't say if it's those exact ones, but at least 10 of those were coming from Canal on foot, M16s, ready position, down Bourbon. But the truck was completely out of sight.
And you said you initially thought it might be a drunk driver. What's your reaction now to hearing law enforcement say this not only was an intentional act, but they're investigating it as an act of terror?
Well, watching my local news and hearing that they've already detonated a couple of IEDs, I feel a lot more lucky than I did 6 hours ago, because this guy at any point could have threw those out the window. He could have shot us at us. I mean, it's hard to contemplate all the what ifs when all you see are these bodies. And you can't imagine someone would want to do this on purpose. I mean, all these people were somebody's special people. And this morning, they're not going to be there.
That was Jimmy Cawthron, eyewitness to this morning's attack on Bourbon Street, recounting what he saw. And I want to bring in NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Boyce, because, Robert, something Jimmy had said to me earlier as well was that there were no metal barricades up, no bollards up like there normally are during an event like this. We heard law enforcement officials address that in a press conference just a little while ago, saying the bollards were malfunctioning, and so they had a patrol car there, but that the suspect drove on the sidewalk. And they sort of presented this in a way that implied that there was no way to prepare for that possibility, and that this, sort of couldn't be prevented. What's your reaction to their answer to that? Just saying, oh, well, we did, but he drove on the sidewalk.
Well, I would respectfully disagree with the chief there. There is ways to do that, to secure those locations. If you're going to have that, an open street, so no cars are driving by. It was pedestrian walkway at that point. And so there you want to secure that they're going to be okay. So you could put up temporary cement devices, barricades, to stop that from happening. We've done it in the city. I went through with the whole thing in Times Square in May of 17. We did the exact same thing. We didn't have bollards, but until we get them, let's use cement devices, whether a chunk of cement or actual barricade. So that could have been overcome. Now, I don't mean to play, Monday morning quarterback here, but that could have been overcome right there. Additionally, Diane, the game has changed here. They're intoning there's bad actors out there. So you can't have that game. It has to be pushed back. Simple as that. And then we'll make that determination later if you're going to have it on tomorrow night. So there's bad actors. They probably have them identified right now. So that's where the case is right now as far as the federal prosecution. But the hard targeting that's necessary from local police, they have to review their tactics here and understand that you really have to, when you lock these things down, every little inch has to be accounted for.
And law enforcement now has a very complex investigation in front of them to put together all those pieces. In the meantime, they have postponed the Sugar Bowl that was set to happen tonight in New Orleans. That it will now be played another day, perhaps tomorrow. Keep in mind, New Orleans is also set to be home for the Super Bowl in just a month. Laura Rutledge is there on the field at the Super Bowl where the Sugar Bowl was set to be played. Laura, I know you've spoken to the teams. How are they reacting to this?
Yeah, Diane, certainly they are sending out as much love, thoughts, prayers to everyone who is dealing with this tragedy here. And that's been the key message that they've sent me. But right now, both Notre Dame and Georgia remain in their team hotels. They're not allowing for any of the players, any staff to leave the hotels. They felt that was very important for everybody's safety. Georgia has now opened the hotel up to where people could come in because they feel as though the area is secure over there, but still not allowing the players to go. And Notre Dame is currently having a staff meeting as we speak that's going on. So we'll get more information from them after this staff meeting happens. And of course, we'll share that with you. Now, as it comes to when this game could potentially be played, I just spoke to some sources who say it actually could happen sooner than 24 hours. Of course, the government officials gave us that 24-hour time frame, but there is a chance it could happen earlier. And there are people saying that the teams could be pushing for that as well. So we'll keep an eye on that, certainly, as we continue to get gather more information here. And again, both of these teams trying to just stay there, hunker down, focus on whatever they can. Some players are saying that they're studying, they're trying to do as much as they can to, focus on what's happening. There are games being played right now, the Peach Bowl going on, so some are watching those games as they look to gather more information. And we'll continue to keep you posted here from inside the Superdome, which is where we are. This area was closed off as well, as we told you earlier, but now has been opened up as once again they did bring in law enforcement here. There are so many around this area, but they brought them in as you're looking at the outside of the stadium to bring the dogs, check for explosives. They had already swept this area with those dogs and with law enforcement 2 days ago. It was deemed safe, so then they lock it off and open it back up again when people are supposed to enter. They did that again this morning, an extensive search in this area. So I'm told that law enforcement in and around this Superdome feel very confident with the safety of the stadium. But certainly, as you all have continued to talk about, it's the surrounding areas that are of concern potentially, and we're still waiting to get more information on that. Now, you did also hear the public safety officials talking about telling fans to stay inside. There are so many fans here from Georgia, from Notre Dame. They've been all around, and they're saying, encouraging them to not be leaving their hotels. A lot of them actually stay in the same hotels as the teams once they figure out which hotel that would be. And so many of them, of course, these fans who have traveled here for the Sugar Bowl are also staying inside at the advisement of the government officials, Diane.
And Laura, we were looking at some footage before of the security apparatus outside of the Superdome, police dogs and such searching, putting up cement barricades and such. So we can see that underway. I did also before misspeak, and I said you were at the Super Bowl. I meant the Superdome. But let's talk about the Super Bowl for a second, because New Orleans is set to host. That's on February 9th. Are there any concerns about security for that event?
Yeah, at this point, no. And I can just tell you from having entered this area myself, nobody is really in here, obviously, at the moment, but extensive search just to get into where we are on the field just a little while ago when I came over for this reporting. And that, of course, will be the protocol and then some going forward. But the discussion about the Super Bowl is not at top of mind for the officials here, for the law enforcement right now, as they're trying to figure out exactly what's gone on with these attacks. I do think that there are many who want to make sure people know that New Orleans has hosted so many of these events and done it in a successful manner. They, of course, have been a city that has hosted Super Bowls and Mardi Gras and these Sugar Bowls and all of these big games. And I think what we saw from the government officials at their press conference talking about how the public safety is the most important thing here, and that's why postponing this game, although it was a difficult decision maybe for them to make and many people had to weigh in, that was the right decision, certainly, to make sure that everybody is safe. So this is a city that has a history, certainly, of putting on these events successfully. And Diane, certainly, as they gather more information, I imagine security will be amped up for that Super Bowl, which comes your way in February.
Yeah, officials are trying to make it clear that public safety is a top priority. Laura, I know the game will be on ESPN at whatever time they decide to do it, so we will wait to see exactly when tomorrow the Sugar Bowl is set to happen now, but I know you'll be there keeping track of it for us. Laura, thank you. That's Laura Rutledge from ESPN. So let's go back to the investigation now. Again, law enforcement have identified the suspect in this New Orleans attack. They're now looking to see whether or not he had any support here, but the FBI is saying they do not believe he was working alone. I want to bring back our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, for more on that. So, Aaron, where are they taking this investigation now, and what did you make of what you heard from the FBI special agent in charge there at the press conference?
Well, she was fairly blunt, saying we do not believe that the suspect was solely responsible for the attack. Clearly, he drove alone around the police vehicle that was blocking Bourbon Street, turning off Canal Street, and acted alone in mowing down all those poor people. But they've been reviewing camera footage. They've been going through whatever they can find about this suspect, and something is leading them to conclude that he had help. And so they are now trying to run down anyone who has been associated with this person, who's had contact with the individual for the last 72 hours, anybody who knows Shamsu Din Jabbar, and they're trying to get in touch with anyone they can and, frankly, arrest anybody they can, or at least try to take them into custody to talk to them. What exactly leads them to believe there are multiple additional suspects? They did not say, nor did they say how many they're looking for. But something has clearly given them an indication that he did not fully act alone. I suspect it has something to do with the number of possible devices that had been found in and around the crime scene. Did he have help making them, planting them? What's the deal there? And they haven't said, but they're sure looking for others.
And Pierre, they're also looking at a home in New Orleans. We have video of that search taking place. What can you tell us about that?
Now, we don't yet know if we can, directly link it to this ongoing situation, but the fact that ATF involved is a clue. It's an Airbnb, we were told, so it could be something that was recently rented out. But again, just to reemphasize what we're discussing, they repeatedly use the words they and them and other associates, and that to directly quote the FBI official, we do not believe that he was solely responsible for that. Now, whether that means he was inspired by others, to do an act like this, there are conspiracy charges that can be brought against people that, know what you're doing, encourage you to do such an act of violence, but also real concern that, as Aaron just pointed out, that, look, there was time needed to place these devices. Did he have help doing that? How much surveillance was involved? Those are the kinds of questions that are being asked. And also, how did he get the materials? Where did he get the materials? So again, FBI officials normally in these cases are quick to point out when they can say so that the individual acted alone, appears to be a so-called lone wolf. They're not doing that in this case. In fact, they're doing the opposite. When we get off the air shortly, we'll try to get some more reporting done on whether we can dig into. They're obviously being super careful to not do anything to tip off the people that they may be looking at in relation to this. But clearly, there is something very specific that's driving this investigation at this point.
And Pierre, we also heard Governor Jeff Landry say he has issued an executive order and mobilized military police. What can you tell us in terms of security changes now since this attack?
Well, one of the things, look, the glaring error that we just have to call it is for what it is that they had an area leading into the area where the people were congregating and celebrating the new year that was big enough for a vehicle to get past. The fact that, it was a sidewalk area big enough to get past, you just can't have happen. And we see here in Washington, for example, the area around the White House, you used to be able to drive back and forth through there. They've made it very difficult for any vehicle to get in the area that they don't want it to be. In fact, when we have inaugurations, when we have major events in this city, it's not unusual at all to see large dump trucks be placed in areas where they can't build more permanent barriers. So clearly the governor and others were pointing out that certain deficiencies have to be addressed immediately, bringing in the military and having additional boots on the ground, if you will, to check various passengers, people, pedestrians walking through areas. Because before you can reopen Bourbon Street and before you can have that game, they have to have a plan for how to get people to the game safely. There will be thousands of people walking to that stadium, heading into that stadium. You've got to make sure that they're safe and able to do so without a vehicle ramming them.
And Robert, to that point, as the chief of detectives for the NYPD for so long, you've dealt with security for large events like this. What do you make of them saying that the suspect drove on the sidewalk, almost as if, so there's nothing we could have done? How much of this is going to be a moment for officials there to come together and acknowledge what many are calling a failure here to prevent this attack?
I think they did in a way, because I don't see they pretty much owned up to the fact that he was able to take the sidewalk. So this will be part of an after investigation, after event. So it's right now it's just it is what it is. You know, they should have had something out there and they didn't. And usually have a much bigger vehicle than a patrol car either as well. And so those things should have been closed off. If you're going to have a pedestrian plaza, you're going to turn Bourbon Street open like that, you need to do something to protect people coming by. And I think this is what they said. They went on quite a bit about how safe the city is and how they turned a corner. That's great news. But these events and the whole nation watches, and we adapt to what happens to them. We'll take and see those things that fail there, and to make sure it doesn't happen in New York or Los Angeles or anywhere else in the country, Washington, D.C. The world changed after Nice, France, and certainly instance after that, where you go up and down Fifth Avenue right now, and you see bollards everywhere, St. Patrick's Cathedral. So the world has changed, and they've been in there for about 6 or 7 years now. And Bourbon Street is an attractive, unfortunately attractive target for terrorism. So that those things have to be covered. They will now. However, it's unfortunate. It's late in the game.
Aaron, they're also asking for the public's help. Information about the incident, also information from anyone who had any contact with the suspect in the last 72 hours. What kind of info do you think they're looking for?
Certainly they're looking for any video or still images, anything that could help them understand from any angle what happened, who was around, how are things positioned. And then they'd like anybody who may know Shamsuddin Jabbar, who has had any contact with the person, to give them a call. It doesn't have to be criminal contact. It could be innocuous contact. Maybe somebody who saw him and sold him some material that could have been used in some of the pipe bombs that we've been reporting the authorities have collected. They were crudely made devices, we were told, filled with coils and nails. Where did he get all that material? And eventually they'd like to try and put a timeline for how this attack began, its origin point, how the materials were collected, and how were they then put to use.
And Pierre, what more are you hearing about the decision to postpone the Sugar Bowl, and what went into that?
Well, clearly you have two, security situations ongoing at the same time. You have to secure the crime scene to make sure that that is safe. Also, you have to gather all the evidence, any bit of evidence that you can find in that area. So you just can't have people moving in and about, and that requires a massive FBI presence, that requires a significant local law enforcement presence. For example, even the bullet shell casings that were fired, they will gather each and every one of those up. At the same time, you've got to prepare for what is now a security event, even more so than it was the Sugar Bowl, that is upcoming. So given the drain on resources, and resources are being poured in, but given the drain on resources, you can't imagine trying to have that game tonight under these circumstances when you still are looking at the possibility of other suspects as well. So this was the prudent decision that had to be made, one that we would have expected law enforcement officials to make along with city officials, but clearly it's too fluid a situation to consider this business as usual going on with a game with tens of thousands of people going not far from a terrorist attack that just occurred.
And for anyone just joining us, I just want to quickly recap that police are now saying the suspect in the deadly truck ramming attack and shooting on Bourbon Street early this morning, they do not believe he was acting alone. We heard that from the FBI special agent in charge just a little while ago, saying Shamsuddin Jabbar, the suspect here, 42 years old, is a Texas Army veteran. Or an Army veteran from Texas, I should say. They are now exploring if he had any possible ties to ISIS. They say they did find an ISIS flag on the truck used in the attack. But either way, they do not believe, regardless, that he did this alone, that he had some kind of support. So that's a big area of the investigation now, is trying to find where that support came from and to what extent he was helped in this attack. They also say they found IEDs, explosive devices, in the vehicle as well as around the scene. I want to bring back our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, for a little bit more on those findings and what they're saying about the victims as well, Aaron.
Well, the victims, they've confirmed at least 10 people have been killed. We have also heard from the local congressman who told us that the death toll had climbed to 15, and that may be because a number of people were critically injured on scene and taken to area hospitals where they later died. That's what the police chief, Ann Kirkpatrick, had said. So we're still waiting for authorities to clarify the numbers here, but it's horrific no matter what the number is. The findings in the truck itself proved to be probably the biggest immediate clue for the authorities to conclude that this was an act of terrorism, Diane, because they see, and you see it there on your screen, the pole sticking up from the trailer hitch is flying what the FBI has described as an ISIS flag. Why is that important? Primarily because it gave the authorities an early indication as to what the motivation may have been here, what they were dealing with. It led them to immediately call in the FBI to take over the investigation. And now they'll work to determine, was he affiliated with anyone, a known ISIS member? Was he radicalized online? Did he simply take inspiration from some of the many, many social media posts that authorities have seen of late by ISIS propagandists calling for attacks in the West? And did he simply read some of that and decide to take action on his own?
And while we continue to follow the developments there in New Orleans with that deadly New Year's attack, we're also following breaking news out of Las Vegas, where police and fire officials are now investigating a fire and explosion at Trump Las Vegas. They say it happened in a car that a driver pulled into a valet area there, and the vehicle exploded. Our Justice reporter Alex Mellon has the latest on that. Alex, what are they now saying about what happened here in Vegas?
Hi there, Diane. It's actually Alex Stone here. And Las Vegas law enforcement, they briefed a moment ago saying that they don't have a lot of answers yet on what this was. It was around 8:40 this morning. This call came in of an explosion at the Trump Tower Hotel. They know a cyber truck pulled up right to the glass entrance doors. Smoke started coming from the vehicle, and then it exploded. Now, they don't know if this was intentional. They don't know if it was something wrong with the vehicle or something that was in the vehicle. The sheriff's saying that they believe everything is safe at this point, but they're looking for, if it was malicious, what the intention was. They don't know any of that yet, Diane.
And they say they're treating it as an intentional criminal act in the meantime. So what does that do for the investigation, Alex?
Well, they say based on what's going on in New Orleans that they have to begin looking at it that way, not knowing what this was. They've got injured 7 bystanders that have minor injuries. They are taking this slow, but the sheriff's saying we don't know what we don't know, but saying that they do believe that the threat is over and that the community is now safe. The FBI is part of the investigation, is looking into it. They are trying to understand what the incident was or was not, but the indicators are there of a vehicle pulling up, smoke begins to come out of it, and then an explosion. The person inside the vehicle was killed. They don't know if it was a male or a female yet, but a lot they still have to figure out.
And Josh Margolin, who's also following the story for us. Josh, they also say they are looking at this as a possible act of terror. What does that tell you?
It says, like Alex says, that the sheriff says they don't know what they don't know. They know this. Whatever happened was intentional. The truck didn't just explode because of some sort of malfunction or something on the street. The driver took the cyber truck up into the valet port in front of the hotel, and they started seeing some smoke, and then it exploded. Apparently, this is according to law enforcement sources that we're talking to, there were some fireworks-style mortars in the truck. Now, the question is, were they set off intentionally at the hotel? Were they set off or were they lit so that they would go off somewhere else? That really is the key thing, and they're working to find out who the driver was, what the motive might be, because that's obviously the key. But this was not an accident in their mind, and that's why they're saying possible criminal act, possible act of terror. It gives law enforcement the full array of legal authority to do a full investigation so they can get everything done. You know, you can't go back and recreate an investigation. You have to get the evidence, get the information, and then make a determination. And that's people who follow us all the time now with all of these active shooters and other types of incidents have come to know that that's how police want to react at first so they can get as much information quickly.
Now, this location is a subject of frequent threats and heightened security given its connection to the incoming president. So, Alex, what do we know about security around the hotel as of late, just because of that?
Well, security, Diane, has always been tight around this hotel going back many years. It's in kind of a remote area of Las Vegas, a little bit removed from the strip, kind of in a, you can see in the pictures of the hotel that there's a parking lot there and some lower level buildings that are around it, but it's not on the heart of the Vegas Strip. But because it is the name brand of the former and soon-to-be president again, that security is always tight. There's usually Vegas police there. There's usually other security as well. But we can see in video that in this case, looks like the Cybertruck pulled up, the smoke began, then it exploded, and a valet, just like any other valet, where you would pull up and nobody was stopping this truck from pulling up, went right up to the glass doors, just like you would at any Vegas hotel. This truck pulled up in that way.
All right, Alex Stone. And I know Eric Trump tweeted about this earlier, saying the safety and well-being of our guests and staff remain our top priority. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Las Vegas Fire Department and local law enforcement for their swift response and professionalism. We, of course, will continue to stay on this story, the car explosion at Trump International there in Las Vegas. We will continue following those developments as we learn more about the investigation. But now I want to go back to the ongoing investigation into what law enforcement are calling a terror attack in New Orleans early this morning. They say the suspect rammed a truck into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street as they were celebrating New Year's, then got out of the truck, opened fire on police before he was killed in a shootout. 2 officers are injured. 10 people, at least 10 people, have been killed and dozens more injured. The FBI says they also found explosive devices in the vehicle and around the scene. A large scene there now cordoned off as they search for more potential explosives in the sugar bowl. That was supposed to happen in New Orleans tonight, has been postponed. And of course, many families now mourning victims. I want to bring in Kimberly Usher Fall, who is speaking on behalf of the Perez family, who lost some members of the family in this attack. Kimberly, first of all, my condolences to you. I cannot imagine how hard it is to deal with this, let alone to talk about this, but we appreciate you coming on and sharing your story with us. Tell us about what happened this morning and how you learned about it.
Actually, it was only one member, and it was Nicole. We were contacted by, my employee contacted me and told me that her sister Nicole was in the car attack in New Orleans. And so Nicole worked for me, and she was a manager. She was a manager of one of my stores. And that's how I found out.
Kimberly, I know Nicole was 27 years old. We have a photo of her there. I presume that's her 4-year-old son, Melvin. Can you tell me more about her and what you want people to know about her?
She was a great mother. She had just been promoted to a position at the store. She was so excited about the new position. She didn't have a car. She didn't have a lot of things, but she used to walk to work, and she made sure even if it was raining, she'd get to work. And she was allowed to bring her son into the office when he didn't have school. And so she was helping him learn to read. And she just was a really exciting little young lady, and she was getting herself together. And she was going out last night with her friends. And now I'm helping family right now. Her sister is not doing well. The mother and the sister were admitted to the hospital for stress. And so I'm going to go pick up the baby, and I'm going to make sure he's okay.
They are lucky to have you right now, Kimberly, and I'm sure appreciative. Can you tell us a bit more of how the family found out and what more you know about what happened to Jessica? What happened
I know
to
it's
Nicole, rather?
to Nicole. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, some of the girls that Nicole was with contacted Jessica, which is her sister, and told them that she was hit by the truck and that she was actually in the street bleeding out. And Jessica rushed to University Hospital, and she was sitting around all morning waiting to find out any details. And around 11:30, a member of the family that was that had some contact with an NOPD was advised that Nicole was actually she had passed, and so that's how we found out, and that's kind of where we are right now.
So many questions are now coming out about this attack. As someone with ties to a family here who lost someone, what questions do you want answered right now?
Well, number one, I don't understand why it wasn't protected. We know that that's one of the busiest nights in the area, and to not be protecting your local people or just any people is ridiculous. The fact that we have these people in our country now that shouldn't be here, and they're planning to get us. Makes you not feel safe. And I want answers as to why they're in our country now. How did they get here? And why do they hate us so much? And so now I have to go tell a little 4-year-old boy that he doesn't have a mama because people aren't doing their jobs and because of things not being set up properly to protect the citizens of the city and of this country.
And Kimberly, we should point out that police right now are saying, law enforcement, the FBI are saying that the suspect is from Texas, that he's an Army veteran, served the U.S. Army. So talk to me a little bit more about Nicole and what you want people to know about this loss.
Nicole was going to be so successful. She wanted to have her own store. Her little boy looked up to her, and he didn't have his father in his family. In the family, he didn't have the presence of his father, but Nicole was being both. She was being a mother and a father, and she was doing a really good job. She was doing the best that she could. And so now he has to grow up without that. And I don't know how the sister and the grandma are going to do it, but everybody, the community's all coming together around them right now. We've done a GoFundMe for the funeral expenses and for anything that Mello might need right now. So that's what we're doing. And we want her memory to be one of being a really happy, go lucky young lady that she's living for the moment, and she was just excited to have her new job.
Kimberly Usher Fall, we appreciate your time today talking about Nicole Perez, a daughter, a sister, and a mother, just 27 years old, leaving her 4-year-old son here. Just a tragedy all around. Kimberly, we appreciate you coming on to share your story. And again, my condolences to you and to the whole Perez family.
Thank you. And to everybody else out there, I feel sorry for them as well. We've had other people close to me that they've lost people as well. We just found that out a few minutes ago. We had some other friends. So it's been a hard day here in New Orleans.
I'm sure it has. I'm sorry to hear that, too. And again, thank you for what you are doing to try to help them, Kimberly, and thank you for sharing your story with us.
Thank you.
And I want to go back to our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, for a little bit more on that. Karen, you heard Kimberly there saying she is learning of more people who lost loved ones here. What is the latest on the death toll?
Well, officially it stands at 10. We've had a local congressman tell us that 15 people have been killed after some apparently succumbed to injuries they sustained in the vehicle ramming attack at the hospital. The police chief could not confirm. She said she didn't know, but was working to find out how many of those people may have succumbed to their injuries. Just heartbreaking to hear about the little boy without his mom anymore. And this has been the ongoing priority, is to care for the wounded as best the hospitals can, to account for the deceased, notify next of kin. The authorities have not released any names. That those have come out because people are starting to talk about them on their own, either online or in tributes like the one you just heard. The authorities are also, have not said the nature of all of the injuries. We don't know whether there were those that may have been hit by any of the gunfire, whether they were all injured, killed as a result of the vehicle ramming itself. So the authorities still have a lot to process and tell us publicly about what exactly happened to all these people.
And Pierre, how complex is this investigation given that aspect of it? This was a three-pronged attack. You've got explosive devices, which it seems none were actually detonated, so no injuries or deaths there. But you did have a crowd rammed by this truck and then this shootout between the suspect and police. What does that do for this investigation as they try to piece this all together? And now the FBI is saying they don't think he was working alone.
The level of planning has got to concern law enforcement officials, and it is concerning them. Again, firearm involved. Again, vehicle used as a battering ram to kill people. Also, explosive devices, homemade explosive devices. When they say improvised explosive devices, that's what they're saying, that these were not commercially made devices. These were something that was put together by the suspect or others. Also, information from sources that a grenade was likely involved in some fashion as well. So given the fact that you have additional suspects that they're looking at potentially in connection with this investigation, you see how all these different things have got to flow into the information till seamlessly. It has to all come in, information about the gun, information about the IEDs, information about the truck. They have a massive amount of information already. The fact that they have identified the man as being a former Army veteran, a person who lived in Texas, who recently came into the area. There's a lot of information that they have, but again, you're also pulsing, and we haven't talked about this a lot today, you're also pulsing the intelligence community, the CIA, the NSA, to see if there was anything that was missed in connection with chatter about this person. Also, what comes up in terms of travels of this individual. Was he out of the country recently, in recent years, days or months? All those things are now a part of what we're seeing take place because, again, you have the Sugar Bowl coming up, which they're going to try to do tomorrow night. You have, law enforcement officials trying to protect other games that are being played throughout the next few days, both at the professional level and also at the collegiate level. So there's a lot happening, and you have an inauguration coming up in recent days. And as we said earlier, law enforcement officials have been in this state of heightened concern since October of 2023 in connection with the attack in Israel. And also, officials have been quietly telling me that the time between administrations, when you have an outgoing administration and an incoming administration, this time in December and in January, right before the inauguration, is a time when bad guys typically see this country as vulnerable, and they sometimes try to do horrible things.
More about that. The alert that went out warning law enforcement to be on the lookout for attacks like this?
Indeed. They had been putting out these bulletins really all through the summer, and we've seen them even more frequent since the attempted assassination attempts against former President Trump. And we also typically see them during, quite frankly, the holiday season because they know there are large gatherings of people. But the level of intensity and concern has been different going into these holiday days, if you will. And it is surprising that in this particular case, more wasn't done to make sure there was no ability to get to people celebrating in what largely was a street full of people.
And the big headline out of the press conference was, of course, when the FBI special agent in charge said she did not believe the suspect was acting alone. Aaron, now you're learning a little bit more as to why?
They didn't say why at the press conference, but law enforcement sources told ABC News that a number of people are seen on surveillance camera planting what appear to be the explosive devices, potential explosive devices, in advance of the vehicle ramming attack. That gives authorities reason to believe that this suspect did not act alone. We don't know a precise number of individuals who were seen, but we're told multiple people were seen on surveillance images appearing to plant what could be explosive devices in advance of the attack. The priority now is identifying those people, tracking them down and taking them into custody.
Brad, what goes into that process?
So, two things pop up. One is this Airbnb that was rented a couple of miles from Bourbon Street. Who was in that residence? What do surveillance cameras tell you? If he traveled from Texas, did he bring people with him, or did he hook up with people that either came separately or are more local related folks? I think they're going to be able to figure that out between all of the different cameras. Now, granted, when they placed the devices, which I'm going to assume wasn't a long time before he drove the truck through the crowd, and can they develop a timeline or a TikTok of where they were? Because it sounds like that maybe there was more than one of them that was placing devices at various locations, and we still don't have a firm number as to how many devices were actually found.
We also don't have identities for the victims here, but so far law enforcement is saying at least 10 people were killed in this attack, dozens more injured, and now we are learning one of those victims was Reggie Hunter, 37 years old. Sherelle Jackson, Reggie's first cousin, is on the phone with us talking. She is handling the media for the family and talking to us a bit about Reggie. Sherelle, first of all, my condolences to you and the rest of the family. And what can you tell us about, so far about what happened to Reggie?
Just what you're seeing in the news. We just got a phone call that he was injured and we needed to get to New Orleans Medical Center. And we got in our vehicles and we headed down there. And when we got there, we were told that he was deceased. And he suffered from internal injuries from being ran over by this truck.
What can you tell us about your cousin? He was on Bourbon Street. He was having a good time. I know the family says that he was a family man. What can you tell us about Reggie and your reaction when you found out that he was gone?
He definitely was a family man, a great father to his two sons, a loving brother, great cousin. We was just together for Thanksgiving, Christmas as a family. 12:07 this morning, he texted in the family group text, Happy New Year. Just a young man wanted to go out and have a good time in New Orleans for New Year's. Never seen this coming, didn't anticipate it. He didn't do anything to anyone. He did not deserve this. He had his whole life ahead of him, a family to live for, and none of the people that were injured or murdered in this situation deserved it. We just want to go out and have a good time and celebrate the new year. And off the back of holidays, you get this phone call that's like a crunch to your gut at 5:30 in the morning saying that you got a family member that's injured. And then to find out how and why, it infuriates me. I'm upset. I want to know, why? My cousin didn't do anything to this person. We don't know who this person. This person doesn't know him. He probably didn't know any of the other victims. Why would you just do something and so much turmoil and destroy so many lives to people that did not deserve it? It's not fair.
What's your reaction to law enforcement now saying that they believe this was a terror attack, and they believe the suspect here did not act alone?
I don't want to go crazy whether, if it was terrorist attack or just a random Joe Blow. All I know is that my cousin is dead and he's never coming back. I hope that it wasn't a terrorist attack. I know things like that are possible. I understand that, it's the end of the year. We got so much going on in New Orleans with the Sugar Bowl and Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. Millions of people flock to this area. I can understand where people can say, coming from that perspective, terrorists doing something. I wish they wouldn't have done it, I just wish people would have more kindness in their heart and not do things that will affect so many people and not think and worry about the consequences and the aftermath. It's senseless, it's cruel, and it hurts. And I just wish none of this never would have happened. I wish my cousin was still here with us right now today.
So many of us.
What are we going to say to his kids, his two sons?
So many of us, and I'm sure viewers watching are sharing that wish with you right now, Sherelle. Is there anything else? I want to leave you with just let you get a final word in on what you want people to know about Reggie Hunter.
Reggie Hunter, life of the party. Little small, little bitty man, big heart, very, very funny, loving and caring. We were just making plans as a family on how we were going to spend next year Thanksgiving. We were making plans and joking about how we were going to go to the gym and, you know, he was going to lift weights and I was going to lose weight. Just a funny guy that loved his sisters, his brothers, his aunts, everyone. Like, you know, some people don't have close family relationships. Fortunately for us, that's not the case. We do. And this is hurting all of us differently on so many levels because we was expecting to still have so much life to live with our cousin. And again, I can't say it enough. You know, a great guy, never in any trouble, didn't bother anybody, gonna always make you laugh, you know, just a beautiful person who did not deserve this and had so much more life to live, and it was snubbed out and cut short. And I want as much justice for him as I can possibly have. If there was something with terrorists, I want the government to take care of it, find out, and do something about it, and make sure this does not happen again. Not only in New Orleans, but you know, Florida, any part of the United States. We have to control this. We have to get a handle on this so this does not happen, and other families do not have to suffer and have this happen to them. Holiday time, anytime. We just don't need this to happen. This is the United States. We need to protect all of our citizens.
Sherelle Jackson, again, my condolences to you and the rest of the family. I cannot imagine what you're going through. We appreciate you sharing your story with us. Thank you, and again, we are sorry. And now I want to head over to Trevor Ault, who's on Bourbon Street right now. Trevor, what can you tell us about the scene and what you're seeing there now?
Yeah, Diane, so we just got here on the scene here. We are 1 block away from Bourbon Street. That's it in the distance. And in fact, kind of a block on either side is where this F-150 raced through overnight. And we can still see this is a very heavily trafficked area. And what we're seeing actually is kind of a multi-layered approach from law enforcement, local, state, and federal, trying to maintain the integrity of this crime scene, but also knowing that you cannot get rid of every single tourist, every visitor that is here. In fact, we have these barricades behind us. For many blocks on the outside, there are street traffic closures that are very difficult to get around, so they're not getting any extra vehicles in here. But still, there are so many hotels in this area and so many people staying in here. We're talking about thousands of people that law enforcement still has to let people who are staying in some of these hotels beyond these barricades, not all the way up to the scene, but they have to show off their hotel room key, walk only on the sidewalk, and go directly in their room. And the reason that law enforcement has to do this is because there is simply too many people who are staying here to displace them or tell them that they have to stay somewhere else. But we are talking about a massive crime scene and a massive impact on a ton of people. This is one of the most lively places in the United States. Bourbon Street on New Year's Eve. There are still so many people here who are taking this in. A lot of people kind of walking around in a daze, figuring it out. A lot of people who have had their plans impacted. A lot of people who may have been impacted by this incident overnight. Law enforcement clearly taking this very seriously, not trying to drum up any kind of hysteria, but also being very meticulous about how they have everything locked down because they take this investigation so seriously. But this is a massive impact beyond the people that were in the line of this truck overnight, Diane.
All right, Trevor Ault there near the scene in New Orleans. Trevor, thank you. I want to go back to our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre, where does this investigation go from now?
Well, right now, this is an investigation that's being given the highest priority by the FBI and the Department of Justice. The National Security Division has been activated in terms of the Justice Department to look into this. They need to find out were there other people involved with this attack. They need to find out where all these parts and the gun was purchased. All the above is the critical thing. But right now, the emphasis on finding out were there other people directly involved in supporting or conducting this attack? Just to be simple, that is the concern going forward. And we are hoping, we don't have word yet on the next briefing, but we're hoping to get additional information, additional reporting, because this is an ongoing situation still unfolding.
All right, Pierre Thomas. Aaron Katursky, just final words on what you're watching for?
Well, the prospect of a range of additional suspects, as the FBI said. We'll be watching to see whether they're able to take anyone else into custody, how quickly that takes. They are also working on any potential contacts of Shamsuddin Jabbar, the early 40s Army veteran who's been identified as the one behind the wheel of that pickup truck. They're looking to run down any family member, former family member, any known associate to learn whatever they can about him and what may have led him down this path of apparent radicalization with that ISIS flag in the pickup truck.
And again, at least 10 people dead in that attack in New Orleans on New Year's. The suspect identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar, and now the FBI looking into who else may have helped him with this attack. Our coverage continues for many of you on the network and ABC News Live. We have the very latest on World News Tonight.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. We are following breaking news here on ABC News Live, and here's what we know at this hour. At least 10 people are dead and dozens injured in New Orleans after a man in a pickup truck plowed a car through the crowd there early this morning. That suspect has been identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar. FBI officials gave an update a little while ago saying they don't believe he acted alone.
We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates. That's why we need the public's help. We are asking if anybody has any interactions with Shamsuddin Jabbar in the last 72 hours, that you contact us.
And this happened on Bourbon Street, where people were ringing in the new year. Obviously a very popular place to be at that time, around 3 o'clock in the morning. And eyewitnesses are describing a graphic scene in the wake of that attack.
And what we witnessed was body after body mangled. Just as far as you could see, we counted 10, and at least 6 were instantly, clearly deceased. And they were trying to get everybody just to stay inside, but everyone had just completely disappeared.
Officials say the suspect drove around barricades, a police patrol car, onto the sidewalk in order to get onto the sidewalk, in order to get onto the street, rather. They say he was hell-bent on killing as many people as possible. They say the suspect then got out of the vehicle and started firing on the crowd. 2 officers were injured in a shootout then, and the suspect was shot and killed. We're also learning the FBI says it found what they're calling improvised explosive devices in the vehicle and around the scene of the attack, and then searched the area to try to make sure that no more devices were found. And the big headline out of that press conference just a little while ago is that they don't believe the suspect was acting alone. And so the big question now, among others, is who may have helped this suspect. I want to bring in our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky, along with ABC News Justice reporter Alex Malin for more. Aaron, what more can you tell us? And our senior justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, there to my right. Aaron, what more can you tell us about the timeline and what more we're learning about how this all unfolded?
It was about 3 a.m., a little after 3 a.m. local time on Bourbon Street. The celebration for New Year's Eve was continuing into the early hours of 2025, Diane, and that's when the authorities said a white pickup truck turned from Canal Street, ignored a police cruiser that was trying to prevent vehicles from turning onto Bourbon Street, went around that car onto the sidewalk and then sped up very quickly down Bourbon Street and mowed down a lot of people. There were a number killed, there were a number injured, and when the suspect exited the vehicle, he came out shooting and ended up firing at responding New Orleans police officers. 2 of them were hit by gunfire, taken to the hospital now in stable condition, we're told. Then, once the officers were able to return fire, kill the suspect, that's when they noticed the IEDs. And we've been told there are at least two confirmed viable devices, according to the FBI, but a number of other devices that have been located, including law enforcement sources say pipe bombs, described as homemade, crude devices with coils and nails, and that sent off a search of the French Quarter and beyond to see whether there were other potential devices that may cause harm. It's why the French Quarter is largely sealed off at this hour as police continue to investigate the circumstances and whether the suspect had any help.
And Pierre, what is the latest on the suspect and what we know about him so far?
He's 42 years old. He is from Texas, they believe. They believe that he rented the truck, perhaps in that area, drove to the New Orleans area and conducted these attacks. Right now, there's a very intensive investigation ongoing into his background. They're looking at residents that he's lived in. They're trying to exploit any devices associated with him. They're talking to friends, family, and associates. The key, again, they emphasized during the press conference, as we mentioned, Diane, that there was a, quote, range of suspects that they were looking at. And they kept using the word they and them in connection with this incident. Also, the fact that there were multiple IEDs, planted in the area. They found some in the vehicle, and there are others that are in the French Quarter there that they are trying to get a sense of how were those placed, was there any support needed to get those both created and also planted in the area. And right now, that is one of the primary motivations, is to try to figure out what the motive was here. You have the Sugar Bowl, which was slated to be played tonight. That's been postponed at least a day while law enforcement try to sort this out to make sure there's not an ongoing threat to that community. And also there's growing concern about the potential for copycats around the country as well. So this is a all hands on deck moment. The FBI, ATF is doing a search in connection with the weapons, a long gun, a rifle, we're told, as well as a handgun that has been recovered. So there's so much work to be done, and they need to do it like yesterday.
And Pierre, I understand we're just now getting a photograph of the suspect, and again, 42-year-old Samsudin Jabbar. Police are saying he was an Army veteran from Texas. That photo there of the suspect. What more can you tell us about that, Pierre?
Well, that's going to be very useful because now there are some YouTube videos and other things that we can now compare that photograph to see if it's the same person. Again, that will, again, help law enforcement officials when they're searching through social media to determine what else can they connect him to in terms of his thoughts, his philosophy. Who was he communicating with? We're hearing from neighbors, people that are being talked to by reporters and law enforcement, some details on his background. We hope to be able to share that as soon as we can vet that more intensely. But right now, again, this man did what is being described to me as a cold-blooded, intentional act, which involved a level of planning and thoughtfulness to execute.
Thank you both. And I want to bring in ABC News contributor, former DHS Acting Undersecretary for Intelligence, John Cohen, for more. John, what are FBI officials doing now to try to find out more about this suspect and maybe more importantly, who may have helped him?
Yeah, they're going to be exploiting the individual's electronics. So they'll be looking at computers, cell phones, email accounts, social media, anything that they can connect with the suspect. They'll be conducting interviews. They'll be interviewing the suspect's family, people that he worked with, people that he may have interacted with online. They'll be conducting search warrants. They'll be going to locations, whether it's offices or residents associated with the suspect. They'll be looking for documents or any other type of information. But your question's the right question, because this is a little bit different than some of the lone offender attacks that we've been seeing over the course of the past several years. This attack seemed to be planned. It seemed to potentially involve multiple people. There are early indications that it may have been inspired by Islamic terrorist ideological beliefs. The suspect apparently was wearing body armor, was armed. There were multiple weapons used in this attack. It was the vehicle ramming, but he also had firearms. And we're hearing about the potential for improvised explosive devices. So this seemed to be, as Pierre was saying, a well-planned or at least an attack that had some level of planning and was not simply an individual who became inspired by something they saw online and then decided to go out on their own and conduct an attack.
And John, what does that do for the investigation, the level of sophistication that you can already tell from this attack, just given it was this sort of three-pronged approach that clearly involved some level of expertise and a lot of planning?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that expertise is now available online. So whereas in the past, terrorist groups would recruit individuals, would have them go to training facilities, would indoctrinate them with ideology, all that could be done online. And in fact, that's what we've been seeing in many of these types of targeted attacks over the past several years. Individuals or small groups, they self-connect with an ideological belief system that they come to by consuming online content, and then they acquire the information on how to conduct the attack online, and they'll even use the internet to order the materials used in the attack. So that's what investigators are going to be looking at, not just who the suspect was communicating with, so they can identify other potential co-conspirators, but how they were able to prepare for the attack, whether it was in person and online.
All right, John Cohen, thank you. And we're learning some new details about the truck used in that deadly ramming attack. Law enforcement officials say it was apparently spotted in North Harris County, Texas, just yesterday. Let's get straight to KTRK investigative reporter Kevin Osbeck for more. Kevin, what can you tell us about this alleged sighting of the truck in Texas and how that might fill some holes for investigators?
Well, Diane, I actually just wanted to start off with some new information we are getting right now from the FBI Houston field office. They are flagging to us that they are now setting up a secure perimeter in a North Houston neighborhood. Now, this is a neighborhood about 30 miles north of downtown Houston. This FBI bulletin is asking people to please avoid this area because they are telling us that they are going to have specialized teams on the ground in this North Houston area for several hours now. And the FBI Houston field office is saying this is in connection to this morning's attack over in New Orleans. And then the bulletin kind of stops there, saying more information will be provided when that more information is available. Now, Diane, I do want to stress, according to a law enforcement source, that Ford F-150 that was used in that New Orleans attack was spotted pretty close to this neighborhood yesterday morning at around 10 a.m. Central. About an hour later, around 11:15 a.m. Central, it was spotted moving around this neighborhood again. Now, we don't know if there's any significance to that movement. But Diane, about an hour after that, so shortly after noon Central, that white Ford F-150 was then seen traveling east on Interstate 10. That is the interstate that connects Houston to New Orleans. It's only about a 5 to 6 hour drive between these two big major cities. Now, we can also report for sure that we know the suspect Jabbar did not own that Ford F-150. It's actually owned by a Houston man who rents that truck out using a car rental app called Turo. I actually was able to get a hold of that truck owner this morning. He would not tell me who was the last person he rented that truck out to or what date that truck was last rented out, but he did tell me he was already in contact with both FBI as well as CIA officials to get them all the information that they need to move this investigation forward, Diane.
All right, Kevin, what else can you tell us in terms of the vehicle, and what else are the sort of the big pieces of the puzzle they're trying to put together here?
Well, one thing that was very interesting, Diane, is when I spoke to that owner this morning of the Ford F-150, it was a short conversation, right? But I can tell you, just based on his tone, he was so overwhelmed. You could really hear the stress in his voice. I mean, just think about it in this position that he's in. A truck he rents out for extra cash is now at the center of this horrific attack. In terms of extra details about what we know about this vehicle and when it was rented out, again, we don't have those pieces of the puzzle now, but we can tell you investigators are moving quite quickly, knowing now that they now have this big perimeter set up in this neighborhood just in North Houston. Again, right around the same area where this truck was spotted multiple times yesterday morning, so less than 24 hours before the horrific attack in New Orleans.
All right, Kevin Osbeck, we appreciate it. Thank you. And let's turn now to former Senior Director for Counterterrorism on the National Security Council, Javed Ali, for more. Javed, thanks for coming on. You know, law enforcement officials tell ABC News that they're now working to determine whether this suspect traveled outside the country recently and whether he had a connection to ISIS. How does it change the investigation if they do find that he traveled abroad or that he had some kind of tie to this terror group?
Well, Diane, nice to be with you. And if there is a foreign connection to ISIS that's overt beyond what appears to be, at a minimum, an ideological one with the ISIS flag that apparently has been found, that just adds another layer of complexity to this and makes it even more dangerous. And perhaps that is a reason why this attack was so lethal and had all these different features about it, to include the truck ramming, the weapons, the improvised explosive devices. If this person, even by himself, had gotten some kind of training or financial support from ISIS associates abroad, we actually haven't seen a plot like that in the United States going back to almost 2008 and 2009 with Americans who had managed to get recruited or trained by al-Qaeda. So this would be almost a game changer in terms of the threat environment. And if there are other people associated with this plot who are on the loose, do they likewise fit that same profile? So this is another really unsettling aspect of what's happened.
And regardless of whether or not they do find he has ties to ISIS, the FBI is saying they don't believe the suspect acted alone here. There's apparently some video footage showing what they think are potential accomplices planting some of the explosive devices that were found on the scene. How significant is that?
Well, that would be very significant, because the last time we've seen a jihadist, even inspired attack or one that was enabled or directed from overseas was 2009, with 3 people who had been sort of guided to conduct an attack in New York City by al-Qaeda. So for almost 15, 16 years, we haven't seen that type of multi-person attack team in the United States. And so this would be another aspect that would make this even more dangerous than it already is. And who those people are, where are they right now? Are they still in New Orleans? Are they in other parts of Louisiana? Have they left the region? These are all sort of the questions we were asking in the aftermath of the Luigi Mangione attack from New York a month ago. And here we are now with something even more broader, more dangerous, and perhaps more capable if there's some kind of foreign terrorist nexus to this, which we don't know yet for sure. But again, if they discover that is going to make this even more of a, there will be even more of an effort to find these people and arrest them.
And how critical is all of that? Looking into the devices, looking into the potential accomplices to try to figure out motive here, because the suspect is dead here. You can't question him.
Right. So picking up on some of what John Cohen had said just a few minutes earlier, I would have to think right now they are not only interviewing the people around the dead perpetrator, but looking at his electronic devices, if there's any social media footprint to suggest motive or intent. But part of the plan, again, if it's connected to more individuals than just the dead attacker, there could be aspects of this plot that are still not realized. Why they're choosing to do this, again, not sure. But there could be other targets that have been selected. And now it's a question of whether they're trying to kind of move to the next phase of the plan, if that is indeed the case. That's an assumption on my part. But yeah, we've seen time and time again with these jihadist plots, there's always a variety of motivations that are both driven by events happening in the world and then things happening in individuals or people's own lives. And I suspect we'll find the same thing once that part of the story becomes clear.
All right, Javed Ali, thank you. Coming up, the latest on this New Orleans ramming attack, including how the community is now reacting to the incident. Stay with us.
The best moments deserve the best eggs, especially when they're Eggland's Best. It tastes so deliciously fresh, with better nutrition too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
With Chime, I can get paid when I want. Why do we accept waiting 2 weeks for payday? I work hard every day, but I don't get paid every day. Because of Chime, I don't have to wait to get paid anymore. With my pay, I can get up to $500 of my pay on my schedule. There's no interest, no credit checks, no mandatory fees. I love being in control of my money, and for the first time, I can control my payday. And you can too. And that's why I Chime. Join me at chime.com and get paid when you say.
I love winter forecasting. It's the reason I went into meteorology. As far as winter weather goes, I think the biggest thing for Chicagoans is commuting.
The thing that is consistently dangerous for us are winter storms. They can shut the city down in a moment's notice.
One of these days, we're getting another big blizzard, and we will be there ready to cover that when it's happening.
Keeping you up to date and prepared for impactful winter weather. That's what it means to be the Weather Authority.
Welcome back. We're following the latest on that deadly attack in New Orleans. At least 10 people are dead and dozens injured after a pickup truck plowed through Bourbon Street, full of crowds celebrating the new year. And police say the driver then opened fire before being shot and killed by police. I want to bring in New Orleans City Council member Eugene Green for more on this. Eugene, thank you for joining us. You know, in a press conference earlier today, authorities talked about not believing that this suspect worked alone, that they're concerned he had support in this attack, and now asking for the public's help with information. So what are you hearing about the latest on those developments?
Well, the bottom line is that it's suspected that there was more than one party involved with this attack. But the most important thing is to recognize that it's in the hands of the Federal Bureau of Investigation right now. They're conducting the investigation with the support of state and local law enforcement officials. And they're asking members of the public who know anything, who may know anything, to call in and make sure that you share that information, because this is an ongoing investigation that's going to require community assistance. The bottom line is that there's speculation right now. There'll be more details in the future. I do want to take an opportunity to thank you for giving me an opportunity to have this interview, because I want to say I give my condolences to the family members of those who were lost on yesterday evening, and I applaud thus far the response by our law enforcement community to this tragedy.
And we appreciate you coming on, and we have spoken to 2 family members so far, council member. Can you tell us a little bit more about what led law enforcement to conclude that they don't believe this suspect was acting alone? We've seen reports of videos of potential accomplices having planted some of the explosive devices found around the scene. What more can you tell us about that?
I think that that's the answer in general. There were videos out there that suggest that, you know, where explosive devices were left, there was someone else who left them other than this particular party. And that investigation is ongoing right now. It's just a suspicion, if you will, that there was other parties involved. But I can tell you that the local, state, and law enforcement officials are working in concert with each other to conduct a very thorough investigation. There is an active, ongoing crime scene on Bourbon Street right now. There's investigations going on in different parts of that particular area. I think that we're going to get to the bottom of it. At the end of the day, our law enforcement community here, especially the members of our New Orleans Police Department, working with our state and also federal officials, have done a good job relative to solving important crimes. This is one that's going to be solved too.
Now, you're a native of New Orleans. How hard is it to secure this part of the city, and what security protocols are implemented before big events like New Year's Eve on Bourbon Street?
Well, let me be honest with you. We just hosted the Taylor Swift 3 nights of concerts, 50,000 people at each concert. There might have been 15,000 people who were in the streets of New Orleans who didn't attend the concert. We've hosted many, obviously, decades of Mardi Gras with hundreds of thousands of people in the streets. We host a Sugar Bowl. We have a Super Bowl coming up. We have a tremendous jazz festival. We have the Essence Festival. We have the Bayou Classic. We are a city that has done a tremendous job of hosting very safe, nationally recognized events. This was an outlier, if you will. At the end of the day, the events of the future in New Orleans will be safe. We're going to learn from this event, what we have to learn, but you're going to see us come forward even stronger in terms of securing our city for visitors and residents alike.
So what's your biggest priority now in terms of helping the community to move forward from this attack and also trying to ensure it doesn't happen again?
Well, my priority right now is, as a council member, I've been sharing information with those whose family members were lost or injured, because we have a variety of resources available in the city of New Orleans, agencies that provide support and assistance to those who are victims of crime. If you've been a victim, I just want to let you know, if you're watching this, between the city of New Orleans, the New Orleans Police Department, the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, and many other private organizations, there is victim assistance support. at this time. There are also many church leaders, for example, and counselors available. Contact the City of New Orleans if you need that assistance. Certainly, we want to make our citizens and our visitors feel comfortable about our city. I want to emphasize that this terrorist achieved nothing. He's dead, and at the end of the day, tomorrow we're having a Sugar Bowl, and very soon there'll be people back on Bourbon Street enjoying themselves. He struck at the heart of humanity by going into an area where people were there only to enjoy themselves, but he did not succeed. We are not going to change our lifestyle here in the city or in our nation because of this terrorist incident. We are moving in the right direction as the city is concerned and in terms of our response. But my main priority is to have our citizens and our visitors recognize that New Orleans is a safe place and that we are on this situation in terms of law enforcement and community support for victims.
All right, New Orleans City Council member Eugene Green, we appreciate your time today, Council member. Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak to your viewers.
And again, we are following the latest on that story out of New Orleans. Right now, the death toll stands at least 10 people dead, though the police chief said that number could climb given the number of people in critical condition. Dozens are injured after a car drove through a crowded street in New Orleans. Police say the suspect then left the vehicle, I should say, and opened fire before being shot and killed by police. Now, officials are investigating it as a terror attack, and the FBI is saying they do not believe the suspect acted alone. ABC News' Elizabeth Schulze and Jay O'Brien are following the story from Washington for us. And we heard from Louisiana Senator John Kennedy at the press conference in New Orleans. I want to play a little clip of what he had to say.
Here's what I want to ask from the federal government. Catch these people. Catch these people. And then tell the American people the truth.
And Jane, listening to the press conference, these people really stuck out because, again, it had not been made clear at that point that they were looking for accomplices, though it does sound that way now. What kind of a reaction are you hearing from other lawmakers on Capitol Hill, and particularly those from Louisiana, from the area?
Yeah, and in particular there, Diane, John Kennedy going on to use the word chase, saying that he would chase federal officials who he deemed responsible for this. Again, it is kind of too early to cast responsibility one way or the other, we have heard lawmakers say. But John Kennedy has said that he's going to continue to look into who was culpable, not just at the federal level, but also at the state and local level for this, because there were, as lawmakers have said in their view, lapses of security. The suspect's ability to get around that police vehicle that was blocking the street is something that we've heard lawmakers point to repeatedly. Again, it is too early in that sense to get there in terms of oversight or investigations, we've heard lawmakers say, but it's certainly something that they're interested in. It's certainly something that John Kennedy said he wants to do. And then, of course, we've heard lawmakers from Louisiana and across the country express their condolences on both sides of the aisle. There is one statement, though, that we should point out, which is from Speaker Mike Johnson, who is also from Louisiana. He said, and I'll read it in part, that his prayers are with the victims. He called this a vicious attack, and he said it was an act of, quote, pure evil. Diane.
And Elizabeth, I know President Biden and President-elect Trump have also both weighed in. What are you hearing from the president and future president?
And Diane, we are just getting an update from the White House that the president has been briefed all throughout the afternoon from his Homeland Security team, from federal law enforcement. He continues to he was also briefed, Diane, on that fire and explosion near Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas, and has directed his team to offer any federal assistance needed there. He says at this point, the full federal resources at the state and local level, too, need to be devoted to understanding how this attack in New Orleans happened, to ensuring that there is no ongoing threat. The president said his initial reaction was anger and frustration. We did also hear from President-elect Donald Trump, who said in a statement, this is an act of pure evil and our hearts are with all of the innocent victims. Diane, President-elect Trump did appear to connect this attack in his initial post to criminals entering the country. Of course, we do now know that the suspect is a U.S. citizen from Texas and also an Army veteran, Diane.
All right, Jay O'Brien, Elizabeth Schulze, thank you both. And our coverage of the New Orleans truck attack will continue in just a moment. Stay with us.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. We are following breaking news out of New Orleans. Police have identified the suspect in this morning's truck ramming attack, and the FBI now says he may not have been working alone. The FBI special agent in charge says his name is Shamsuddin Jabbar, an Army veteran from Texas. This image obtained by ABC News shows the suspect. Authorities say they're now working to determine if he had any ties to ISIS and who may have supported him in this attack. He's accused of ramming a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street amid New Year's celebrations around 3 o'clock this morning. That ramming killed at least 10 people and injured dozens. Authorities say he then opened fire on responding police, injuring 2 officers before he was shot and killed. The FBI also says explosive devices were found in and around the scene, with at least one of those devices deemed viable so far. Now law enforcement is asking for the public's help for any information about the incident and the suspect, especially anyone who's had contact with the suspect in the last 72 hours. I want to bring in former Assistant Secretary for the Department of Homeland Security, Marcia Espinosa, for more on this. Marcia, thanks for coming on. You know, now that the suspect has been confirmed by authorities, in terms of his name at least, a little bit about him, what do you think are the next steps for DHS and FBI in trying to piece more of this together?
So DHS right now is combing through anything that they can find. You know, CBP is looking at his travel records. Where is he from? Where has he traveled to recently? Any known connections to any foreign adversaries and things like that. The FBI obviously has lead on this investigation, so they will be pulling together everything that they can to learn more about the individual circumstances. So talking to family, friends, neighbors, you know, they put out the alert today to contact them if they have any information, if anyone has been in contact with him. He's a born American citizen, was in the Army, and was somehow could have been self-radicalized somehow. So they will be looking at all of those things put together. In addition, this, you know, the football game tomorrow night has a national security rating, not as high as one of the Super Bowl, but that is something that they will probably be taking a look at, whether the security is enough for tomorrow night and whether they'll be beefing anything up around it. You know, DHS works with the local agencies to secure not only cyber, air, surrounding areas, but, you know, screening as well. So they will be taking a broader look at that. What's interesting is that the Super Bowl is going to be held there, you know, just a short time from now. So that is actually has a higher national security rating, which means that they've got a federal coordinator who's been on the ground for over a year, putting together all of the resources in place. So they are, I can imagine, actively at work today, talking about the venue, both inside, outside, all of the measures, both seen and unseen, that they will be taking to secure the event, not only for the public attending, but for those watching at home as well. So a lot of work being done today behind the scenes so that they can make this the safest event possible, but also to find out just what happened with this individual. Was this, you know, it doesn't sound like it was a lone wolf. It sounds like he had some help along the way. What that was, we don't know, but there could be some copycat versions of this. So I will be on the lookout for DHS, FBI issuing some intelligence bulletins to other cities who might be hosting football games as well, and taking a look at what they've got going. The DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said that he would be giving everything that he can from his department to make sure that these events are safe and secure.
And Marcia, in the press conference, the FBI said that they don't believe the suspect acted alone. Now we're learning part of the reason for that is that they found videos that appear to show other people planting these explosive devices that they found on the premises. What do you make of that, and how does that change the approach of the investigation?
Yeah, really concerning. And I think that the fact that they kind of tipped their hat that there were more individuals involved, but didn't exactly say who or give photos at the time. So we could see more of that coming, where they put out photos of these other individuals to ask, have you seen them? Do you know these individuals? so that they can be on the lookout for others. Again, are there going to be other copycat versions of this happening in other cities? So guarantee that DHS today has been reaching out to their state and local officials, other mayors and governors, to remind them of the steps that they can be taking for their cities and their states to make sure that everything is safe and secure. But yeah, it's an ongoing investigation. We're learning more and more by the minute. So I think more to come on this.
All right, Marcia Espinosa. Marcia, thank you. And I want to bring in New Orleans City Council member Joseph Caruso for more. Joseph, thank you for joining us, Council member. Officials said that this suspect drove around the barriers, that he drove onto the sidewalk, but also that the ballards were malfunctioning and were in the process of being misplaced. So can you tell me more about what kind of security was in place to prevent an attack like this and why it failed?
Well, what I can say is what the chief said during the press conference today, which is that they knew the bollards weren't acting the way that they should have been. And so what they had was a police car right at the corner of Canal and Bourbon Street. The person in the truck drove around the police car onto the sidewalk and used the sidewalk as part of their death path that they created. And I think the chief's point in that is bollards go so far as in the middle of the street, but if somebody is committed to not using the middle of the street to do what they want to do, it's only one impediment to there. And really, we should be thankful that there was many NOPD on site as possible who slowed down this person, which could have been much more critical had they not been on site as quickly as they were.
So why weren't there other forms of protection on the sidewalk? Sometimes you see cement barriers that are temporary that you install for an event and then you take out, that kind of thing. Did they not anticipate that it was a possibility that someone wanting to ram a crowd would drive around the barrier via the sidewalk?
I haven't heard that yet, and certainly what the governor said today was we're going to look at all measures afterwards. Look, the bottom line is the French Quarter is both a commercial place for businesses and for people who visit the city. I can see on the prompter right now, pictures that you have, it is not closed off to people. And part of being in the city is being able to move around. I think that makes us almost like any other city that you have, that there's always going to be points where no matter what you do, somebody can get around. And if it wasn't a car this time, somebody who's committed to taking an action is going to do it, as proven by the fact that it sounds like these IEDs were planted other places in the quarter too.
And now authorities say they don't believe this suspect acted alone. They're asking for the public's help now with any information. What are you hearing about additional, I don't know if you call them suspects, but potential accomplices that law enforcement's looking at?
We heard, again, at the press conference today at 1 o'clock Central Time about this, and really have not a great amount of detail other than we don't think the person acted alone. This makes sense by virtue of the fact that there are other IEDs that are there, and the fact that the FBI and federal leaders are saying that there are other people probably leads to suspicion that there are. The other thing is this area of the city has probably as many cameras and surveillance as any place else. And so the people who were there are going to be under camera, and I'm certain those footage is being examined as scrupulously as it can right now.
So what's your reaction to the Sugar Bowl being postponed now? And what do you think people should expect security-wise tomorrow?
Well, security will be higher. I mean, even coming downtown, not far from the French Quarter, we had to navigate or get our way around it. I do think security is going to be as high as you can see. The governor has called in 100 guardsmen in addition to the other resources that the surrounding parishes have provided here. I think ultimately we're at this tipping point in terms of balance, right? On the one hand, we don't want things to stop in the city, and the whole point of a terrorist attack is to throw off people psychologically and scare them and make them not do something. But at the same time, we have to make sure that there's necessary safety and security in place. Obviously, they felt like with what happened in the French Quarter, the IEDs that were found in other places, that continuing it for 24 hours is the most prudent course, and that I don't think anybody would allow it to go forward if they knew and thought there were serious, credible threats that wouldn't allow it to happen tomorrow.
All right, Council Member Joseph Caruso, we appreciate your time today, Council Member. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I want to head over to correspondent Trevor Ault, who's there in New Orleans near the scene of the attack. Trevor, this is a vibrant city full of culture, people almost always on the streets. What's it like there today?
Absolutely. And Diane, there still are plenty of people out here on the streets, although it's very clear what is hanging in the air of what's happened here in the past 24 hours. So just down here, 1 block down, is Bourbon Street, where this truck barreled down for several blocks. In fact, that white van that you see over my shoulder at the end of the road, that's the coroner's van here that's responding to the scene. Now, this has been a very complicated response because you have such a large crime scene here, too. But also with this ongoing threat and so many people visiting this vibrant city, one of the most lively areas in America, New Year's Eve on Bourbon Street, there are too many people here for law enforcement to simply clear out the area. So what we're seeing is kind of multi-levels of redundancy. First, with closing down roads to vehicles, making sure that you can't drive through. It is around the entire French Quarter, really, a lot of downtown New Orleans that has been blocked off. Then beyond that, you have barricades, including we have some here. I'm not sure if you get, so we have barricades that are set up here. At the same time, more complicating, though, is the fact that all of these areas surrounding Bourbon Street are hotels that are packed with people. Too many people to say that they have to go stay somewhere else. So what you might see as we're talking is a few people moving down on the sidewalks who stay in these hotels. Law enforcement's very clear and very stern with them. They are allowed to go directly down the sidewalk, not interfere with anything on the street, and go directly to their hotel room. It's law enforcement at multiple levels, local, state, federal, all trying to juggle this massive investigation, conduct all of these investigatory practices while also trying to maintain at least some level of order for a massive presence of tourists and locals who all come out here around Bourbon Street, an area that is as vibrant, as you noted, as anywhere in the country, that has clearly been impacted and is going to be impacted for quite some time. This goes far beyond the people that were in the path of this truck. This is thousands upon thousands of people who are kind of wandering around figuring out what to do. And I can also tell you, Diane, I did speak with one man who says he was in the line of that truck as it went through overnight. Him and his wife dodged it. They're safe now, but their hotel is here right next to this crime scene. They've tried to check out. They booked a different hotel all across town. There are thousands of people staying in here, a lot of them dealing with that same dilemma, Diane.
And Trevor, we should point out, Bourbon Street is going to be popular any year on New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. But there were even more people in town this time because of the Sugar Bowl that was originally scheduled to happen tonight. So what kind of extra security measures have you noticed with this many tourists in the city now in the wake of an attack like this?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's every single corner that you see there is law enforcement presence, and you see law enforcement not just from New Orleans Police Department, but also the FBI standing guard. This is all over the town also. I mean, you have these people who were already here for New Year's. You have people who were already here for the Sugar Bowl. Now you have people who have to extend their stay because the Sugar Bowl has been pushed an extra day. And you had a lot of people who were flying into town on our flight in from New York today. There were plenty of people wearing their gear because they were coming to the game tonight. They have to stay an extra day, too. You have everyone that is on edge, and you have the extra security that simply has to follow after an attack like this. This is not something, however, where New Orleans and their law enforcement was taking the night off. What we've heard from officials is that every single uniformed officer with law enforcement in New Orleans was already working last night. They were able to respond very quickly, but they were already all hands on deck. That's another reason that they decided to postpone this game until tomorrow because this investigation, this is just one intersection here. You're talking about several blocks of a crime scene, and then basically all of downtown New Orleans at a time where there are thousands upon thousands of visitors. This is a gigantic mess that law enforcement's having to juggle. Number one, to keep the things safe. Number two, to keep the investigation ongoing and to prevent any other type of attack or any other type of threat that could be coming down.
Yeah, that's definitely the top priority. Trevor Ault for us in New Orleans. Trevor, thank you. And do stay with us. Coming up, we have more breaking news coverage of that deadly vehicle ramming attack in New Orleans. The very latest on the suspect, the victims, and the search for potential accomplices right after the break. Welcome back to ABC News Live First. Fans hoping to see the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans tonight will have to wait in light of this morning's deadly attack on Bourbon Street. Officials now say, or sources tell ABC News, the death toll is now up to 15 people dead after a suspect drove a pickup truck through a crowd and then opened fire before being shot and killed by police. I want to go to ESPN reporter Laura Rutledge live from inside the Superdome where the Sugar Bowl was set to take place, now postponed until tomorrow. Laura, obviously the priority here is the victims and the investigation and trying to figure out what happened next. But I also know that you've been in touch with the teams here. What are they saying about this game being postponed?
Well, Diane, I want to start with some breaking news that just crossed over from our college football insider Pete Thamel, saying that this game, this Sugar Bowl, will now kick off at 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So that's a little less than 24 hours of the postponement. It would have been tonight, of course. And so tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, that's when this game is scheduled to be played here inside the Superdome. And as you mentioned, Diane, been talking to both of these teams in Georgia and Notre Dame. And throughout the day, they have stayed inside their team hotels. Those hotels essentially locked down. They're not letting the players leave at all or any of their staff leave. And they've been focused on doing some practices inside the hotels. They've got big ballrooms there, so doing everything they can to continue to prepare for the game while they were waiting to find out the information that we now know, the game being at 4 p.m., 3 p.m. local here tomorrow. So they'll continue to do that tonight. There are plans potentially for more practices, more meetings to go on both sides. And of course, the coaching staff's doing everything they can to communicate to players and try to keep everyone as calm as possible. Both teams saying that their thoughts, their prayers, their love goes out to the victims of these terrorist attacks. And that's been a big theme for them as they're all dealing with heavy hearts here. Now, I've heard you talk about the increased security here at the Superdome. I can tell you that they have added an extra layer of security. So with an influx of law enforcement here in New Orleans, they're going to do second security essentially as they try to beef up the operation ahead of this game. And that's true throughout New Orleans right now, certainly, but specifically to the Superdome and the footprint here outside the stadium, inside the stadium, that will be extremely secure. We've told you that they swept this stadium again this morning with the police dogs who are here to detect any sort of explosives, any sign of that. They did that this morning, so the stadium was locked off for a period of time, and they determined everything was safe and good to go. They opened it back up, and we've been in here now for a few hours, so that we continue to see the security detail around here and the law enforcement that have come here, all hands on deck, certainly from many different law enforcement in the area, not just in New Orleans. They're bringing in resources from all over the place, and of course the FBI here as well, as you guys have reported. But the teams continue to wait for a little bit more information. This game time now, as we just told you, will be 4 p.m. tomorrow.
And Laura, New Orleans is also set to host the Super Bowl in just about a month. Any concerns about security there?
Well, it remains to be seen how this all plays out, right? And as they continue to gather information about what's gone on here and these horrible attacks. But what you do see from the city of New Orleans is that they have a history of hosting these big events like Super Bowls, Sugar Bowls, Mardi Gras, all of these things, and doing them well and doing them in a safe manner. So that, of course, is a history of this city of doing this in a good fashion. So I think what you'll continue to see is extra precaution from law enforcement, doing everything possible to secure all of these areas and going overboard in a way which certainly in the light of these recent events, you can't do too much when it comes to the public safety. That will be emphasized as the Super Bowl comes your way in February. So there's time certainly to prepare for that. And I imagine that all of the security here will be heightened. You've heard a lot of people reference that Super Bowl. It is top of mind. Well, of course, their focus right now is on figuring out exactly what happened here and figuring out how to make sure the public here, the people who were here for this Sugar Bowl, the people who were here anyway celebrating New Year's and New Year's Eve are as safe as possible.
All right, Laura Rutledge from ESPN. Laura, thank you. And again, Laura then revealing there that the game, the Sugar Bowl, is now scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. That game airing on ESPN. And let's bring in ABC News contributor, former FBI agent Brad Garrett, as well as former NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Boyce for more on the investigation into that terror attack in New Orleans. Brad, What are FBI officials doing now that they say they don't believe this suspect acted alone? So how are they going about trying to find these potential accomplices?
So you go to all the tangible, practical things, which would be obviously the cameras in or around where the IEDs were found, who stayed at the Airbnb that supposedly the suspect rented 2 miles from the location of the incident, who traveled with him, and who was he with in the early morning hours of yesterday, because the people that are seen apparently placing IEDs, and it sounds like more than one, obviously are connected to him. Did they come with him? Did they not? My guess is, Diane, you could sort out maybe who they are through mobile phones, social media, maybe even encrypted apps. There's probably going to be information because they just didn't appear out of nowhere. He's obviously working with them. And that's how you're going to get to them. My guess is maybe they're already onto that.
Robert, there's been a lot of conversations now about the Ballards in New Orleans and how they weren't functioning. They were in the process of being replaced for the Super Bowl coming up. And that in the meantime, the police chief says they had stationed a police car to block the street, but that this suspect drove around the car onto the sidewalk. What do you make of that? Is that enough security, given you're talking about New Year's Eve in New Orleans on Bourbon Street?
So events have shown us that it wasn't enough, and that's the troubling part of this. And I feel bad for the chief. She you hard target these things as best you can, and you can't think of anything. Now, Bowers became very important in New York City in 2017. We had 2 incidents, one in Times Square, one on the West Side Highway, where there was an investment into infrastructure to put these things out there, and a lot went out. Now you'll see Fifth Avenue covered with bollards. All the important buildings in New York City have them. That didn't happen apparently in New Orleans. The threat level wasn't there like it was for us. So these things have to be taken for granted. We would have put probably a truck there at that point and put some officers there as well as some cement blocks so you can stop. You cannot bump that curb and jump up and do that. But again, we're Monday morning quarterbacking here. This was a missed opportunity, but she did have 400 people out there, I think, at one point. That's a lot of police officers in a very dense area. So the issue was they haven't seen this before, and maybe now they'll look back and change that.
And Robert, if you could put that into context, only because you're talking about, again, Bourbon Street on New Year's Eve, obviously a lot of people there, but also the Sugar Bowl that was scheduled to be played tonight meant even more tourists are in the area. And this bulletin that went out ahead of the holidays warning about possible attacks, including specifically ramming attacks.
Yeah, it was all there. And every New Year's Eve, we get this all in every major city. And New Orleans has a big draw for this because of the game. And also Bourbon Street. I mean, these are big draws for revelers. So that was out. The specific threat, they said yesterday in New York and across the country, no specific threat, but there's a general threat to everybody involved in all these major cities with someone there. So the Super Bowl, the Sugar Bowl will go off tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, from what I understand, and you'll see a heavy deployment there from outside resources too, as well as state police and others to come there to make sure it's secure. And we'll go on, and you'll learn from this. But here's the thing. This went from a lone wolf earlier this morning to a conspiracy case right now. And we'll see how that goes and how many apprehensions are made on the overnight.
And let's talk about more in terms of that aspect, because Brad, a council member came on just a little while ago and confirmed what sources had told us, which is that one of the reasons they are now saying they don't believe this guy acted alone is because there are videos that appear to show accomplices planting some of those explosive devices found on the scene. How significant is that?
Oh, it's very significant. And what'll be interesting to see in the 2 miles from the Airbnb down to the scene, were there people, that they can track his vehicle at least through the city of New Orleans? Were there other people in the truck? Did they bail out at a certain point and presumably go and place these IEDs? It obviously shows collusion between the suspect and these other folks. It may help with ID. It's going to be sort of a guess whether they can come up with somebody that actually saw them place the IEDs, but it's possible. I'd have to know more about where they were placed. But it's a great piece of information, and it clearly goes as to why you heard the assistant director of the New Orleans FBI office say earlier about multiple suspects. Clearly, with that video, you've got multiple suspects.
And so, Robert, where do you go from here in terms of the scene itself? Because the other part of this has been trying to make sure there are no more explosive devices around. Hotels in the area have been evacuated, but they will eventually have to open this area back up again. And obviously, they want to make sure that the public is safe.
Throughout the city, you're going to see sweeping left and right. They spoke about vapor weight dogs being deployed, which is a bomb detecting dog, canine, at the Sugar Bowl, but also throughout the city as well. They have this many devices is wholly unusual, and it's not safe. So it's a tourist city, and now you're going to go out throughout the area, go out in concentric circles on your grid and see if you can find any more. Now, there's some reporting. There's as many as 3 or 4 people involved who they can't identify right now. So that gives them that, I hate to use the word terrorist cell. We haven't used it in a while, but it's unclear right now. There's other actors here. So we're still in danger until we get more from the FBI and federal resources to see exactly who's involved, who else is involved in this, and how they got this individual, how they put this together. I'm assuming they're further along than what we know right now.
Brad, looking ahead to some big events coming up, you've got the Super Bowl back in New Orleans on January 9th. Of course, the Sugar Bowl now postponed till tomorrow. The presidential inauguration also coming up in a few weeks. What do you think needs to change, if anything, I guess, about security for those events and how we approach this to try to be more preventative?
It may not change the events you mentioned because they tend to have really tight security. And obviously, it's a different set of challenges to contain and search the people going into one facility, into a football stadium. It's not an easy task, but it's much more controllable than an open street, a public street in a city like at least the size of New Orleans. So the Super Bowl has always been, considered a level 1 event for the Secret Service. And so as a result, I don't think you'll see much change there. The level of security and the ability of people to move through different concentric circles around the stadium has been there for several years. It makes it virtually impossible between concrete barriers, et cetera, hundreds and hundreds of law enforcement to get actually to a stadium. So, the challenge obviously tomorrow is going to be because a lot of people will walk to this stadium. I presume not from a parking lot, but maybe from the city or from a bus down in the city, whatever it might be. And so they'll have to figure out a way to screen those people before they get in to the actual game itself. But yeah, it's just going to tighten everybody up. And, we've talked off and on all day long about the ballards didn't work and the sidewalk wasn't blocked. I guarantee you're going to see more sidewalks blocked.
All right, Brad Garrett, thank you. And thank you for watching. I'm Diane Macedo. ABC News Live will continue with more coverage of the New Orleans attack just after the break. Stay with us.
Or what if we move back?
Hold on and let me think. We need a miracle.
Miracle every Thursday starting at 2:45.
I love you.
I know.
Find childcare that fits your schedule. Learn more at care.com.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? For half the price, Roe now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper. With results you can see faster. Lose 15% of your weight with the formula from Eli Lilly that hits not 1, but 2 hormones to curb hunger and nausea. Weight loss faster. Confidence higher. Price cheaper. See if you qualify at roe.co/TV.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
I'm Jay O'Brien in Washington. We're following breaking news here on ABC News Live. The urgent investigation underway right now into that deadly New Year's Day terror attack in New Orleans. Let's start with what we know so far at this hour. Sources tell ABC News at least 15 people are dead and dozens are injured after a man in a white pickup truck plowed his car through a crowd on New Orleans' famous Bourbon Street early this morning. He's been identified as by law enforcement as Shamsud Din Jabbar. This photo that you're seeing on your screen, obtained by ABC News, appears to show him. The FBI still investigating his alleged motive at this hour, but they did find an ISIS flag mounted on the back of the truck that was used in this attack. FBI officials gave an update earlier this afternoon where they said they don't believe the suspect acted alone. And New Orleans police have reviewed surveillance video that they say appears to show several people planting explosive devices. That, according to law enforcement sources who spoke to ABC News. Here is what the FBI said earlier today.
We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates. That's why we need the public's help. We are asking if anybody has any interactions with Shamsud Din Jabbar in the last 72 hours that you contact us.
All of this happened, as we said, on a crowded Bourbon Street where people were ringing in the new year. Eyewitnesses describing a scene of chaos and destruction. Here is what one saw.
And what we witnessed was body after body mangled. Just as far as you could see, we counted 10, and at least 6 were instantly, clearly deceased. And they were trying to get everybody just to stay inside, but everyone had just completely disappeared.
Now, city and federal officials are saying the suspect here drove around police barricades that were set up to try to stop a vehicle from barreling down that street. Officials saying the suspect was, quote, hell-bent on killing as many people as possible. The suspect was allegedly also firing a gun as he drove through that crowd, according to law enforcement officials. He was shot and killed by police when he got out of the vehicle with an assault rifle, officials said. Authorities say at least 2 officers were shot and wounded in that process. The mayor of New Orleans describing all of this as a terrorist attack. And the FBI saying it's working with its investigatory partners and investigating this as an act of terrorism. And at this hour, we are also learning that the FBI says it found what it can be described as improvised explosive devices in and around the scene of that ramming attack. Multiple law enforcement officials telling ABC News that those devices that were found at the scene are apparently viable explosives. For more on this deadly attack, we do want to bring in now ABC's Aaron Kotursky, senior investigative correspondent. Aaron, I just laid out the timeline a little bit there, but help us understand how it transpires from early in the morning to now this investigation that is ramping up at this hour, and the belief amongst law enforcement officials that they have additional suspects potentially to look into now.
They seem to know that pretty quickly because they were looking at surveillance video, Jay, and on that surveillance video, law enforcement sources told ABC News the police see what appeared to be people, multiple people, perhaps planting what could be explosive devices. Now, some of those people may turn out to be bystanders, but it did give authorities a suspicion that the suspect you see on your screen did not act alone. And in fact, the FBI talked about a range of suspects that may have been involved in this 3-pronged attack involving vehicle ramming, gunfire, and IEDs. All 3 of those are straight out of an ISIS-type playbook. The authorities had an early clue they were dealing with terrorism when they saw the ISIS flag hanging from the truck's trailer hitch. That gave them that early clue, and they were right away able to call in the FBI, who confirmed that this was an act of terrorism.
Aaron, the suspect here, Shamsud Din Jabbar, we know him to be a U.S. Army veteran, born in the United States, and also living in Houston, Texas, if I understand correctly. What more do we know about him?
There is also a location right near New Orleans, about 2 miles from the scene of the crash, that the authorities were checking and sealing off as they continue to investigate. So he may have been from Texas. He may have had some kind of local tie, whether that was an Airbnb or something like that. They're still checking. But they're now going through all of his known contacts. We know that the FBI in Houston is at locations conducting interviews, trying to learn all they can about this individual. His military service, Jay, does not indicate any specific combat training or training in explosives that could apply to what he did on Bourbon Street, but they're still going through that service record as well. It seems like he may have been a realtor or something like that, something completely innocuous, but something in his life happened that sent him down a different path.
And Aaron, these multiple IEDs, these explosive devices that were found at the scene on Bourbon Street, what do we know about them? How significant is it that they were viable IEDs rather than bomb scares? And where does that put the investigation right
Well,
now?
that's another potential clue as to why they believe he may have had some help. Certainly, perhaps maybe he had help acquiring the materials or help putting them together. Or did he simply know? Did he read online and take instruction from terror propaganda? We were told from law enforcement officials, Jay, the devices were crude pipe bombs filled with coils and nails concealed in kind of a cooler, like a small ice chest type cooler. And that's where the authorities were doing a whole grid search looking for similar devices all throughout the French Quarter and beyond.
And as you know, Aaron, if you fill a pipe bomb with nails, that, according to law enforcement sources I've talked to over the years, says that you are trying to inflict the most harm. It points to terrorism. But what more do we know? Aaron, go ahead.
No, and you heard the police chief early in the day say that this suspect was hell-bent on causing the kind of carnage that he did, with at least 10 people confirmed dead. And we've had local congressmen on our air tell us the death toll may be, as high as 15. The authorities say that a number of the individuals were critically hurt and may have succumbed to their injuries. So the numbers are fluid. How these people died, given the gunfire that seems to have occurred at the scene, that remains fluid. There's a lot of questions, including how that truck was able to turn from Canal Street onto Bourbon Street around a police cruiser that was meant to block the street, simply by going up onto the sidewalk. A real police failure in that case, Jay.
Aaron Katersky following this all day for us. Aaron, my friend, thank you for your time. We do want to turn now to ABC News national security and defense contributor Mick Mulroy, former official in the Department of Defense. Mick, what is your assessment at this hour on the suspect in this attack? Obviously, it's very early. We know little. The things that point to motive are the IEDs, the ISIS flag. But when you see all of that, what do you think?
So, Jay, I think right now we're trying to find out whether he was self-radicalized or whether this was a much broader conspiracy, quite frankly, with ISIS overseas. And the fact that there was multiple individuals that apparently participated and planted IEDs indicates that this was a much broader operation and not just a self-radicalized person who decided to ram a crowd with a vehicle. As far as his military background, obviously, as a veteran, it's horrible to hear that any veteran would be involved in this. It appears he was a staff sergeant and an IT specialist, I would point out, although that's service support, not combat arms. All soldiers are trained as a basic soldier, so shooting and fighting is part of that. And it is apparent that he served overseas in Afghanistan in around 2009, and he would have received additional training to be able to do that, even in a service support role. So I think his background is going to be looked at extensively, and of course, whether he had ties to any foreign element of ISIS, whether it's in Syria or Afghanistan, which is called ISIS Khorasan, and that is going to be done in the next few days. But of course, the immediate question is there an immediate threat that still exists because of these individuals that were not taken into custody and may be a participant in this?
Mick, what do you make of the method of this attack, the vehicle ramming of it? It's something that ISIS and other terror groups have used in the past. Is that right?
That's right, Jay. And sometimes they use vehicles because it's the only thing they can get. For example, in Germany, it's very difficult to get explosives. It's very difficult to get firearms. Not so much in the United States. And in this case, it looks like they used all three. So there was a belief, I think, that he would be able to get out of the vehicle and then go on a shooting spree when he could not use the vehicle as a weapon of terror any longer. Of course, thanks to the quick reaction of the police department there in New Orleans, he wasn't able to do that. But the plan was there, and apparently the plan was to detonate a lot of these improvised explosive devices as well. And that's something that the police have to be really concerned about. They have to make sure they've got all these devices. And of course, since these individuals are not or not been taken into custody, they could still plant more. So this is, I think, a ongoing terrorist threat to New Orleans, and they were smart to postpone the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, Mick, because the FBI has said they don't believe he acted alone. New Orleans police have said they have reviewed video showing people planting what appear to be explosive devices, but it's all very much unclear as to whether or not he actually has accomplices, whether or not those videos, as Aaron just said moments ago, turn out to be false flags and they're not actually people planting devices, but they just appear to be. But I guess my question to you is, given that the FBI has gone on the record as saying that they don't believe he acted alone, that they are asking for the public's health, what does that say to you as an expert in this field?
So that does indicate that they think there's more to it than just the video of somebody maybe planning an IED. They might have found some and realized just how sophisticated they were. And from reports of the one that was in the vehicle, it was sophisticated. It wasn't just a ruse. And I think that is why the FBI is saying that there's people that could be connected to this individual that are still out there. That could be because of these IEDs. It could also be because of the communication devices they've already exploited that were on his person, that have connections, that might be talking about this type of attack. This is speculation, of course, but all of this is going on at the same time. So I think both the law enforcement officials and the intelligence community is looking at any ties this individual has overseas, both to determine ultimate culpability, but also whether there's an ongoing threat and whether there's another part of this attack. We don't know that to be true, but if these individuals were in fact part of this attack, then it should be considered not over. Until they are in custody, they should be considered, obviously a significant danger to the community in New Orleans or somewhere else if they had left.
ABC News national security and defense contributor Mick Mulroy, thank you so much for your time. We do want to bring in now Trevor Ault, who's joining us live from New Orleans. Trevor, you just arrived in New Orleans, as I understand it, this afternoon, but have you had a chance to talk to people on the ground there, and what is the mood like there?
Definitely, and Jay, there are still massive crowds here. Make no mistake, this is one of the most vibrant parts of the entire United States during an incredibly busy time here. There are still plenty of people coming up to the barricades, checking out the scene, because this is Bourbon Street that we are just a block away from. That is the stretch where the driver drove through for several blocks, killing more than a dozen people, injuring dozens of others. And what we're seeing and what we're hearing from people, number one, is disbelief, as is always the case when you have a tragedy of this magnitude, which is not often. But what you're also seeing is the juggling of having to maintain a massive crime scene with an ongoing investigation, and also having to maintain massive crowds of people, tens of thousands of people just within this very narrow portion of the French Quarter here, too. In fact, while I am in front of a police barricade, you're going to notice there's people here walking on the sidewalk. So this is actually an interesting juxtaposition here, Jay. Down the middle of the street, you have investigators. We see local investigators. We see the coroner's van in the distance. The FBI is here, too. On the sidewalk, people are still allowed to come and go if they are staying in these hotels. Because this is such a heavily trafficked area, because these are such gigantic crowds, they simply can't tell the people who are staying here that they have to go stay somewhere else, because there is no place for these thousands of people to go. Now, they are very restrictive of, they have to walk on the sidewalk, they have to go directly to their room, they can't go out on the balcony and look over onto the top of this very grisly scene, because this investigation is ongoing. In the meantime, though, you have the cloud that is hanging over, people walking kind of very slowly, taking in the reality of the situation. And I did, Jay, talk to one man. Him and his wife were here overnight. They dodged, they say, that truck as it ripped past them. You can hear it in their voice, how much this has shaken them to their core, what they had to witness. They were just two people of the thousands that were staying in here, and they told me that they have moved to another hotel a long way away just because they don't want to be near what happened here. This is a gigantic impact for the people, of course, who are directly in that path of that truck, but for tens of thousands of others who are in New Orleans during one of the busiest stretches that they see all year.
Wait, Trevor, they said that they were in the path of the truck and they dodged it just at the last moment,
Yes.
Is that right?
That's right, a man and his wife. They were there. They saw this truck as it was coming, dived out of the way just in time. We're clearly are still dealing with some injuries. They are a little bit shaken up here too, but they saw that the truck then continued onward. So given the path of the truck down here, they were just a few blocks away from where we're standing right now. You can hear it even now, 12 hours afterwards. Of course, it has to have been an exhausting day. They were talking about how they were finally trying to make some time to get some food, but you know how rattled these people are. That's just two. You're talking about dozens of people who were injured, more than a dozen of people who were killed. But this is such a heavily trafficked area. There are thousands of people who likely saw at least some portion of what happened, and then thousands of more in the immediate vicinity. This is heavily traumatizing for a lot of people, Jay.
Yeah, and Trevor, I mean, we're getting readouts of the victims here. I mean, Reggie Hunter, 37 years old, was there to celebrate New Year's. Tiger Betch, 28, there to celebrate New Year's. Everyone was there to ring in the new year. I guess my question is to you now, as we can hear with the music playing in your live shot, Bourbon Street is still very active, it seems. What have you seen in terms of extra security at this hour?
Yeah, so Bourbon Street itself, you are not going to get to, which is the busiest stretch of the French Quarter. That's what's happening down there. That's where the investigation is ongoing. The French Quarter itself, it is still trafficked. Businesses are still open, but there are basically several layers, a multi-level of redundancy, Jay, I guess you could say, when it comes to law enforcement. Now, there was already a massive law enforcement presence out last night. From what we've heard from New Orleans officials, every single uniformed officer essentially was already working. Now, of course, you have federal, you have the FBI here too. We have around essentially almost the entirety of downtown New Orleans. You have a number of roadblocks that are keeping vehicles to come through. So a lot of these streets that typically might have more cars driving through, cars are not getting through today. Then you have several layers in which you see officers on essentially every block. You also see a number of different lines of police tape, different barricades like this here too, making sure that everyone who has a right to get where they're going, specifically with their hotels, they can get there. But this is certainly not the festive atmosphere that you would typically see in the French Quarter on New Year's Day, Jay.
Trevor Ault, thank you. And still ahead for us here on ABC News Live, our coverage continues. The latest on that New Orleans ramming attack. Now the community there is responding. Stay with us.
Want to lose 15 to 20% of your weight in a year? Try Rose Insurance Checker to see if you're covered for GLP-1s for free. No paperwork, no waiting on hold. Just submit your insurance card and we'll take care of the rest. Join the over 100,000 members who've trusted Ro to check their coverage and start losing weight sooner. Go to ro.co/insurance for your free insurance check.
I can tell you how much you spent on takeout, and it's a lot.
You can track my spending by category. 1, weird. 2, how.
1, no it's not, and 2, Rocket Money.
Go on.
It's a finance app that shows you all your accounts, bills, and subscriptions in one place, and it analyzes your spending habits to create a custom budget that works for even you.
I can do that too. I'll just look at my bank account, my credit cards. I have a spreadsheet I've been working on.
Yes, but Rocket Money does it for you. Find a subscription you no longer want? Rocket Money can cancel it in just a few taps.
You have my attention. How do I get in on this?
Download it today.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source. ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America.
I'm Jay O'Brien in Washington. Our coverage continues after that deadly New Year's Day terror attack in New Orleans. We want to get right to ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Brad, welcome in here. Brad, so what do FBI officials, how does this investigation proceed now? They have the name of the suspect. They've identified him. They believe he did not act alone. Where do they go from there?
So it's all about the tentacles of what you have, which is the following. You have the weapon, you have the vehicle, you have the IEDs, you have the suspect, and now apparently you have associates, assuming the video is correct. And I'm going to go off with statements the FBI has already made that there are people associated with this. Somebody planted those other IEDs that were found. So every wheel, every spoke of this wheel I just described to you, Jay, has to be taken to its utmost. Do they even know who the other quote-unquote suspects or associates are? Maybe they do. Hopefully they do. They've got to run that down. You know, where did he get the weapon? We know where he got the truck, apparently. What do we know? What do they know about him, his background, what led him to commit this desperate act? You know, from multi-years in the Army, which I think he was not a combat guy, he was an IT guy, but be that what it may, a real estate agent someplace around Houston. What flipped his switch? Was it online? Is it with somebody else that he's worked with? Is it a group? Is it a cell? All of that stuff has to be answered. And I'll tell you, if that's still at loose ends tomorrow, I don't know how they could play the football game, the Sugar Bowl tomorrow, but we'll see. When you have this type of a violent attack and you don't have all of the players locked down someplace, you got a real issue. So that's what they're doing now. Some of this is super time sensitive. Some of it can wait a little while, but clearly identifying those other three and identifying, Jay, if in fact this suspect is directly committed to other people that want to commit violent acts.
And that's the thing, Brad, is it's all very fluid. The FBI has said they don't believe he acted alone, but it's unclear if these people that were reportedly seen on surveillance tapes are actually working in concert with this individual or if they were just misidentified as suspected people. But very quickly, Brad, this was a ramming attack with a vehicle. There were firearms included as well. What does the method of this attack say to you, given that a vehicle was the primary weapon here?
Easy to do. Easy to orchestrate, easy to plan. You just have to have the guts to do it. But the key is you got to figure out all these other components to keep people safe.
Brad Garrett, thank you so much. We want to turn now to our Diane Macedo earlier on in our coverage, interviewing the family friend of a victim killed in this attack. Here's that interview.
Kimberly, first of all, my condolences to you. I cannot imagine how hard it is to deal with this, let alone to talk about this, but we appreciate you coming on and sharing your story with us. Tell us about what happened this morning and how you learned about it.
Actually, it was only one member, and it was Nicole. We were contacted by, my employee contacted me and told me that her sister Nicole was in the car attack in New Orleans. And so Nicole worked for me, and she was a manager. She was a manager of one of my stores. And that's how I found out.
Kimberly, I know Nicole was 27 years old. We have a photo of her there. I presume that's her 4-year-old son, Melvin. Can you tell me more about her and what you want people to know about her?
She was a great mother. She had just been promoted to the manager position at the store. She was so excited about the new position. She didn't have a car. She didn't have a lot of things, but she used to walk to work, and she made sure even if it was raining, she'd get to work. And she was allowed to bring her son into the office when he didn't have school. And so she was helping him learn to read. And she just was a really exciting little young lady, and she was getting herself together. And she was going out last night with her friends. And now I'm helping family right now. Her sister is not doing well. The mother and the sister were admitted to the hospital for stress. And so I'm going to go pick up the baby, and I'm going to make sure he's okay.
They are lucky to have you right now, Kimberly, and I'm sure appreciative. Can you tell us a bit more of how the family found out and what more you know about what happened to Jessica? What happened to Nicole, rather?
To Nicole. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, some of the girls that Nicole was with contacted Jessica, which is her sister, and told them that she was hit by the truck and that she was actually in the street bleeding out. And Jessica rushed to University Hospital, and she was sitting around all morning waiting to find out any details. And around 11:30, a member of the family that had some contact with an NOPD was advised that Nicole was actually, she had passed. And so that's how we found out. And that's kind of where we are right now.
So many questions are now coming out about this attack. As someone with ties to a family here who lost someone, what questions do you want answered right now?
Well, number one, I don't understand why it wasn't protected. We know that that's one of the busiest nights in the area, and to not be protecting your local people or just any people is ridiculous. The fact that we have these people in our country now that shouldn't be here, and they're planning to get us, makes you not feel safe. And I want answers as to why they're in our country now. How did they get here? And why do they hate us so much? And so now I have to go tell a little 4-year-old boy that he doesn't have a mama because people aren't doing their jobs, and because of things not being set up properly to protect the citizens of the city and of this country.
And Kimberly, we should point out that police right now are saying, law enforcement, the FBI are saying that the suspect is from Texas, that he's an Army veteran, served the U.S. Army. So talk to me a little bit more about Nicole and what you want people to know about this loss.
Nicole was going to be so successful. She wanted to have her own store. Her little boy looked up to her, and he didn't have his father in his family. In the family, he didn't have the presence of his father, but Nicole was being both. She was being a mother and a father, and she was doing a really good job. She was doing the best that she could. And so now he has to grow up without that. And I don't know how the sister and the grandma are going to do it, but everybody, the community's all coming together around them right now. We've done a GoFundMe for the funeral expenses and for anything that Mello might need right now. So that's what we're doing. And we want her memory to be one of being a really happy, go lucky young lady that she's living for the moment, and she was just excited to have her new job.
Kimberly Usher Fall, we appreciate your time today talking about Nicole Perez, a daughter, a sister, and a mother, just 27 years old, leaving her 4-year-old son here. Just a tragedy all around. Kimberly, we appreciate you coming on to share your story. And again, my condolences to you and to the whole Perez family.
Thank you. And to everybody else out there, I feel sorry for them as well. We've had other people close to me that they've lost people as well. We just found that out a few minutes ago. We had some other friends. So it's been a hard day here in New Orleans.
I'm sure it has. I'm sorry to hear that, too. And again, thank you for what you are doing to try to help them, Kimberly. And thank you for sharing your story with us.
Thank you.
Our thanks to our colleague Diane Macedo for that. Our coverage continues of the New Orleans truck attack. Stay with us after the break.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Hi, I'm Jay O'Brien. We continue to follow breaking news here on ABC News Live. The urgent investigation now underway into that deadly New Year's Day terror attack in New Orleans. Let's start with what we know so far at this hour. Sources tell ABC News at least 15 people are dead and dozens are injured after a man in a white pickup truck plowed through a crowd on New Orleans' famous Bourbon Street early this morning. He's been identified by law enforcement as Shamsud Din Jabbar. This photo you're seeing on your screen, obtained by ABC News, shows him. The FBI still investigating his alleged motive at this hour, but they did find an ISIS flag mounted on the back of the truck that was used in this attack. It happened, as we said, on a crowded Bourbon Street where people were ringing in the new year. Eyewitnesses describing chaos. Here's what one saw.
And what we witnessed was body after body mangled. Just as far as you could see, we counted 10, and at least 6 were instantly, clearly deceased. And they were trying to get everybody just to stay inside, but everyone had just completely disappeared.
City and federal officials at this hour are saying the suspect drove around police barricades that were set up to try to stop a vehicle from barreling down that street. Officials saying the suspect was, quote, hell-bent on killing as many people as possible. And according to law enforcement officials, that suspect was allegedly firing a gun as he drove through the crowd. He was then shot and killed by police when he got out of his vehicle with an assault rifle, officials have said. At least 2 officers were wounded engaging that suspect. The FBI now investigating this as an act of terrorism. And at this hour, we're also learning that the FBI says it found what can be described as improvised explosive devices in and around the scene of that ramming attack. Multiple law enforcement officials tell ABC News that those devices that were found at the scene are apparently viable explosive devices. For more on this attack, we want to bring in ABC News senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katersky. Aaron, let's start with what we know about the suspect here. What can you tell us about what law enforcement has uncovered about him at this hour?
So far, Jay, they know he's a 42-year-old Army veteran from Texas, and they are now in Houston at a location associated with the suspect, Shamsud Din Jabbar, who trying to learn a little bit more about what may have motivated this attack in New Orleans on Bourbon Street. The authorities have been trying to run down known associates, family members, asking them any questions they can. If he had a social media profile, they're undoubtedly by now up on it. But they had an early clue of what may have motivated this when they found an ISIS flag attached to a trailer hitch on the pickup truck that he used to speed through Bourbon Street and mow down all of those people.
And Aaron, you heard me say just moments ago, and it's your reporting, that the devices that were found were viable improvised explosive devices. What does that mean? And can you help us understand the significance of that?
It means they could have gone off, you know, and that doesn't mean they necessarily would have, but they were viable. In other words, they were properly built. But we're told they were crude. They were improvised explosive devices, pipe bombs, basically, Jay. Crafted with coils and nails, so clearly meant to cause harm. They were concealed in little coolers, we're told, and that's what the authorities were then looking for. Other similar devices throughout the French Quarter. We were told there may have been a grenade, a number of different things that were potentially suspicious, and local residents told us they heard a number of controlled detonations as they wanted to render all of these things safe.
Aaron, for those who are just joining us on this New Year's Day, can you help us understand the timeline of how this attack unfolded?
It started at about 3:15 in the morning local time, and the party was still going from New Year's Eve on Bourbon Street, as you might expect. At some point around then, a white pickup truck going down Canal Street made a right-hand turn. There was a police cruiser that was trying to block the street, but the truck went around it and onto the sidewalk and then sped up and then barreled down Bourbon Street going very, very fast. It appeared that the truck was an electric vehicle that can accelerate, if the model is right, from 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. And so some people didn't have a prayer of getting out of the way. Once the suspect was speeding He brandished a high-powered rifle and opened fire on responding police officers. 2 of them were struck by gunfire, and they're in the hospital tonight in stable condition. And then once officers returned fire and shot and killed the suspect at the scene, that's when the authorities started to figure out that there were these improvised explosive devices there at the scene.
And Aaron, you know, the chief of police there in New Orleans making it clear, New Orleans' finest, ran toward that gunfire, ran toward that scene of chaos, quickly engaged that suspect and showed great courage. I do want to move on here, though, Aaron, because the method of this attack, a vehicle ramming style attack, this is something that law enforcement really around the world have been concerned about for quite some time. Is that right?
Especially since the Christmas market attack in Germany, 2 weeks ago. And that informed how, say, for example, the NYPD safeguarded the New Year's Eve celebration in Times Square. Vehicle ramming attacks in law enforcement bulletin after bulletin that we've been reading in the last several months, Jay, were mentioned as a continued tactic preferred by those who would wish to do some kind of a mass casualty attack. And here we heard the New Orleans police superintendent say this suspect was hell-bent on causing carnage.
Aaron, New Orleans got the Sugar Bowl tomorrow, and then they've got the Super Bowl in February. And then, of course, we as a country have the inauguration. How do those high-profile events inform security postures really around this country, but also particularly in the city of New Orleans now going forward?
For New Orleans in particular, Jay, the Super Bowl opened up a bunch of money to replace some bollards and equipment that was meant to block Bourbon Street that hadn't been working right. And so they were going to replace those things by Super Bowl time. In the meantime, they parked a police cruiser in front of Bourbon Street to try and prevent a vehicle from going down the street, and that just didn't work. So there was a clear failing and a need for those specific kinds of bollards that can stop a truck and prevent it from even going up onto the sidewalk. In terms of the nationwide threat picture, this has been a heightened threat environment since October 7th, 2023. And now we are hearing from officials, and a number of police agencies had a call just today in the aftermath of this attack in New Orleans. There is heightened concern about the election, related events like January 6th, the certification, I should say, of the election, and then, of course, the inauguration. I would expect that whatever security plan had already been in place will be getting an additional look and probably a beefing up.
Aaron, thank you, as always, for your reporting, for your insight. We greatly appreciate it. We want to turn now to ABC's Elizabeth Schulze, who is live for us on the White House North Lawn, who can give us how the administration is handling this. Elizabeth, first and foremost, we heard President Biden weigh in earlier today in a statement and then also on camera. What has the president said?
Jay, his initial reaction, President Biden says, is anger and frustration. He says that he has directed all federal resources to investigate how this happened and to ensure that there is no ongoing threat. The president did make those brief remarks as he was traveling to Camp David today. He is now at Camp David, and the White House says he's been briefed all throughout the day by federal law enforcement, by his Homeland Security team. The president did say earlier he expects to give some sort of update later. We have yet to hear from him again since then, but really in a statement saying, "My heart goes out to the victims and their families who are simply trying to celebrate the holiday." He says there is no justification for this kind of violence, and we will not tolerate any attack on any of our nation's communities, Jay.
And Elizabeth, this attack comes at a unique moment where President Biden is less than a month from leaving office, so President-elect Trump less than a month from taking power. How did he weigh in today with all of this as well?
President-elect Trump weighed in a post on Truth Social. He said this was an act of pure evil. He also said he is praying for the victims and the innocent victims and their loved ones. He also went on to thank, Jay, the officers of the New Orleans Police Department. In his post earlier today, the president-elect did make a link to criminals, he said, who were entering the U.S. from other countries. We do now, of course, know, as you've been reporting, that the suspect here is a U.S. citizen from Texas. He's an Army veteran. So a little bit of, misinformation perhaps there before we had gotten that confirmation from the FBI. We've also heard from lawmakers, Jay, across the aisle, a lot of condemnation of this horrific act of terrorism. Some lawmakers are asking for more transparency from the federal government, calling for perhaps hearings even in the next couple of weeks from top Biden administration officials like Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, like FBI Director Christopher Wray. We did also hear, Jay, from Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana during that update to the press in New Orleans earlier today. He said he understands why bad things happen to good people, and said that he will do whatever it takes to make sure that all of the acts, what went into this, can be discovered, that the federal government is leading this right now, that he expects to be fully updated. And that's a message that we're hearing from all lawmakers, that they want to be updated in real time. They want to know how this happened, and they want the government to make sure that this kind of act could not happen again, that there is no threat ongoing. Jay.
And Elizabeth, there was another incident that transpired today, a separate incident of a cyber truck exploding outside of the Trump Las Vegas hotel. That has generated its own headlines as well. What do we know? What are the details of that? And what do we know about how the president was briefed on that, too?
Right. So we know that President Biden was also briefed on that incident and has directed, again, the federal government to assist with any of the investigation there. A source briefed on this tells ABC News that that vehicle that exploded had a load of fireworks-style mortars on board. Elon Musk is also weighing in here because the vehicle that exploded was a Cybertruck. Of course, Elon Musk now one of Trump's closest advisors, but still is the CEO of Tesla, which makes the Cybertruck. He is saying that they will fully investigate this, cooperate with any investigation. Still learning the details about exactly what the motive was here, Jay, and any other possibilities that this, could be an act of terror. For now, that investigation is ongoing.
Elizabeth Schulze at the White House for us. Elizabeth, thank you as always. We do want to pause here with some breaking news that we have just learned. The coroner of New Orleans has confirmed that 15 people are confirmed dead after this attack. That number is one that we gave you earlier on in this broadcast, but it was given to us from sources. That number has now been confirmed by the coroner of New Orleans. Again, at this time, 15 people confirmed dead in that attack. We want to bring in now Marcia Espinosa, former Assistant Secretary for the Department of Homeland Security. Marcia, welcome in. And we know that this suspect, his identity has been confirmed by authorities. They are combing through his social media. We have heard his electronic devices, anyone who may have interacted with him in the last few days. What are the next steps here for federal law enforcement? Marcia, I think your sound is off for us, Marcia.
Apologies. CBP is looking into his travel records, whether he traveled out of the country, looking at whether he had contact with any foreign adversaries, all of those things, in addition to everything they can in interviewing his friends, his neighbors, anyone who may have known him, and whether he could have become self-radicalized. It sounds like, he was in the Army. He's an American-born citizen, and then for some reason, something changed for him to commit this act. And then additionally, separately, they'll be looking at all of the security preparations around tomorrow's Sugar Bowl and then the Super Bowl, which is coming up shortly at the same venue. The difference being that the Sugar Bowl has a security rating, but the Super Bowl has a much higher national security rating, and DHS leads that. They have dedicated a federal coordinator who has been on the ground for over a year. That is led by the Secret Service, actually, that brings together all of the federal resources. You may have noticed that picture that the White House put out earlier today with President Biden being briefed by all of his Homeland Security officials, that the director of the Secret Service is sitting at that table to advise him on the venue and what steps are being taken to secure the venue for fans, for players, and for everybody around it. The DHS brings together all of these federal resources to secure these events. So it's both things that are seen and unseen. So those that, like they will have canine dogs, they will have physical barriers, they will have cameras, and then they will have some measures that are just unseen that no one will notice, or plainclothes individuals looking out for suspicious items or things like that. But this DHS has the saying, if you see something, say something, and that's truly a real slogan that people need to see something, or sorry, say something if you see something suspicious, a bag that's out of place, or someone acting erratically, or just anything that just doesn't seem right. But yeah, there's a lot of work to be done, both in the coming hours before this game takes place, but also before the Super Bowl, to make sure that everything is safe and secure. And last thing I'll say is there are a lot of other events taking place across cities across the country. So I can imagine that DHS and the FBI are reaching out to those cities, those mayors, those governors, to remind them of steps that they can take in their own cities to be prepared to be safe for any large gatherings, so that we can go about our daily lives and be able to go to these fun events.
Marcia, as you were speaking just there, you mentioned this suspect's Army service. I was just handed this new reporting from our team that covers the Pentagon, our Martha Raddatz and our Matt Seiler. I'll read it to you here, which is that the U.S. Army has confirmed that the suspect here, Shamsuddin Jabbar, he served in human resources and IT in roles in the Army from 2007 to 2015. He then goes on to be an IT specialist in the Army Reserve from 2015 to 2020. He deploys, again, this is according to reporting from our Pentagon team and a statement from the U.S. Army. He deploys to Afghanistan from February 2009 to January of 2010. But as our Martha Raddatz has pointed out, the jobs that he served in, meaning that the roles that he served in the Army, which again were HR and IT, were not direct combat roles. I bring that up because you just brought up the fact that federal investigators are looking through his background, including his military service. But we also know that the FBI, Marcia, has said that this individual does not appear to have acted alone. Again, we don't know what that looks like at this hour. We don't know if that's just this initial supposition given by the FBI, but it turns out to not be fully accurate, or if acted alone means that he was given support by others. It's all very murky. It's all very fluid. But my point is not whether or not he acted alone, but how does that change this investigation in your view, and how it changes how the FBI approaches this if they're looking at his possible connections to others?
Right. Well, one thing that stood out in that press conference is that the FBI said that he acted along with a range of associates. We don't yet know what that means, whether those associates are in the country or in another country, or whether he encountered them online. We just don't know yet. What we didn't see were photos of those individuals or those associates where the FBI would say, hey, if you know these people, contact us with any tips, like they did with the suspect here. So more to come there, but they will definitely be looking at his social footprint. What was he looking at online? What was he Googling? What YouTube videos might have he been looking at? We all have a social footprint, and they will be taking a look at that to see if he was self-radicalized in some way by something, and whether or not others saw this happening, friends, family members, or coworkers that saw some sort of change in him that led him to conduct this attack. But the FBI did deem this an act of terrorism, and that doesn't necessarily mean any foreign influence. It just means that this individual had the intent to create harm, maybe death, to cause public panic, or to coerce the government in some way. There's just more to come about this, and I imagine we'll be learning more in the coming days.
Marcia Espinosa, former official with the Department of Homeland Security, thank you as always. A quick break for us now. On the other side, more of our special coverage, including what we're learning about the victims of this deadly attack in New Orleans in just moments. Welcome back. Our special coverage continues at this hour of the deadly terror attack on New Year's Day in New Orleans. We want to bring in now ESPN reporter Laura Rutledge, who is live inside the Superdome. And Laura, a tragic day in New Orleans, a trickle-down effect into the sports world. The Sugar Bowl supposed to be today, now postponed until tomorrow. What more do we know about when that game is going to go off? And what more are you hearing in terms of general reaction across the sports world?
Yeah, well, Jay, certainly this football game pales in comparison to the tragedy that has occurred here in these terrorist attacks. But what I can tell you is that both Georgia and Notre Dame will be prepared to play this game. Kickoff time is now set for 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, which, of course, is 3 local here. And Georgia and Notre Dame players and staff have been in their hotels all day since the news broke about what was happening over on Bourbon Street, which is very close, less than a mile from where they were staying and where they are staying. And they've been inside, have not left the hotels. For a while, those hotels were on lockdown. I'm told that now it's more about just keeping the teams, keeping staff in place inside, but they aren't making it to where people can't get into the hotels as they feel that security is now sufficient over there. And in talking to Georgia, they're trying to plan out the 24-hour schedule now, knowing that the game is actually going to be played a little bit less than 24 hours inside that postponement time frame at 4 p.m. Eastern. So they've been practicing inside ballrooms at the hotels. They've been doing meetings. They've been trying to go about their relatively normal business, but there's a level of shock amongst everybody that certainly can't be ignored. For Notre Dame, they had a big staff meeting around 2 p.m. local here today where they made a little bit more of a determination about how they would handle their schedule, doing some longer walkthroughs with the teams. And the other big piece of all this is the enhanced security. So we've been here inside the Superdome for about 3 to 4 hours. And when we came over, that was when they had finally opened it back up. Prior to that, this morning, they had done a big sweep with police dogs, law enforcement in here, making sure the dogs did not detect explosives inside this stadium. They had done that actually 2 days before and had determined it's safe, but wanted to do another one, of course, in light of these recent events. And so once we were allowed in here, there's been nobody else that has really come into the stadium other than our TV crews here. We'll keep you posted if anybody does come over, but I would imagine it would remain the same there. And they've added an extra layer of security here. So we've seen the police dogs. We had footage of that outside the Superdome, but they will then continue to bring more law enforcement that has been brought here to New Orleans. They'll bring them over to the Superdome, adding that second layer of security beyond what they would normally have. And I can just tell you from my own experience entering the Superdome earlier, it was a full search of every item that I had, and we saw them do that with anybody else with our crew that came in. So again, security, public safety, paramount here as they sort through the details, and we do prepare for a kickoff of this game at 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow on ESPN.
Laura Rutledge from our colleagues at ESPN. Laura, thank you so much for your time. I do want to bring back now our colleague and ABC News national security and defense analyst, Mick Mulroy, also former Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. And Mick, given the somewhat little that we know about the suspect at this hour, other than his name, Shamsum Din Jabbar, and the fact that he is U.S. born, and the fact that, according to law enforcement, the truck that he was allegedly operating had an ISIS flag on the back, but given the slim details we still have, what do you make of the stage that we are at in this investigation and the little that we do know so far?
So, Jay, it's likely that we really don't know just how far the law enforcement and intelligence community has gotten in this investigation. That is what we do know. Obviously, he was trying to project that he was doing this for ISIS. Whether he was or wasn't, or whether he was just self-radicalized, we don't know. The indicators that would say this is bigger than just a self-radicalized person are the fact that it looks like he had multiple people working with him.